is courage, and empathy is strength. Through empathy, our global community can overcome any challenge from COVID-19 to climate change. It is crucial in both times of peace as well as times of calamity that the international community stand together. An infringement on the rights of one is the same as infringement on the rights of us all. Whether we call it multilateralism, inclusivity, or simple human decency, we are much more alike than we are different. All human life matters, and our nation calls upon the global community to embrace solidarity with one another. On the eve of the 75th anniversary of the UNGA, I note that Micronesia itself is a product of multilateralism. Micronesia emerged into nationhood after decades of being a part of the former trust territory of the Pacific Islands, which was created as a strategic trusteeship after the Second World War. We are soon to celebrate our 34th anniversary of independence. Our nation has an enduring partnership with the United States of America, as codified through our Compact of Free Association, which sets forth important reciprocal agreements between our two nations and a framework for U.S. assistance in our country's efforts to self-sufficiency. Micronesia has many other crucial friendships, including with Japan, the People's Republic of China, Australia, and many others, all of which have also helped our country, which is remote and in need of international assistance. Micronesia is a peace-loving country, and we have demonstrated that peace is as possible as it is desirable. Mr. President, the Federated States of Micronesia is fortunate and grateful to have an enduring partnership with the United States of America and a great friendship with the People's Republic of China. I continue to maintain, on behalf of my country, that consistent cooperation amongst all nations and peoples is critical to global solidarity. Whether it is the global fight against COVID-19 or climate change, our international efforts to tackle human trafficking and illegal fishing, the Federated States of Micronesia asks our American and Chinese friends to reinforce their cooperation and friendship with each other in order to achieve what is best for our global community. All of us are acutely aware of the renewed and increasing intensity of competition for access and influence in our Pacific region. There is no little doubt that these activities and efforts have resulted in varying levels of benefits for our Pacific communities. However, they also potentially threaten to fracture long-standing alliances within our Pacific community and could become counterproductive to our collective desire for regional solidarity, security, and stability. I call on my fellow Pacific Island leaders and the leadership and citizens of our neighboring developed and industrialized Pacific nations to remain focused and true to the collective goals that unites us, and not unilateral interests that may surely divide us in the long term. My country is committed to doing its part as a sovereign nation of this organization to advance the principles of liberty, equality, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for our fellow global citizens. It is my hope as the President of the Federated States of Micronesia that the United States of America and the People's Republic of China jointly champion global causes for global solidarity and cooperation, from climate change to COVID-19. Mr. President, The Federated States of Micronesia is keenly aware, like all nations of the world, it is simultaneously facing the public health threat of COVID-19 and the longer-term existential threat of climate change. Solutions to these two crises require international cooperation. For our vulnerable nation, COVID-19 is an immediate security threat. While we remain one of the very few COVID-19 free countries in the world, we have found through our infrastructure assessments and repatriation simulation exercises that we need to address gaps and weaknesses. Stopping the potential spread of COVID-19 into our country with the widespread suffering that would result is our country's highest priority. Our nation appreciates the assistance of the UN system, the World Health Organization, and so many generous countries in helping us combat the COVID-19 threat. This disease is of global consequence and can only be addressed through global cooperation, such as we have seen for polio and other diseases. Through global cooperation, COVID-19 can be defeated as well. Micronesia passionately believes that Sustainable Development Goal number 17, partnerships, is the bedrock upon which all SDGs can be met. Because all human lives have value, and because empathy is strength. Once effective vaccines for COVID-19 are developed, Micronesia hopes that they will be shared widely and immediately, accessible and available, with all nations and peoples of the world to save human lives. Mr. President, for our nation, climate change is our single greatest long-term security threat. Rising waters threaten to make life in remote atolls impossible. Higher temperatures threaten crops, livestock, and fish. All countries and peoples are in a global war against climate change. We have witnessed deadly fires in the US, typhoons in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, and floods in Asia. It is a war that we can win, but we must be much more aggressive in combating it. The world must transition to sustainable and renewable energy. Coal and natural gas are unsustainable solutions for the environment and are harmful to both economic growth and equality of opportunity. If our world is to fulfill its commitments under the Paris Agreement, all nations must make a unified and global effort. We have seen through the Montreal Protocol that 98% of ozone-depleting substances have been phased out by the global community. We can succeed if we work together. It is both possible and essential to improve our quality of life while also being responsible stewards of our planet. For our part in the Federated States of Micronesia, Vice President George and I have submitted proposed legislations to our National Congress that would make renewable energy part of our petroleum corporation's mandate. Mr. President, to repeat myself, the solutions to both climate change and COVID-19 is global solidarity and cooperation. Just as we call upon the Security Council to take climate change seriously, we believe that the Security Council must view COVID-19 as a global security threat as well. With respect to the Security Council, one way for the Security Council to succeed is to ensure that its mandates are comprehensive to address new and urgent crises. We believe that the UN Secretary General ought to appoint a special representative for climate and security under the Security Council, and that UN efforts should become more inclusive. This belief is reinforced by the leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum, most recently in 2019's Carnegie II Declaration. In a global community where all lives have value and all voices are equal, it is crucial that the Security Council's membership include a broader spectrum of greater UN membership and that the number of permanent members be expanded. Japan, with whom we share a kizuna or special bond, and Germany, both of whom at one point controlled our islands, are countries that know the importance of multilateralism. In the 75 years since the end of World War II, they have dedicated themselves to peace, friendship, cooperation, and love with all peoples and nations. If Micronesians view that Japan, Germany, India, and Brazil hope to become permanent members of the Security Council, Mr. President, Micronesia is of course a big ocean state. The ocean is the main source of our sustenance and a major part of our economy. A large portion of our export revenues come from ocean and coastal-based activities such as in fisheries and related services. Our exposure to the Pacific Ocean carries risks beyond climate change. According to a report by the World Economic Forum, by 2050, there may be more plastics than fish in our oceans. This February, I signed legislation into public law which bans the importation of styrofoam and one-time use plastics into Micronesia. Over the next 5 years, Micronesia is partnering with the Blue Prosperity Coalition to seek to protect 30% of our nation's exclusive economic zone by 2030. Micronesia is thus taking actions today for our ocean's prosperity tomorrow. I urge all peoples and nations to join our efforts. We cannot allow COVID-19 to halt such efforts as the post-2020 biodiversity framework or the intergovernmental negotiations on the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, or PP&J instrumentation. Micronesia welcomes the work being done by the International Law Commission on the topic of sea level rise in relation to international law, including the first issues paper released by the two of the co-chairs of the Commission's study group, in which they focus on the law of the sea elements of the topic. These include the legal implications of sea level rise for maritime baselines, maritime zones, maritime delimitation, and the status of islands. The Pacific Islands Forum has been instrumental in pushing the international community to address sea level rise, building on the long-standing work in the Pacific region to delineate all of our maritime zones in accordance with the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Micronesia strongly encourages the Commission to advance its work on this important topic in a comprehensive and expeditious manner. Micronesia strongly believes that rising sea levels should not undermine our country's maritime baselines and maritime zones. We recently deposited with the UN Secretary General our maritime charts and lists of geographical coordinates of points identifying these baselines and zones as required by the UNCLOS. We concluded with our deposit written observations that Micronesia is not obligated under international law to keep our maritime zones under review and would maintain those zones regardless of climate change-induced sea level rise. To our knowledge, this is the first example of such observations to ever be included with such deposits. This recognizes that Micronesia's legal entitlements to the richness of the resources and biodiversity of our maritime spaces must not be reduced under international law because of a phenomenon, climate change-induced sea level rise, for Micronesia, which has minimal responsibility. Any result would be a gross legal and moral injustice. Micronesia encourages other states to consider making similar observations with their deposits. Mr. President, Micronesia joins its immediate neighbors, the Republic of Palau, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Republic of Nauru, and the Republic of Kiribati in celebrating the actions of the ECOSOC and the General Assembly to establish a UN multi-country office in the North Pacific. It has taken over 15 years for us to achieve this result. With challenges of a global scale affecting island nations like ours in the Pacific, a UN presence on ground will be extremely helpful. This important decision reflects the UN commitment to address the concerns of even the most vulnerable and smallest of its members. Micronesia is proud to become the host for this office and extends its gratitude to both the United Nations at large as well as its brothers and sisters in the North Pacific for their support. Mr. President, the Federated States of Micronesia recognizes Secretary General Guterres' roadmap for digital cooperation and the gaps made clear by the COVID-19 pandemic. A digital interdependent world has the potential to advance our social and economic aspirations or leave many of us behind. Through assistance provided from partners such as the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the United Nations, and the United States of America, Micronesia is hoping to build an inclusive digital economy, develop human and institutional capacity, protect human rights, promote digital trust, and foster global digital cooperation. I am hopeful that global digital cooperation can help us combat evils such as human trafficking, illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, and promote positive efforts such as online education and telehealth programming. There is much work that needs to be done in this area, and the challenges are immense. While we are working hard to democratize knowledge through making internet and cell phone access more accessible and more affordable, there remains significant technical and capacity gaps. Micronesia wishes to strengthen existing partnerships and develop new ones in its effort to build a digital future. Mr. President, a better world is not something we ask for. A better world is something we build. We define a better world through consensus, with a foundation of empathy and love for other human beings. We construct a world by acknowledging that we are who we are or who we choose to be, and then choosing to take responsibility for both ourselves and our communities. For the small nations of the world, the United Nations today is more important than ever before. I thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Observer State of the Holy See to introduce an address by the Head of State.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I have the great honor to introduce the pre-recorded message of His Holiness Pope Francis.
Señor Presidente, la paz esté con ustedes. Saludo cordialmente a usted, señor Presidente, y a todas las delegaciones que participan en esta significativa 75ª Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. En particular, extiendo mis saludos al secretario general, señor Antonio Guterres, a los jefes de Estado y de Gobierno participantes y a todos aquellos que están siguiendo el debate general. El 75º aniversario de la ONU es una oportunidad para reiterar el deseo de la Santa Sede de que esta organización sea un verdadero signo e instrumento de unidad entre los estados y de servicio a la entera familia humana. Actualmente nuestro mundo se ve afectado por la pandemia del COVID-19, que ha llevado a la pérdida de muchas vidas. Esta crisis está cambiando nuestra forma de vida, cuestionando nuestros sistemas económicos, sanitarios y sociales, y exponiendo nuestra fragilidad como criaturas. La pandemia nos llama, de hecho, a tomar este tiempo de prueba como un momento de elección, el tiempo para elegir entre lo que cuenta verdaderamente y lo que pasa, para separar lo que es necesario de lo que no lo es. Puede representar una oportunidad real para la conversión, la transformación, para repensar nuestra forma de vida y nuestros sistemas económicos y sociales, que están ampliando las distancias entre pobres y ricos, a raíz de una injusta repartición de los recursos. Pero también puede ser una posibilidad para una retirada defensiva con características individualistas y elitistas. Nos enfrentamos, pues, a la elección entre uno de los dos caminos posibles. Uno conduce al fortalecimiento del multilateralismo, expresión de una renovada corresponsabilidad mundial, de una solidaridad fundamentada en la justicia y en el cumplimiento de la paz y de la unidad de la familia humana, proyecto de Dios sobre el mundo. El otro da preferencia a las actitudes de autosuficiencia, nacionalismo, proteccionismo, individualismo y aislamiento, dejando fuera los más pobres, los más vulnerables, los habitantes de las periferias existenciales, y ciertamente será perjudicial para la entera comunidad, causando autolesiones a todos. Y esto no debe prevalecer. La pandemia ha puesto de relieve la urgente necesidad de promover la salud pública y de realizar el derecho de toda persona a la atención médica básica. Por tanto, renuevo el llamado a los responsables políticos y al sector privado a que tomen las medidas adecuadas para garantizar el acceso a las vacunas contra el COVID-19 y a las tecnologías esenciales necesarias para atender a los enfermos. Y si hay que privilegiar a alguien, que ese sea el más pobre, el más vulnerable, aquel que normalmente queda discriminado por no tener poder ni recursos económicos. La crisis actual también nos ha demostrado que la solidaridad no puede ser una palabra o una promesa vacía. Además, nos muestra la importancia de evitar la tentación de superar nuestros límites naturales. La libertad humana es capaz de limitar la técnica, orientarla y colocarla al servicio de otro tipo de progreso, más sano, más humano, más social, más integral. También deberíamos tener en cuenta todos estos aspectos en los debates sobre el complejo tema de la inteligencia artificial. Teniendo esto presente, pienso también en los efectos sobre el trabajo, sector desestabilizado por un mercado laboral cada vez más impulsado por la incertidumbre y la robotización generalizada. Es particularmente necesario encontrar nuevas formas de trabajo que sean realmente capaces de satisfacer el potencial humano y que afirmen a la vez nuestra dignidad. Para garantizar un trabajo digno hay que cambiar el paradigma económico dominante, que solo busca ampliar las ganancias de las empresas. El ofrecimiento de trabajo a más personas tendría que ser uno de los principales objetivos de cada empresario, uno de los criterios de éxito de la actividad productiva. El progreso tecnológico es útil y necesario siempre que sirva para hacer que el trabajo de las personas sea más digno, más seguro, menos pesado y agobiante. Y todo esto requiere un cambio de dirección. Y para esto ya tenemos los recursos, y tenemos los medios culturales, tecnológicos, y tenemos conciencia social. Sin embargo, este cambio necesita un marco ético más fuerte, capaz de superar la tan difundida e inconscientemente consolidada cultura del descarte. En el origen de esta cultura del descarte existe una gran falta de respeto por la dignidad humana, una promoción ideológica con visiones reduccionistas de la persona, una negación de la universalidad de sus derechos fundamentales y un deseo de poder y de control absolutos que domina la sociedad moderna de hoy. Digámoslo por su nombre. Esto también es un atentado contra la humanidad. De hecho, es doloroso ver cuántos derechos fundamentales continúan siendo violados con impunidad. La lista de estas violaciones es muy larga y nos hace llegar la terrible imagen de una humanidad violada, herida, privada de dignidad, de libertad y de la posibilidad de desarrollo. En esta imagen, también los creyentes religiosos continúan sufriendo todo tipo de persecuciones, incluyendo el genocidio debido a sus creencias. También, entre los creyentes religiosos, somos víctimas los cristianos. ¿Cuántos sufren alrededor del mundo, a veces obligados a huir de sus tierras ancestrales, aislados de su rica historia y de su cultura? También debemos admitir que las crisis humanitarias se han convertido en el statu quo, donde los derechos a la vida, a la libertad y a la seguridad personales no están garantizados. De hecho, los conflictos en todo el mundo muestran que el uso de armas explosivas, sobre todo en áreas pobladas, tiene un impacto humanitario dramático a largo plazo. En este sentido, las armas convencionales se están volviendo cada vez menos convencionales y cada vez más armas de destrucción masiva, arruinando ciudades, escuelas, hospitales, sitios religiosos e infraestructuras y servicios básicos para la población. Además, muchos se ven obligados a abandonar sus hogares. Con frecuencia, los refugiados, los migrantes y los desplazados internos en los países de origen, tránsito y destino sufren abandonados, sin oportunidad de mejorar su situación en la vida o en la de su familia. Peor aún, miles son interceptados en el mar y devueltos a la fuerza a campos de detención donde enfrentan torturas y abusos. Muchos son víctimas de la trata, la esclavitud sexual o el trabajo forzado, explotados en labores degradantes sin un salario justo. Esto que es intolerable, sin embargo, es hoy una realidad que muchos ignoran intencionalmente. Los tantos esfuerzos internacionales importantes para responder a estas crisis comienzan con una gran promesa, entre ellos los 2 pactos mundiales sobre refugiados y para la migración. Pero muchos carecen del apoyo político necesario para tener éxito. Otros fracasan porque los estados individuales eluden sus responsabilidades y compromisos. Sin embargo, la crisis actual es una oportunidad. Es una oportunidad para la ONU. Es una oportunidad de generar una sociedad más fraterna y compasiva. Esto incluye reconsiderar el papel de las instituciones económicas y financieras, como las de Bretton Woods, que deben responder al rápido aumento de la desigualdad entre los superricos y los permanentemente pobres. Un modelo económico que promueva la subsidiariedad, respalde el desarrollo económico a nivel local e invierta en educación e infraestructura que beneficie a las comunidades locales, proporcionará las bases para el mismo éxito económico y a la vez para renovación de la comunidad y la nación en general. Y aquí renuevo mi llamado para que, considerando las circunstancias, se afronten por parte de todos los países las grandes necesidades del momento, reduciendo o incluso condonando la deuda que pesa en los presupuestos de aquellos más pobres. La comunidad internacional tiene que esforzarse para terminar con las injusticias económicas. Cuando los organismos multilaterales de crédito asesoren a las diferentes naciones, resulta importante tener en cuenta los conceptos elevados de la justicia fiscal, los presupuestos públicos responsables en su endeudamiento y, sobre todo, la promoción efectiva y protagónica de los más pobres en el entramado social. Tenemos la responsabilidad de proporcionar asistencia para el desarrollo a las naciones empobrecidas y alivio de la deuda para las naciones muy endeudadas. Una nueva ética supone ser conscientes de la necesidad de que todos se comprometan a trabajar juntos para cerrar las guaridas fiscales, evitar las evasiones y el lavado de dinero que le roban a la sociedad, como también para decir a las naciones la importancia de defender la justicia y el bien común sobre los intereses de las empresas y multinacionales más poderosas. Este es el tiempo propicio para renovar la arquitectura financiera internacional. Señor Presidente, recuerdo la ocasión que tuve hace 5 años de dirigirme a la Asamblea General en su 70º aniversario. Mi visita tuvo lugar en un periodo de un multilateralismo verdaderamente dinámico, un momento prometedor y de gran esperanza, inmediatamente anterior a la adopción de la Agenda 2030. Algunos meses después, también se adoptó el Acuerdo de París sobre el cambio climático. Sin embargo, debemos admitir honestamente que si bien se han logrado algunos progresos, la poca capacidad de la comunidad internacional para cumplir sus promesas de hace 5 años me lleva a reiterar que hemos de evitar toda tentación de caer en un nominalismo declaracionista con efecto tranquilizador en la conciencia. Debemos cuidar que nuestras instituciones sean realmente efectivas en la lucha contra todos estos flagelos. Pienso también en la peligrosa situación en la Amazonía y sus poblaciones indígenas. Ello nos recuerda que la crisis ambiental está indisolublemente ligada a una crisis social y que el cuidado del medio ambiente exige una aproximación integral para combatir la pobreza y combatir la exclusión. Ciertamente es un paso positivo que la sensibilidad ecológica integral y el deseo de acción hayan crecido. No debemos cargar a las próximas generaciones con los problemas causados por las anteriores. Debemos preguntarnos seriamente si existe entre nosotros la voluntad política para mitigar los efectos negativos del cambio climático, así como para ayudar a las poblaciones más pobres y más vulnerables, que son las más afectadas. La Santa Sede seguirá desempeñando su papel como una señal concreta de cuidar nuestra casa común. Recientemente ratifiqué la enmienda de Kigali al protocolo de Montreal. Señor Presidente, no podemos dejar de notar las devastadoras consecuencias de la crisis del COVID-19 en los niños, comprendiendo los menores migrantes y refugiados no acompañados. La violencia contra los niños, incluido el horrible flagelo del abuso infantil y de la pornografía, también ha aumentado dramáticamente. Además, millones de niños no pueden regresar a la escuela. En muchas partes del mundo esta situación amenaza un aumento del trabajo infantil, la explotación, el maltrato y la desnutrición. Desafortunadamente, los países y las instituciones internacionales también están promoviendo el aborto como uno de los denominados servicios esenciales en la respuesta humanitaria. Es triste ver cuán simple y conveniente se ha vuelto para algunos negar la existencia de vida como solución a problemas que pueden y deben ser resueltos tanto para la madre como para el niño no nacido. Imploro, pues, a las autoridades civiles que presten especial atención a los niños, a quienes se les niegan sus derechos y dignidad fundamentales, en particular su derecho a la vida y a la educación. No puedo evitar recordar el apelo de la joven valiente Malala Yousafzai, quien hace 5 años en la Asamblea General nos recordó que un niño, un maestro, un libro y un bolígrafo pueden cambiar el mundo. Los primeros educadores del niño son su mamá y su papá. La familia que la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos describe como el elemento natural y fundamental de la sociedad. Con demasiada frecuencia, la familia es víctima de colonialismos ideológicos que la hacen vulnerable y terminan por provocar en muchos de sus miembros, especialmente en los más indefensos, niños y ancianos, un sentido de desarraigo y orfandad. La desintegración de la familia se hace eco en la fragmentación social que impide el compromiso para enfrentar enemigos comunes. Es la hora de reevaluar y volver a comprometernos con nuestros objetivos. Y uno de esos objetivos es la promoción de la mujer. Este año se cumple el 25º aniversario de la Conferencia de Beijing sobre la Mujer. En todos los niveles de la sociedad, las mujeres están jugando un papel importante con su contribución única, tomando las riendas con gran coraje en servicio del bien común. Sin embargo, muchas mujeres quedan rezagadas, víctimas de la esclavitud, la trata, la violencia y la explotación y los tratos degradantes. A ellas y a aquellas que viven separadas de sus familias, les expreso mi fraternal cercanía, a la vez que reitero una mayor decisión y compromiso en la lucha contra estas prácticas perversas que denigran no solo a las mujeres, sino a toda la humanidad, que con su silencio y su no actuación efectiva se hace cómplice. Señor Presidente, debemos preguntarnos si las principales amenazas a la paz y a la seguridad, como la pobreza, las epidemias y el terrorismo, entre otras, pueden ser enfrentadas efectivamente cuando la carrera armamentista, incluyendo las armas nucleares, continúa desperdiciando recursos preciosos que sería mejor utilizar en beneficio del desarrollo integral de los pueblos y para proteger el medio ambiente natural. Es necesario romper el clima de desconfianza existente. Estamos presenciando una erosión del multilateralismo que resulta todavía más grave a la luz de nuevas formas de tecnología militar, como son los sistemas letales de armas autónomas, LOAS, que están alterando irreversiblemente la naturaleza de la guerra, separándola aún más de la acción humana. Hay que desmantelar las lógicas perversas que atribuyen a la posesión de armas la seguridad personal y social. Tales lógicas solo sirven para incrementar las ganancias de la industria bélica, alimentando un clima de desconfianza y de temor entre las personas y los pueblos. Y en particular, la disuasión nuclear fomenta un espíritu de miedo basado en la amenaza de la aniquilación mutua que termina envenenando las relaciones entre los pueblos y obstruyendo el diálogo. Por eso es tan importante apoyar los principales instrumentos legales internacionales de desarme nuclear, no proliferación y prohibición. La Santa Sede espera que la próxima conferencia de revisión del Tratado sobre la no proliferación de armas nucleares, TNP, resulte en acciones concretas, conformes con nuestra intención conjunta de lograr lo antes posible la cesación de la carrera de armamentos nucleares y de emprender medidas eficaces encaminadas al desarme nuclear. Además, nuestro mundo en conflicto necesita que la ONU se convierta en un taller para la paz cada vez más eficaz, lo cual requiere que los miembros del Consejo de Seguridad, especialmente los permanentes, actúen con mayor unidad y determinación. En este sentido, la reciente adopción del alto fuego global durante la presente crisis es una medida muy noble que exige la buena voluntad de todos para su implementación continuada. Y también reitero la importancia de disminuir las sanciones internacionales que dificultan que los estados brinden el apoyo adecuado a sus poblaciones. Señor Presidente, de una crisis no se sale igual. O salimos mejores o salimos peores. Por ello, en esta coyuntura crítica, nuestro deber es repensar el futuro de nuestra casa común y proyecto común. Es una tarea compleja que requiere honestidad y coherencia en el diálogo, a fin de mejorar el multilateralismo y la cooperación entre los Estados. Esta crisis subraya aún más los límites de nuestra autosuficiencia y común fragilidad y nos plantea explicitarnos claramente cómo queremos salir, o mejores o peores. Porque, repito, de una crisis no se sale igual. O salimos mejores o salimos peores. La pandemia nos ha mostrado que no podemos vivir sin el otro, o peor aún, uno contra el otro. Las Naciones Unidas fueron creadas para unir a las naciones, para acercarlas como un puente entre los pueblos. Usémoslo para transformar el desafío que enfrentamos en una oportunidad para construir juntos, una vez más, el futuro que queremos. Y que Dios nos bendiga a todos. Gracias, señor presidente.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Holiness Pope Francis of the Holy See for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished observer of the Observer State of Palestine to introduce an address by the Head of State.
معالي السيد الرئيس فولكان بوزكير رئيس الجمعية العامة، سعادة السفراء، أيها السيدات والسادة، يشرفني أن أقدم البيان المسجل مسبقاً من قبل فخامة الرئيس محمود عباس رئيس دولة فلسطين والموجه للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة أثناء النقاش العام للدورة 75 للجمعية العامة. وشكراً سيد الرئيس.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيد فولكان بوزكير رئيس الجمعية العامة، معالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة أعضاء ورؤساء الوفود الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. كم كنت أتساءل وأنا أعد كلمتي هذه ماذا يمكن أن أقول لكم مجدداً بعد كل ما قلته في المرات السابقة عن مأساة شعب المتواصلة، عن الأمة، عن آلامه التي يشاهدها العالم كل يوم، عن آماله المشروعة التي لم تتحقق بعد في الحرية والاستقلال والكرامة الإنسانية أسوة بباقي شعوب الأرض. فإلى متى أيها السيدات والسادة سوف تظل قضية الفلسطينية بلا حل عادل تضمنه الشرعية الدولية وتحميه؟ إلى متى سوف يبقى الشعب الفلسطيني يرزح تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وتبقى قضية ملايين اللاجئين الفلسطينيين بلا حل عادل وفق ما أقرته الأمم المتحدة منذ أكثر من 70 عاماً؟ شعبنا الفلسطيني أيها السيدات والسادة موجود على أرض وطنه فلسطين، أرض آبائه وأجداده منذ أكثر من 6000 سنة، وسوف يواصل البقاء والحياة في هذه الأرض، وسوف يواصل الصمود في وجه الاحتلال والعدوان والخذلان حتى ينال حقوقه برغم كل ما تعرض ويتعرض له، وبرغم الحصار الظالم الذي يستهدف قرارنا الوطني. لن نركع ولن نستسلم ولن نحيد عن ثوابتنا، وسوف ننتصر بإذن الله. السيدات والسادة، لقد قبلنا بالاحتكام للشرعية الدولية رغم الإجحاف والظلم التاريخي الذي لحق بنا منذ العام 1917 وإلى اليوم، ورغم أن هذه الشرعية الدولية لم تبق لنا سوى الأرض المحتلة منذ عام 1967، إلا أن سلطة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ومن خلفها الإدارة الأمريكية الحالية قد استبدلتها بصفقة القرن وخطط الضم لأكثر من 30 أو 33% من أرض دولة فلسطين، إضافة إلى ضم القدس الشرقية المحتلة بما فيها المسجد الأقصى وكنيسة القيامة، وهو ما رفضناه ورفضه معنا العالم أجمع لمخالفته لقرارات الشرعية الدولية التي اعترفت بدولة فلسطين في العام 2012 كجزء من النظام الدولي. لقد كنا دائما مع السلام العادل والشامل والدائم، وقبلنا بجميع المبادرات التي عرضت علينا، ولقد كرست حياتي شخصيا لتحقيق هذا السلام المنشود، وبالذات منذ عام 1988 ومرورا بمؤتمر مدريد واتفاق أوسلو في العام 1993 إلى يومنا هذا. وقبلنا وتمسكنا أيضا بالمبادرة العربية للسلام وبما تكفله من سلم وأمن وتعايش بعد زوال الاحتلال. نحن فعلنا ذلك وحافظنا عليه من أجل السلام، فماذا فعلت سلطة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بالمقابل؟ تنصلت من جميع الاتفاقات الموقعة معها، وقوضت حل الدولتين من خلال ممارساتها العدوانية من قتل واعتقالات وتدمير للمنازل وخنق للاقتصاد وانتهاك لمدينة القدس المحتلة، وعمل ممنهج لتغيير طابعها وهويتها واعتداء على مقدساتها الإسلامية والمسيحية، وبخاصة المسجد الأقصى، واستمرار للاستيطان الاستعماري على أرضنا وشعبنا وتجاهلها للمبادرة العربية للسلام، بل وعملها الآن على قتل آخر فرصة للسلام من خلال إجراءات أحادية هوجاء. وأخيرا تعلن اتفاقات تطبيع بين إسرائيل والإمارات والبحرين في مخالفة للمبادرة العربية للسلام وأسس وركائز الحل الشامل الدائم والعادل وفقا للقانون الدولي. منظمة التحرير الفلسطينية لم تفوض أحدا للحديث أو التفاوض باسم الشعب الفلسطيني، والطريق الوحيد للسلام الدائم والشامل والعادل في منطقتنا يتمثل بإنهاء الاحتلال وتجسيد استقلال دولة فلسطين على حدود 67 بعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. وفي هذا الصدد فإنني أدعو أن يبدأ الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة وبالتعاون مع الرباعية الدولية ومجلس الأمن في ترتيبات عقد مؤتمر دولي كامل الصلاحيات وبمشاركة الأطراف المعنية كافة ابتداء من مطلع العام القادم، بهدف الانخراط في عملية سلام حقيقية على أساس القانون الدولي والشرعية الدولية والمرجعيات المحددة، وبما يؤدي إلى إنهاء الاحتلال ونيل الشعب الفلسطيني حريته واستقلاله في دولته بعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود العام 67، وحل قضايا الوضع النهائي كافة، وعلى رأسها قضية اللاجئين استنادا للقرار 194. أيتها السيدات، أيها السادة، واهم من يظن بأن الشعب الفلسطيني يمكن أن يتعايش مع الاحتلال أو يخضع للضغوط والإملاءات، وواهم من يظن أنه يستطيع تجاوز هذا الشعب الذي هو صاحب الحق، صاحب القضية وعنوانها الوحيد. وليعلم الجميع أنه لن يكون سلام ولا أمن ولا استقرار ولا تعايش في منطقتنا مع بقاء الاحتلال ودون الحل العادل والشامل للقضية الفلسطينية التي هي أساس الصراع وعنوانه. في فلسطين أيتها السيدات، أيها السادة، شعب حي مبدع متحضر محب للسلام عاشق للحرية، شعب استطاع برغم الاحتلال الذي يحاصر حياته أن يبني مجتمعا فعالا وعصريا يحتكم إلى الديمقراطية وسيادة القانون، وأن يحافظ على كينونته وهويته الوطنية رغم كل الاختلافات السياسية والفكرية بين مكوناته المتعددة. وها نحن وبرغم كل العقبات والمعيقات التي تعرفونها نستعد لإجراء الانتخابات البرلمانية ثم الرئاسية، وبمشاركة كل القوى والأحزاب والفعاليات الوطنية. وسوف نواصل صناعة الحياة وبناء الأمل تحت راية الوحدة الوطنية والديمقراطية، والتصدي لمحاولات ومخططات شطبنا وإلغائنا. وسوف نستمر في انتزاع مكانتنا الطبيعية بين الأمم وفي ممارسة حقوقنا التي كفلتها الشرائع الدولية، بما في ذلك حقنا في مقاومة الاحتلال وفقا للقانون الدولي. كما سنواصل بناء مؤسسات دولتنا وتدعيمها على أساس سيادة القانون، وسنستمر في محاربة الإرهاب الدولي كما كنا خلال كل السنوات الماضية، وسوف نبقى الأوفياء للسلام والعدل والكرامة الإنسانية والوطنية مهما كانت الظروف. تحية للشعب الفلسطيني العظيم المكافح من أجل حريته واستقلاله، تحية لشهدائه وأسراه وجرحاه، تحية للقدس وأهلها المرابطين في مقدساتها، وتحية لأهلنا في قطاع غزة المحاصر، وتحية لأهلنا في مخيمات اللجوء في كل مكان، وتحية لكل من وقف معنا ومع حقوقنا من دول العالم وشعوبه ومنظماته المختلفة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union to introduce an address by the President of the European Council.
Mr. President, colleagues, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council, on the occasion of the UN General Debate of the 75th session.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you today on behalf of the European Union, a union founded, like the United Nations, on peaceful cooperation, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. We are therefore an unwavering supporter of the United Nations and of the international organizations to which we join forces for human progress. This is precisely how we are working with the WHO to defeat COVID-19. Like the whole world, Europe has been hard hit by the pandemic. In the European Union, more than 142,000 people have lost their lives. I salute their memory and all the COVID-19 victims worldwide. I also pay tribute to all the healthcare professionals that have safeguarded the fabric of our societies. The crisis caused by the pandemic is unprecedented. It has exacerbated the weaknesses of fragile countries, regions, and populations. It has also revealed the fragility of countries that thought they were strong. It has thrown us all into the same sudden battle against the same common enemy. The European Union, for its part, has been at the forefront of international cooperation, which has raised nearly 16 billion euros to finance the research and the deployment of vaccines, tests, and treatments. And we are mobilized alongside all the players involved to ensure that these vaccines and treatments are universally accessible and affordable. Each nation and each leader has the duty to reflect on the best way to contribute to our common objective. This is true in the fight against the current crisis as in all global challenges. Kofi Annan said, "To become a good citizen, start in your own community." It's in this vein that I want to explain why the European Union wants to become stronger and strategically autonomous alongside an open market. Stronger not only for itself, but also to better contribute to a better world. The crisis has made this goal even more essential. It has awakened a new collective responsibility to build back better and greener. Mesdames et messieurs, avant la crise, l'Europe s'était déjà engagée sur la voie de transformation fondamentale. Par exemple, en décidant de devenir, en 2050, le premier continent neutre sur le plan carbone, ou encore en se dotant d'un agenda digital ambitieux, dans le respect de nos valeurs fondamentales. Cette pandémie, elle a décuplé notre volonté de transformer nos économies et nos sociétés. D'emblée et en urgence, 540 milliards d'euros ont été mobilisés. Ensuite, le Conseil européen a décidé en juillet de dégager des moyens financiers ambitieux et sans précédent, plus de 1 800 milliards d'euros pour les prochaines années, dont 750 milliards qui proviendront d'une émission inédite par sa nature et par sa taille d'obligations de l'Union européenne. Avec cette décision historique, nous sommes montrés rassemblés, unis, forts, pour mieux assumer nos responsabilités. La responsabilité, elle commence d'ailleurs par voir les choses comme elles sont et non comme on voudrait qu'elles soient. Dans le monde d'aujourd'hui, l'abus de la force militaire, mais aussi économique, évince trop souvent l'argumentation et la négociation. Le respect des traités, principe de base du droit international, en vient même à être considéré comme optionnel, même par ceux qui en étaient il y a peu encore les garants historiques, et tout cela au nom d'intérêts partisans. Plus que jamais, l'Union européenne défend le monde fondé sur des règles, la coopération internationale fondée sur des valeurs universelles. L'Union européenne veut être plus forte, plus autonome, plus ferme pour défendre un monde plus équitable. Et c'est dans cet esprit que nous sommes, par exemple, à l'avant-garde de la mise en œuvre des accords de Paris et que les objectifs de l'agenda 2030 sont déjà intégrés dans notre système de gouvernance économique. Ces valeurs et ce modèle ouvert, désormais, nous le développons davantage conscient de notre force, avec davantage de réalisme et peut-être moins de naïveté. Nous avons foi dans les vertus d'économie libre et ouverte, jamais dans le protectionnisme. Mais l'accès à notre grand marché, la deuxième zone économique du monde et la première en matière de commerce international, ne sera plus bradé. Nous ferons désormais mieux respecter les conditions équitables de marché qui sera ouvert à ceux qui en respecteront les standards, qu'ils quittent notre Union ou qu'ils veuillent s'en rapprocher. L'Union européenne est aussi attachée à faire progresser l'équité fiscale de manière générale et en particulier dans le secteur numérique. Des activités importantes réalisées dans ce domaine ne peuvent plus échapper à une taxation juste, L'Union européenne est engagée aux côtés de l'OCDE et du G20 dans la coopération internationale pour corriger cette injustice. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Union européenne est un acteur de paix et de progrès qui veut mobiliser son influence et sa force pour rendre les autres plus robustes aussi. Ainsi, nous soutenons les 6 partenaires des Balkans occidentaux dans leur transformation et leur intégration. Nous avons réaffirmé la perspective européenne et nous venons de décider d'ouvrir les négociations d'adhésion avec 2 pays de plus, parmi eux l'Albanie et la Macédoine du Nord. Au travers du partenariat oriental, nous développons nos relations avec 6 pays de notre voisinage en vue notamment d'y fortifier les institutions et l'état de droit. Au Bélarus, la dernière élection présidentielle a été falsifiée. Nous n'en acceptons pas les résultats et nous condamnons la répression violente de l'opposition et des manifestations pacifiques. La répression et les intimidations doivent cesser et tous ceux qui en sont responsables doivent rendre des comptes et être sanctionnés. Nous sommes aux côtés du peuple bélarusse qui doit être libre, sans la moindre contrainte extérieure, de choisir son propre avenir. Le dialogue national inclusif avec le soutien de l'OSCE est le seul chemin réaliste. Lutter contre l'impunité, c'est aussi exiger une enquête indépendante et crédible lorsque l'opposant russe Navalny est victime d'une tentative d'assassinat à l'arme chimique. L'Union européenne, elle est aussi aux côtés du peuple vénézuélien, et c'est pourquoi nous travaillons avec le groupe international de contact en vue d'une solution pacifique négociée qui doit inclure des élections libres, crédibles et honnêtes. Mesdames et messieurs, la relation entre l'Europe et l'Afrique sera, j'en suis sûr, la colonne vertébrale d'un monde plus juste et plus solide. Ensemble, nous représentons dans cette Assemblée quelques 80 nations et 1,7 milliard de citoyens dont la grande majorité compte parmi les plus jeunes de la planète. Nos 2 continents n'ont jamais été à ce point interdépendants pour le meilleur et pour le pire. Le reconnaître, ce n'est ni faire preuve d'un afro-pessimisme stérile, encore moins d'un afro-optimisme naïf, c'est reconnaître que cette interdépendance nous oblige. C'est reconnaître qu'une Europe forte a besoin d'une Afrique forte et inversement. Et le potentiel est gigantesque. Investir, innover, développer les infrastructures, mais aussi favoriser l'éducation, soutenir les systèmes de santé, c'est la clé pour nouer un partenariat dans l'intérêt mutuel. Et laissons-nous inspirer par la puissance du concept africain d'Ubuntu, ce mode de pensée selon lequel mon humanité est inextricablement liée à la tienne, nos destins sont liés, nos actes individuels ne réussissent que s'ils ont du sens pour l'intérêt collectif. Ce principe d'Ubuntu, c'est aussi la raison de l'appel que je lance encore à régler la question des dettes des pays les plus pauvres dans un esprit de solidarité qui doit aussi prendre en compte les effets de la pandémie. L'Union européenne est préoccupée par les tensions en Méditerranée orientale. Les actions unilatérales, les infractions au droit international doivent absolument cesser. Avec nos États membres, nous engageons d'ailleurs d'intenses efforts diplomatiques pour désamorcer les tensions et privilégier le dialogue. Dans cet esprit, j'ai proposé l'organisation d'une conférence multilatérale sur la Méditerranée orientale en lien avec l'ONU. De nombreux acteurs déjà ont répondu positivement et sont prêts à discuter des modalités, de l'ordre du jour et du calendrier. Les délimitations maritimes, la sécurité, les questions énergétiques, la migration sont quelques-uns des sujets qui devraient, je crois, être abordés. Notre logique, c'est aussi d'appuyer les efforts des Nations Unies et le cas échéant des organisations régionales, notamment en Libye et en Syrie. L'accord sur le nucléaire avec l'Iran reste un élément clé dans un contexte global de non-prolifération et de sécurité régionale. Préserver cet accord est essentiel et toutes les parties doivent continuer de souscrire à sa pleine mise en œuvre. Cet accord sur le nucléaire endossé par le Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU par la résolution 2231 reste en vigueur. Et il ne fait aucun doute pour nous que les sanctions sur le nucléaire levées lors de la conclusion du plan d'action global commun restent bien levées. Tout en soutenant fermement la sauvegarde de l'accord avec l'Iran, nous continuerons par ailleurs à évoquer nos différentes préoccupations, qu'il s'agisse de la situation domestique ou régionale. Nous saluons le début des négociations intra-afghanes et nous soutiendrons toute paix durable. Par ailleurs, dans une région tourmentée, la question de la paix entre Palestiniens et Israéliens plus que jamais reste d'actualité. Nous nous devons de continuer à soutenir les aspirations légitimes des deux parties et nous restons fermement attachés à la solution à deux États. Nous ne ménagerons pas nos efforts avec nos partenaires internationaux, notamment le quartet, pour faciliter le retour des Israéliens et des Palestiniens à la table de négociation afin de trouver une solution négociée conforme aux paramètres internationalement convenus. Car notre attachement au droit international et aux résolutions de l'ONU est sans faille. En même temps, bien sûr, nous saluons le rapprochement d'Israël avec des pays de la région qui constituent un développement positif pour la paix et la stabilité au Moyen-Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, since I became President of the European Council, I've often been asked a question that's both simple and brutal. In the new rivalry between the United States and China, which side is the European Union on? And my answer is the following. We are deeply connected with the United States. We share ideals, values, and a mutual affection that have been strengthened through the trials of history. They remain embodied today in a vital transatlantic alliance. This does not prevent us from occasionally having divergent approaches or interests. We do not share the values on which the political and economic system in China is based, and will not stop promoting respect for universal human rights, including those of minorities such as the Uyghurs, or in Hong Kong, where international commitments guaranteeing the rule of law and democracy are being questioned. China is a crucial partner in addressing common challenges such as global warming, COVID-19, or debt relief in Africa. And China is also an important trade partner. Yet, we are determined to rebalance this relationship towards greater reciprocity and fairer competition, a spirit that we are also cultivating with ASEAN members, with which we will continue to deepen our relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand on the side of the fundamental values of democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and cooperation. It's our compass to pursue our interests. The European Union is an autonomous force, master of our choices, master of our destiny. Finally, on behalf of the European Union, I want to reaffirm this essential conviction: there can be no progress without progress in women's empowerment. Discrimination against women remains one of the major obstacles to development. We must fight this relentlessly. Equality between men and women, as well as the protection of diversity, particularly sexual diversity, remains one of the major challenges of our time. The European Union will continue to be a driving force for multilateralism and the rules-based international order. Our support for the UN remains as strong as ever, and we will continue to support the implementation of the Secretary General's reforms because we need a strengthened and effective multilateral system. This requires an even stronger UN to deliver results that advance world peace. Europe, stronger and more resolute, will be at your side to make the world a better and fairer place to live. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Netherlands to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, colleagues, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For me, the General Assembly in New York is the ultimate UN experience. All the delegations gathered in that imposing hall during the general debate. The whole world coming together. There's nothing like it. But this year, everything is different. The first time in history we are having a virtual assembly. It feels a bit surreal and it's far from ideal, but it is important, despite the restrictions, that we share our views on the international situation, especially this year. because this is the year of coronavirus. The impact on our health, our economies and our societies has been enormous. Almost every country in the world, including the European and Caribbean parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has been hit hard. The poorest countries, hardest of all. Existing problems have been magnified by the pandemic. And this has forced us to face facts. In times of crisis, we have to work together, look out for each other, support one another, not only our families, neighbors and compatriots, but also other countries and peoples, regardless of the borders between us, because we are all in this together. The UN is setting the right example, not least by setting up the UN COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund, initiated by Secretary General Guterres. The Netherlands fully supports the fund, and so far we are its biggest donor. The World Bank and the IMF are also helping the countries most affected. These are fine examples of international solidarity that bode well for the future. But if we are really and truly going to defeat this virus, we'll have to do even more to enhance international cooperation. It starts with supporting the World Health Organization, which plays a crucial role. We must provide the resources it needs. It also means countries need to give the organization full cooperation and show transparency. In some cases, this has been lacking. At the same time, the WHO has also attracted criticism. The Netherlands agrees that, once the crisis is under control, we should evaluate the situation and look at how we can enhance its powers, so that we are well equipped to deal with, or better still prevent, any future pandemic. Critical evaluation and continuous efforts to improve are key elements of multilateral cooperation. But unfortunately, as we mark the UN 75th anniversary, we are also seeing another trend. The multilateral world order, which has given us so much in the decades since World War II, is under great pressure. And we need to turn this tide. Step one is for all countries to take responsibility for the proper functioning of the multilateral system. Take a constructive approach. Stand up for your own interest, but don't lose sight of the common interest. And last but not least, honor the agreements we've made and respect international law, including human rights. When it comes to multilateralism, you can't pick and choose. Step two is to critically assess the system itself, because there's work to be done there too. We can't tackle today's challenges with yesterday's structures. It's essential that we improve, reform and modernize our global institutions. And the UN is no exception. During our recent membership of the UN Security Council, the Netherlands worked hard on practical UN reforms in the area of peacekeeping. And we fully support the broad reform agenda of Secretary General Guterres. Together, we need to ensure that the UN, now 75 years old, remains fit for purpose, well equipped and young at heart. That it's ready for the next 75 years. Because the new generations, who are already making their voices heard, must be able to count on a solid global system of multilateral cooperation. The Kingdom of the Netherlands will keep working towards that end in every way possible. By providing financial resources, for example. We are one of the 10 biggest donors to the multilateral system, and we try to play a constructive role. But also by sharing our expertise in areas like climate adaptation, a topic that's in the very DNA of our kingdom, which is made up of a low-lying delta by the North Sea and several small islands in the Caribbean. In January 2021, we will be hosting the Climate Adaptation Summit to help the world prepare better for the effects of climate change. Another contribution we make is providing a base for the international legal order. My hometown of The Hague is host to the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, for example. We must continue supporting these crucial institutions, even though it's become harder and harder in recent years to achieve accountability, due mainly to resistance from a small number of countries. But we won't let that stop us. We will find other ways, like the international mechanism for collecting and analyzing evidence of the most serious crimes committed in Syria. Or the step the Netherlands recently took, holding Syria formally responsible for human rights violations. And for our country in particular, the establishment of special court proceedings to try those accused of downing flight MH17 was a major milestone. Because justice must be served, and because justice is a central pillar of our multilateral world order. We work in all these areas in the full conviction that international cooperation brings us progress. And although the current crisis forces us to keep our distance, now more than ever, we need to come closer together. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Head of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I extend warm greetings to you all from Nepal, the land of Gautam Buddha and Sagarmatha, also known as the Mount Everest. I join with other leaders in expressing our profound grief and agony on the loss of lives around the world due to COVID-19, including in my own country. I congratulate you, Mr. President, and other members of the Bureau on your election and assure you of Nepal's full support. The outgoing President deserves our appreciation for successfully steering the 74th session of the Assembly. We commend the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless efforts to enable the UN deliver at this difficult time. Mr. President, we are passing through an extraordinary time. The COVID-19 pandemic is confronting us as a crisis of epic proportion. Be it the magnitude of public health crisis, impact on livelihoods and societies, or global economic recession, the fallouts of the pandemic have been colossal. We support the efforts of the United Nations, World Health Organization, and the World Bank Group in leading the global response to the pandemic. In particular, we commend the UN Secretary General for launching the comprehensive response to COVID-19. What matters most in the ongoing health crisis is an easy, smooth and affordable access by all to anti-COVID vaccines after they are developed. Sharing of knowledge and experiences and provision of timely supply of medical equipment and medicines. Protecting lives of the people, both from disease and hunger, is the supreme duty of the governments. While we have deployed all our efforts and resources to that end, international solidarity becomes equally important. It is worrisome that the crisis is unfolding against the backdrop of an already uncertain international order. Geopolitical tensions are resurfacing. Peace and stability still remain an unfulfilled aspiration in many parts of the world. Challenges such as arms race, climate change, and disasters impede the prospect of peace and sustainable development. The invisible virus has only made the severity of these maladies visible. This has further aggravated the trade tensions, global inequality, financial uncertainty, and debt crisis. Multilateral cooperation has been an obvious casualty in the face of unilateral tendencies and protectionist policies. The theme of the future we want and the UN we need resonates very well with the present situation. It is unthinkable to talk about degrading the value of multilateralism at a time when its relevancy becomes more pronounced than ever. Larger global good, not the parochial national interest, should underpin multilateralism and the rule-based order. This historic 75th anniversary of the United Nations is a time to muster a stronger political will for an enhanced international cooperation and solidarity and envision a future that is safer, more equitable and just. Only a collaborative, democratic, science-based and coordinated global partnership will help us face the difficult months and years ahead. Mr. President, as we embarked on the decade of action and delivery to implement the Agenda 2030, the current crisis has pushed us to the brink of losing the gains made in achieving the SDGs. The countries like LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDs are facing limitation of resources, social protection, and requisite health infrastructures. The distress has been further compounded by the halt in tourism, remittances, and disruptions on supply chains and trade. Poverty is increasing, mostly in developing countries, for the first time in the last 20 years. The current crisis threatens hard-earned achievements in key areas, pushing our plan to graduate from the LDC status in peril. In order to prevent inequalities from deepening, timely realization of SDGs should be the fulcrum of our actions, compass of our aspiration, and the signpost of our recovery efforts. We must reach to those who are at the bottom. Excellencies, the Secretary General's opening statement rightly highlights the current challenges facing the world and provides a way forward. Nepal is deeply concerned about the worsening humanitarian situations in Libya, Syria, and Yemen. Protracted conflicts inflict painful miseries to the innocent civilians. Nepal calls for peaceful resolution of all such conflicts led and won by the people of the respective countries. We would like to see peace and stability in Middle East with a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with secure and recognized international borders based on relevant United Nations resolutions. Effective and sustainable peace-building efforts must ensure inclusive national leadership and ownership. As a major troop and police contributing country and a member of the Peace-Building Commission, Nepal has unfailingly responded to the UN's call for deployment without any caveat. With over 6 decades of partnership in UN peace operations, Nepal's commitment to international peace and stability is stronger than ever. We consider the troops and police contributing countries should have greater share of decision-making position both in headquarters and in the field missions. Safety, security and dignity of peacekeepers are vitally important as we increasingly engage in complex multidimensional peace operations. Predictable, adequate and sustained resources are equally fundamental for the success of peace operations. The global community needs to unite against the transnational problems such as terrorism, organized crime, illicit financial flows, human and drug trafficking. Nepal condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, or other activities inflicting pain and suffering to the innocent people. We call for an early conclusion of a comprehensive convention against terrorism. Mr. President, in 2019, the world military expenditure amounted to US $1.9 trillion. Even a fraction of those resources could bring respite to the millions of people suffering from poverty, hunger, and deprivation. The arms race, weaponization of outer space, and cyber warfare inflict a huge cost on humanity. We all know what is more important at present, nuclear weapons or accessible vaccine against COVID-19. The world needs more masks, not muskets, more protective equipment, not destructive weapons, and more social spending to save lives, not military spending to destroy lives. Even when disarmament-related process, including the NPT review conference, are postponed due to the pandemic, the concerned parties must continue to fulfill their treaty obligations to make the world safer. We reiterate our call for general and complete disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction. Regional approaches to disarmament complement the global initiatives. As the host country to the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, we underline the need to strengthen such regional approaches, including the Kathmandu process. Mr. President, climate crisis continues to pose an existential threat. The silence of the large emitters should not lead to the failure of responsibilities. Nepal has dedicated more than 60% of its territory to the service of ecosystem. Our forests and mountains work as environmental purifiers. Our mountains contribute to the climate and ecosystem of oceans through hundreds of snow-fed rivers streaming down to the oceans. Nepal's Himalayas function as a natural climate stabilizer. They contribute to maintain natural cooling system as they lie in the hottest zone of the planet between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Apart from this, they contribute to the natural recharge system, ensuring continuous supply of fresh water essential for living beings. There is an organic link between mountains and oceans in maintaining the natural climate cycle. In this sense, Nepal's mountains are not only our assets, but they are of global significance in view of their vital contribution to the maintenance of health of the planet. Our economic activities and mode of our generation are the most climate friendly. It is an unpleasant irony that we substantially contribute to sustaining ecosystem and emit negligibly, yet we bear the severest bond of climate change. Global warming has eroded the health of our high mountains and ecosystems. Global pollution and climate change have contributed to the fast melting of ice, which must be a matter of serious concern for all of us. This may lead to the outburst of glacial lakes, resulting in huge loss of lives and properties downstream. We call for full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, robust climate action, and easy access to climate financing. We are concerned about the deteriorating health of overall ocean ecosystem due to the excessive human activities. We must preserve the common heritage of mankind. Prudent behavior on the part of all stakeholders, especially the coastal states, is critically important to maintain ocean ecosystem. Nepal appreciates the progress achieved so far in the BBNJ process and looks forward to its successful conclusion. Excellencies, global trading system has been pushed into peril. Reform of WTO has become urgent to ensure level playing field and rebuild trust. The WTO should launch a renewed and revitalized global trading framework that enables the LDCs and LLDCs benefit equitably. Aid for trade has to be channeled for export competitiveness and resilience. Progress in technology has been a major drive for development and change. Addressing digital divide and capacity constraints of LDCs is crucial for realizing a fair share of benefits of e-commerce and technology dividend. They must have an easy and affordable access to technology. Mr. President, Nepal's commitment to human rights is total and unwavering. Nepal's democratic constitution guarantees the universally recognized human rights and fundamental freedoms and other principles such as multi-party democratic polity, pluralism, independent judiciary, separation of power, rule of law, proportional representation, periodic elections, and social and economic justice. Nepal does not condone impunity in serious violations of human rights. We are fully committed to concluding the ongoing transitional justice process in line with our commitment. Concerns of the victims will be addressed. The year 2020 also marks the 25th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women. While we have made significant strides in ensuring rights and empowerment of women, we are also committed to address the gaps and challenges. Currently, as a member of the Human Rights Council, Nepal continues to contribute constructively to promote human rights with an objective approach in a holistic manner. With a view to contribute further, Nepal has presented its candidature for the re-election to the Human Rights Council for the term of 2021 to 2023. We count on the valuable support of all UN member states to our candidature. Nepal attaches high priority to the safety, security, and well-being of the migrant workers. Providing adequate safeguard from exclusion, xenophobia, and discrimination against migrant workers must be a common agenda of all at this difficult time. Wider ownership and implementation of Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration is essential to make migration work for all. Nepal has hosted thousands of refugees for decades on a humanitarian ground. Refugees' right to return to their homeland in safety and dignity must be honored by all. Mr. President, in my address to the 73rd UN General Assembly, I had outlined the monumental political transformation in Nepal and its consolidation through a democratic constitution written by the people's representatives. Having resolved the fundamental political issues, we are now focused in bringing economic transformation envisioned around the national aspiration of prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. This aspiration takes a cue from the 2030 agenda and the notion of comprehensive democracy that looks after not only political rights and freedoms of the people, but also takes care of the economic, social, and cultural rights and well-being. We have created an investment-friendly atmosphere with overall improvement in good governance. We need international support measures in the form of technical, technological, financial, and investment. Despite resource constraints, we have significantly increased investment in rural infrastructures and social sector. The hazardous mode of river crossing through twins has been replaced by bridges. We provide monthly social security payments to the elderly, single women, persons with disability, and the destitute. We have launched the provision of health insurance for elderly people, further expanding its coverage. Children from Dalits and marginalized communities in backward areas are provided with monthly scholarship at all schools. Basic education is made free for all with the provision of books and educational materials. We have achieved nearly universal enrollment and gender parity of children in school and significantly reduced girls' dropout. We have torn the country free from open defecation. This way, we have started new era of decent way of life. By extending social care and protection, we have made our cities free from street children, street people, and beggars. We have healed the wounds of earthquakes. We have reconstructed residential houses, schools, colleges, hospitals, and heritage sites. We have also relocated people to safe areas. All these achievements reflect the wider enjoyment of social and economic rights by our people. Mr. President, the Charter of the United Nations, non-alignment, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, international law and norms of world peace guide Nepal's foreign policy. We believe in amity with all and enmity with none. Guided by these principles, the government of Nepal is firmly committed to safeguarding Nepal's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and maintaining friendly relations with its neighbors and all other countries in the world. We support an inclusive and fair international order founded on equality, mutual respect, and justice. As a believer in regional economic cooperation, we are playing our due role under the frameworks of SAARC, BIMSTEC, and ACT. Mr. President, the United Nations has an unparalleled scope, legitimacy, and normative impact. Nepal reposes enduring faith in multilateralism with United Nations at the center. We underline the need to reform the UN Security Council to make it more representative, transparent, democratic, and accountable. The principle of sovereign equality must remain at the core of all reform initiatives. We also underscore the importance of the ongoing process of GA revitalization and review of peace-building architecture. Reform must aim at making the UN more efficient, effective, and transparent that complement national efforts to bringing positive change in people's lives, thereby ensuring equal dignity of all peoples. We support the reform measures initiated by the Secretary General and expect that the UN would make significant positive impacts on the neediest countries. Compared to the 1945, the founding year of the United Nations, the world has emerged with better knowledge, more advanced technology, and many other advances in different fields. However, challenges of global scale still persist. This provides greater scope and vision for global partnership. Contrary to this, it is unfortunate that we witness in some quarters lesser desire to work under the multilateral framework. We, the member states, must shoulder the responsibility to strengthen the UN and pursue the path of multilateral cooperation. There is no alternative to this. Just as the United Nations was created in the devastation wrought by the Second World War to lead the world on the path of peace, security, and development, why not we think in the same vein a more prosperous and healthy world in the wake of the invisible yet equally powerful enemy of COVID-19. To conclude, Mr. President, the founders of the United Nations choose peace over war, cooperation over collision, development over deprivation, and human dignity over denigration. At this historic 75th anniversary of our organization, let us recommit to uphold those values and work together in a spirit of cooperation and solidarity to lead the humanity to peace and prosperity. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal for the statement just made. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, Excellencies, it is my privilege and distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded video statement by His Excellency Georgi Gacharia, Prime Minister of Georgia.
Batono Presidento, Batono Generaluro Mdivano, პატივცემულო კოლეგებო, ქალბატონებო და ბატონებო. Ჩემთვის დიდი პატივია, რომ მაქვს შესაძლებლობა მოგმართოთ და გაგიზიაროთ სათქმელი, რომელიც ამ 1 წლის განმავლობაში დაუგროვდა ჩვენს ქვეყანას, საქართველოს. გაერთიანებული ერების ორგანიზაცია წელს 75 წლის გახდა და პირველად მისი არსებობის განმავლობაში გენერალური ასამბლეა იმართება დისტანციურად. ეს ფორმატი უჩვეულოა და შეიძლება ისტორიულიც ვუწოდოთ, რადგან ამ დისტანციური ჩართვის მიზეზი გვაერთიანებს ყველას. დღეს მთელი მსოფლიო ებრძვის საერთო უხილავ მტერს, COVID-19 პანდემიას. ადამიანების სიცოცხლეს ყველგან მიუხედავად რეგიონის თუ ცხოვრების დონის საერთო საფრთხე დაემუქრა და ამ საფრთხესთან ბრძოლამ გადაფარა ის გამოწვევები, რომლებიც უკვე აწლეულებია გაეროს დღის წესრიგშია. თუმცა ზოგ შემთხვევაში კიდევ უფრო მკაფიოდ გამოაჩინა არსებული პრობლემები. ჩვენ ყველა ერთად განსხვავებული შესაძლებლობების სახელმწიფოები აღმოჩნდით სრულიად ახალი, უფრო რთული გამოწვევის წინაშე. სირთულეების მიუხედავად, საქართველოში ჩვენ მოვახერხეთ გამკლავებოდით პანდემიის შემოტევას, რაც დაინახა და ერთხმად აღიარა მთელმა მსოფლიომ. COVID-19-თან ბრძოლაში პროაქტიული გადაწყვეტილებების, ხელისუფლების, ექიმებისა და ეპიდემიოლოგების თავზაუზოგავი შრომის და რაც მთავარია, ჩვენი მოქალაქეების მაღალი პასუხისმგებლობის და სწორი მენეჯმენტის წყალობით მივახციეთ იმას, რომ საქართველო კვლავ მწვანე ზონად რჩება. ამაყი ვარ, რომ პანდემიის მიუხედავად სულ რამოდენიმე დღის წინ ჩვენს ქვეყანაში გაიმართა გაეროს მსოფლიოს ტურიზმის ორგანიზაციის აღმასრულებელი საბჭოს 112-ეს ხდომა. მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო ჩვენს მეგობარ ქვეყნებს, ამერიკის შეერთებულ შტატებს, ევროკავშირს, საერთაშორისო საფინანსო ინსტიტუტებს, რომელთა დახმარება უმნიშვნელოვანესი იყო პანდემიის პირველ ტალღასთან გამკლავებაში. რა თქმა უნდა, განსაცდელი არსად წასულა, ვირუსი ისევ გვიტევს, მაგრამ ჩვენს მიერ დაგროვილი ცოდნა გვაძლევს საშუალებას სიტუაცია თანმიმდევრულად ვმართოთ და ყველას გაუზიაროთ საქართველოს წარმატებული გამოცდილება. ამ ახალი გამოწვევის მიღმა საქართველოს წლების განმავლობაში დგას სხვა, კიდევ უფრო რთული გამოწვევის ტერიტორიების ოკუპაციის წინაშე. საყოველთაოდ ცნობილია, რომ 2008 წელს საქართველოს წინააღმდეგ რუსეთმა განახორციელა ღია ფართომასშტაბიანი სამხედრო აგრესია, რომლის შეკავება საერთაშორისო თანამეგობრობის პირველ რიგში ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების და ევროკავშირის მტკიცე მხარდაჭერით გახდა შესაძლებელი. აქ გაეროს შტაბ-ბინაში ყველამ კარგად იცის, რომ საქართველოს განუყოფელი ტერიტორიების 20% აფხაზეთი და ცხინვალის რეგიონი ოკუპირებულია რუსეთის მიერ. დღესაც კი, როდესაც მთელი მსოფლიო კორონავირუსის პანდემიას ებრძვის, რუსეთის ფედერაცია არ წყვეტს უკანონო ბორდერიზაციას, პროვოკაციებს ოკუპირებულ ტერიტორიებზე. ინტენსიურად არის გამოყენებული ჰიბრიდული ომის ინსტრუმენტები, მათ შორის დეზინფორმაციული შეტევები, პანდემიასთან ბრძოლის ეროვნული ინფრასტრუქტურის მთავარ ობიექტზე, რიჩარდ ლუგარის სახელობის საზოგადოებრივი ჯანმრთელობის დაცვის კვლევით ცენტრზე. სამწუხაროდ, რუსეთი დღემდე არ ასრულებს ევროკავშირის შუამავლობით 2008 წლის 12 აგვისტოს მიღწეულ ცეცხლის შეწყვეტის შეთანხმებას. კვლავ აგრძელებს საქართველოს ტერიტორიული მთლიანობის და სუვერენიტეტის საერთაშორისო სამართლის ფუნდამენტური ნორმების და პრინციპების უგულებელყოფას. უკანონო სამხედრო წვრთნების, ბორდერიზაციის, მავთულ ხლართების და სხვა ხელოვნური ბარიერების აღმართვის ფონზე ოკუპაციის მძიმე ფასის გადახდა პირველ რიგში უწევს კონფლიქტით დაზარალებულ მოსახლეობას, რომლებიც ჰუმანიტარულ კრიზისს განიცდიან, დაკარგული აქვთ ცდომა საკუთარ კარმიდამოზე, უწევთ ცხოვრება რეალობაში, სადაც გადასასვლელების ჩაკეტვა, ოჯახების კიდევ უფრო დაშორება, ყოველდღიურობაა, სადაც მათ წართმეული აქვთ მიმოსვლის თავისუფლება, საკუთრების უფლება, განათლების უფლება, წვდომა ელემენტარულ სამედიცინო სერვისებზე, ადგილი აქვს ადგილობრივების გატაცებას, სწამებას და მკვლელობას. აუცილებლად უნდა გაგახსენოთ ჩვენი მოქალაქეების, გიგა ოთხოზორიას, არჩილ ტატუნაშვილის და დავით ბაშარულის სახელები, რომლებიც საოკუპაციო რეჟიმის წარმომადგენლებმა სიცოცხლეს გამოასალმეს. საქართველო არასოდეს შეეგუება ოკუპაციას. საქართველოს თითეული მოქალაქის სახელით მოუწედებ მსოფლიოს საზოგადოებას, სათანადო შეფასება მისცეს რუსეთის უკანონო ქმედებებს, რათა ერთობლივი ძალისხმევით ვაიძულოთ ის შეასრულოს საერთაშორისო ნორმები და ნაკისრი ვალდებულებები, მათ შორის 12 აგვისტოს შეთანხმება. მოუწოდებთ რუსეთს კონსტრუქციული პოზიცია დაიკავოს ჟენევის საერთაშორისო მოლაპარაკებების ფარგლებში, სადაც გაეროს, ეუთოს, ევროკავშირის და ამერიკის შეერთებული შტატების მონაწილეობით განვიხილავთ აფხაზეთისა და ცხინვალის რეგიონთან დაკავშირებულ უსაფრთხოების და ჰუმანიტარულ საკითხებს. როგორიცაა, რუსეთის მიერ საქართველოს წინააღმდეგ ძალის არ გამოყენება, ჯარების გაყვანა, უსაფრთხოების საერთაშორისო მექანიზმების შექმნა და იძულებით გადაადგილებულთა და ლტოლვილთა საკუთარ სახლებში დაბრუნება. საქართველოს ხელისუფლება თავის მხრივ ძალისხმევას არ იშურებს, რომ დაკეტილი საოკუპაციო ხაზის პირობებშიც კი შეძლების დაგვარად დაეხმაროს გაჭირვებაში მყოფ თანამემამულეებს. საქართველოს მთავრობის არჩეული პოლიტიკა, დიალოგის გზით, მშვიდობის მიღწევა და კონფლიქტის მშვიდობიანი მოგვარება, რაც ერთის მხრივ ითვალისწინებს 2008 წლის 12 აგვისტოს ცეცხლის შეწყვეტის შეთანხმების იმპლემენტაციას, ხოლო მეორეს მხრივ ომით გაყოფილი საზოგადოების შერიგებას, ნდობის და ურთიერთობის აღდგენას. საქართველოს მთავრობის სამშვიდობო ინიციატივა ნაბიჯი უკეთესი მომავლისკენ არის მკაფიო განაცხადი, რომ საქართველო დაინტერესებულია აფხაზეთსა და ცხინვალის რეგიონში მცხოვრებ ადამიანებთან დიალოგით. ჩვენ გვაღელვებს მათი ბედი და დაინტერესებული ვართ იქ სოციალურ-ეკონომიკური პირობების გაუმჯობესებით, ისევე როგორც გამყოფი ხაზის ორივე მხარეს მცხოვრებ ადამიანებს შორის პირდაპირი კავშირების აღდგენით. ჩვენი მიზანია აღნიშნული რეგიონების განვითარება და იქ მცხოვრები ადამიანების საცხოვრებელი პირობების გაუმჯობესება. მათთვის ჩვენს ხელთ არსებული ყველა სიკეთის და მონაპოვრის გაზიარება, როგორც მშვიდობიან, თავისუფალ, დემოკრატიულ და კორუფციისგან თავისუფალ საზოგადოებაში ცხოვრება, ისე ევროკავშირთან დაახლოების შედეგად მიღებული შესაძლებლობები, თავისუფალი ვაჭრობის რეჟიმი და უვიზო მიმოსვლა. მივმართავ ჩვენს თანამემამულეებს საოკუპაციო ხაზების მეორე მხარეს. საქართველოს სურს და შეუძლია თქვენთვის ამ ყველაფრის გაზიარება. ჩვენ ერთად შეგვიძლია თქვენთვის და თქვენი შვილებისთვის შევქმნათ უკეთესი მომავალი და ამასთანავე შეინარჩუნოთ უნიკალური კულტურა და თვითმყოფადობა, რაც ასევე საერთო მემკვიდრეობის ნაწილია. აქვე მინდა დიდი მადლობა გადაუხადო ჩვენს ყველა პარტნიორს და მეგობარს მუდმივად გვერდში დგომისთვის, საქართველოს სუვერენიტეტის, ტერიტორიული მთლიანობის და არაღიარების პოლიტიკის მხარდაჭერისთვის. ჩვენთვის მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ სულ რამოდენიმე კვირის წინ გლობალური პანდემიის პირობებში ქვეყნების უპრეცედენტო მაღალმა რიცხვმა მხარი დაუჭირა საქართველოს და 54 ქვეყნის მიერ ინიცირებულ ჰუმანიტარული ხასიათის რეზოლუციას. აფხაზეთიდან საქართველო და ცხინვალის რეგიონიდან სამხრეთ ოსეთის საქართველო იძულებით გადაადგილებულ პირთა და ლტოლვილთა სტატუსის შესახებ, რომელიც ადასტურებს მათ უფლებას ღირსეულად დაბრუნდნენ წინაპრების სახლებში. კოლეგებო, ქართველი ერი ძლიერი და თავისუფლების მოყვარულია. საქართველოს ისტორია უძველესი, ქვეყანა კი დემოკრატიული და მომავალზე ორიენტირებული. დღეს საქართველო თავს აცნობს მსოფლიოს როგორც ქვეყანა, რომელსაც დემოკრატიის ერთ-ერთი უმაღლესი სტანდარტი აქვს რეგიონში. მიღწევებით არ კმაყოფილდება და მუდმივად ისწრაფვის განვითარებისკენ. ჩვენ ყოველთვის ვიყავით და დღესაც ვართ დასავლური ფასეულობების მატარებელი ერი, რომელიც საქართველოს მიწაზე ორგანულად აზავებდა დასავლურ კულტურას და ცივილიზაციას აღმოსავლურთან. ჩვენ გავატარეთ ისტორიული მნიშვნელობის საკონსტიტუციო რეფორმა, რომლის შედეგად 2020 წლიდან საქართველო ევროპულ საპარლამენტო მმართველობაზე გადავიდა, ხოლო 2024 წელს დაგეგმილი საპარლამენტო არჩევნები სრულად პროპორციული საარჩევნო სისტემით ჩატარდება. აღნიშნული საკონსტიტუციო ცვლილება საქართველოს უახლეს ისტორიაში შექმნის სრულიად ახალ დასავლური საპარლამენტო დემოკრატიული სისტემისთვის დამახასიათებელ ანალოგს, რომელიც ჩვენ ქვეყანას კიდევ უფრო სწრაფი ტემპით წაიყვანს დემოკრატიული განვითარების გზაზე. ამ ცვლილებით მმართველმა პოლიტიკურმა გუნდმა შეძლო ის, რაც ჩვენი სახელმწიფოს 30 წლიანი არსებობის განმავლობაში ბევრმა პოლიტიკურმა ძალამ გააჟღერა, თუმცა ვერავინ გაბედა, რომ აღესრულებინა. საქართველოს მთავრობა ყველაფერს აკეთებს და გააკეთებს იმისთვის, რომ ამ უმნიშვნელოვანესმა არჩევნებმა, რომლის ჩატარებაც გვიწევს, პანდემიის პირობებში ჩაიაროს თავისუფალ, მიუკერძოებელ, გამჭვირვალე დემოკრატიულ გარემოში, სადაც საერთაშორისო დამკვირვებლების მაქსიმალური დასწრების ფონზე საქართველოს ყველა მოქალაქეს მიეცემა შესაძლებლობა თავისუფლად გამოხატოს საკუთარი პოლიტიკური ნება. კოლეგებო, საქართველო ევროპული ცივილიზაციის ნაწილია და ამიტომ ჩვენი ქვეყნის განვითარების გზა უცვლელია. ეს არის ევროპული და ევროატლანტიკური ინტეგრაცია, რაც ასახულია ქვეყნის კონსტიტუციაში და გადახედვას არ ექვემდებარება. საქართველოს ევროკავშირთან ასოცირების ხელშეკრულება აქვს გაფორმებული. მოქმედებს უვიზო რეჟიმი, თავისუფალი ვაჭრობის შეთანხმება. ეს ყველაფერი გვაძლევს შესაძლებლობას განვამტკიცოთ ევროპული ინსტიტუტები, განვავითაროთ საუკეთესო სტანდარტების ინფრასტრუქტურა, გავაძლიეროთ მცირე და საშუალო ბიზნესი, ხელი შეუწყოთ თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების დანერგვას და მხარი აუბათ ევროპას გამოწვევებთან გამკლავებაში. საქართველო წლებია მონაწილეობს საერთაშორისო სამშვიდობო მისიებში სხვადასხვა ქვეყანაში. ჩვენი ჯარისკაცები მეტგრად დგანან გლობალური მშვიდობის და სტაბილურობის სადარაჯოზე. საქართველოს შეიარაღებული ძალები ყველგან სამაგალითოდ ასრულებენ თავის მოვალეობას. 32 მათგანი დაიღუპა ამ საპატიო და რთული მისიის შესრულებისას. დღეს ჩვენ ვართ გლობალური უსაფრთხოების უზრუნველყოფის მნიშვნელოვანი მონაწილე, რადგან საქართველოს უსაფრთხოება გლობალური უსაფრთხოების განუყოფელი ნაწილია. შესაბამისად, ევროატლანტიკური უსაფრთხოების გაძლიერებაში შეტანილი წვლილი პირდაპირ აისახება ჩვენი ქვეყნის სიძლიერესა და დაცულობაზე. კოლეგებო, საქართველოს განვითარებული ეკონომიკის ქვეყნად ქცევა ჩვენი მთავარი მიზანია და ამ გზაზე შთამბეჭდავი წარმატებებიც გვაქვს. თუმცა ამჯერად ვცდილობთ პანდემიით გამოწვეული გლობალური ეკონომიკური კრიზისიდან, რაც შეიძლება სწრაფად და მინიმალური დანაკარგებით გამოვიყვანოთ ქვეყანა. ამის იმედს გვაძლევს ის, რომ საქართველო არის ახალი შესაძლებლობების ქვეყანა. ადგილი, რომელსაც შეუძლია შესთავაზოს ის, რასაც ვერ შესთავაზებენ სხვაგან. მათ შორის სტრატეგიული ადგილმდებარეობა, სადაც კულტურულ ენობრივი ბარიერი უბრალოდ არ არსებობს, სადაც გადასახადები მინიმალურია და ბიზნეს ეძლევა ყველანაირი საშუალება განვითარდეს. ბიზნესის კეთების სიმარტივის კუთხით საქართველო არის მსოფლიოში ერთ-ერთი მოწინავე ქვეყანა. დღეს საქართველო უკვე პოზიციონირებს როგორც მულტიფუნქციური რეგიონალური ცენტრი განათლებაში, მედიცინაში, ლოგისტიკაში, ტურიზმსა და ზოგადად ბიზნესის კეთებაში. თუმცა ჩვენ არ ვკმაყოფილდებით მიღწეულით და მივიწევთ წინ. ჩვენ დღეს 21 საუკუნეში მსოფლიოს ვაცნობთ საქართველოს, როგორც პროგრესის, ცოდნის, კულტურის დამაკავშირებელს ევროპიდან აზიისკენ და პირიქით, რომელიც საუკუნეების განმავლობაში დასავლური ფასეულობებით იდგა უძველესი ცივილიზაციების გზაჯვარედინზე. ჩვენი მთავარი ფასეულობა კი არის ხალხი. ხალხი, რომლის იდენტობის უმნიშვნელოვანესი ნაწილია ტოლერანტობა, მთავარი დასავლური ფასეულობა. კოლეგებო, სამწუხაროდ გაეროს შექმნიდან 75 წლის თავზე ჩვენ კვლავ ცხოვრობთ მსოფლიოში, სადაც გაეროს ქარტიით განსაზღვრული საერთაშორისო სამართლის ძირითადი პრინციპები ყოველდღიურად ირღვევა. დღეს კიდევ ერთხელ მსურს დავადასტურო გაეროს ქარტიისადმი ჩვენი ურყევი ერთგულება, რათა უზრუნველყოფილი იქნას საერთაშორისო მშვიდობა და უსაფრთხოება. აქ არაერთხელ თქმულა, რომ გაეროს ყველა სახელმწიფო თანასწორია. პანდემიამ ეს ნათლად გვიჩვენა. გვიჩვენა, რომ საერთაშორისო განსაცდელის წინაშე ყველა უნდა გავერთიანდეთ. გამოვიყენოთ თითოეული სახელმწიფოს უნიკალური შესაძლებლობები. სამწუხაროდ მხოლოდ COVID-19 არ არის საერთაშორისო გამოწვევა. ასეთი კიდევ ბევრია: შეიარაღებული კონფლიქტები, სიღარიბე, კლიმატის ცვლილებები, ბუნებრივი და ტექნოგენური კატასტროფები, ტერორიზმი და საერთაშორისო კრიმინალი, მასობრივი განადგურების იარაღის გავრცელება და კიდევ ბევრი სხვა. საქართველოს მრავალათასწლოვანმა ისტორიამ გვასწავლა თუ რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს ერთობას. ჩვენი ქვეყნის გერბზეც ასე წერია: ძალა ერთობაშია. ამ ერთობით უკვე წლებია ჩვენ სტრატეგიულ პარტნიორებს ვუდგევართ გვერდში. ამ ერთობით შევძელით უხილავი მტრის COVID-19-ის პირველ ტალღასთან გამკლავება. სწორედ ამ ერთობით უნდა დავამარცხოთ მსოფლიო პანდემია, ვინაიდან ცალკე აღებული ვერც ერთი ქვეყანა ამ გამოწვევას ვერ გაუმკლავდება. მხოლოდ ასე შეგვეძლება პირნათელი ვიყოთ ჩვენი მომავალი თაობების წინაშე, რომლებიც ამ პერიოდს შეაფასებენ როგორც ერთ-ერთ ყველაზე რთულს. ამიტომ ჩვენ უნდა მოვძებნოთ ძალა და სიძნელეების მიუხედავად ეს ურთულესი კრიზისიც განვითარების შესაძლებლობად ვაქციოთ. დიდი მადლობა.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Czech Republic to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Andrej Babiš, Prime Minister of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year is different, and so is this session. The 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations is an opportunity for world leaders to talk about the future. But before I do that, allow me to look back. 75 years ago, the tragedies of the Second World War led to creating a new global system based on the United Nations Charter. The United Nations, as such, the only truly universal international organization, stands as the pillar of the post-war international order. I am very proud that Czechoslovakia, and subsequently the Czech Republic of today, was among its 50 original founders. Moreover, it was a Czechoslovak diplomat, Mr. Jan Papanek, who was in the group of 14 experts that finalized the text of the United Nations Charter. Respecting the United Nations Charter by all states is a prerequisite of a rules-based international system, which is crucial for our peaceful coexistence on the planet. The world has changed since 1945. Today, we are facing an extraordinary pandemic situation, which has become a stress test for our ability to cooperate and coordinate multilateral manner. It is exactly at times of such challenges that we need to be able to reach a high degree of mutual understanding. We should not pretend that everything works perfectly. There are systemic limitations and weaknesses to our global system. it is clear that a substantial reform is necessary. That is why I see the current health crisis as an opportunity to put forward ambitious reform that will allow us to build back better. The Czech Republic remains a strong supporter of the United Nations Secretary General in his reform towards a more effective, transparent and responsible United Nations. We are in favor of an open discussion on a revision of the multilateral health architecture. These revisions need to be based on a fair and objective evaluation of the international response to the pandemic. Unfortunately, and I say it with regret, the response we have seen by the World Health Organization has failed to exercise global health leadership. It didn't act resolutely after the pandemic outbreak in Wuhan in China and had a very limited success, to put it softly, in helping countries prevent, protect against, and respond to the disease events. The World Health Organization has failed even in the fields it is usually praised for, in the application of its epidemiological expertise and medical know-how in order to help governments tackle virus outbreaks. Confusing recommendations by the World Health Organization regarding wearing face masks is only one example of its questionable role during the past months. To put it shortly, we have been again reminded of the necessity of a reform of international mechanisms to fight pandemic situations. It will not be an easy task, and it deserves a lot of attention from experts as well as top politicians. But I declare that the Czech Republic supports such a reform and will actively contribute to it. Let me mention one example of a concrete need for a better coordinated action. We are witnessing a proliferation of initiatives regarding access to the COVID-19 vaccine. We call for a coordinating role of the United Nations in this matter in order to ensure that these initiatives are complementary, not clashing with one another. And history shows that crisis and competition are engines of progress. I agree. I myself was a successful businessman and I understand business opportunities. But sometimes business considerations are not the most important. There are times when all stakeholders must conduct research and development especially carefully and responsibly. Research and innovation are of great importance, and not only in the context of the search for a vaccine and medical treatment of COVID-19. This pandemic, which so badly needs efficient crisis management, both at national and international level, show us how essential it is to increase our investments in scientific research, technology, development, and innovation to prepare better for addressing future crises faster and much more efficiently. Equally important is multilateral cooperation in data sharing and in mobility of researchers. The Czech Republic has contributed to the global effort to fight the virus in a coordinated way. Just one example, Czech researchers have focused on application of nanotechnology in constructing face masks. The technology developed in the Czech Republic has been used in other parts of the world. And of course, Czech scientists have been actively collaborating with their colleagues from abroad, from Israel, Germany, or the United States, and not only in the nanotechnology field. But as we are in the global arena, let me revert to more universal issues. The pandemic has accelerated three major global trends that undermine effective multilateralism. First, global geopolitical confrontation. Second, increasing political and economic fragmentation. Third, a clash between personal freedoms and technological surveillance, including the tendency for a faster introduction of artificial intelligence into the health sector. The COVID-19 crisis is not only a huge health crisis, but has profound economic consequences. The Czech Republic has an extremely open, globally highly integrated economy, and as such, we have always been in favor of a strong rules-based international trade system. The capacity and ability of global economic institutions will be further tested to address large-scale economic problems. However, one thing is clear: we need a stronger and more effective WTO with updated rules and their enforcement. Achieving a credible reform of the WTO will require engagement of all member states and political capital investment by world leaders. The Czech Republic, mainly through the European Union, will make every effort to enforce the existing international trade rules in the shadow of rising global trade tensions and protectionist measures. Our ambition is as open international trade as possible. As mentioned before, in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and its social-economic implications, Europe will have to redefine its role in the world. The political decision of the European Union is now making to deal with the crisis will shape the future of the European project and the role of the European Union as a global player in the coming years. However, as we have already heard today, every crisis is an opportunity. Within the EU, we have agreed on the unprecedented European Recovery Plan that should help EU member states in facing the current crisis, which is economically comparable to the one in the 1930s. Just like 90 years ago, the best way out of a crisis is to invent through it. We have to use a vast amount of money to make Europe more sustainable and innovative. If you want to succeed on a global scale, Europe has to establish itself as a technological industry leader, which is a very difficult task in the face of the current competition, especially from the United States and Chinese companies. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. Europe has shown it can be a global leader in many specific areas, like in tackling climate change. The global pandemic has overshadowed many global issues that have not disappeared. Europe will eventually have to deal with illegal migration, Brexit, or extensive foreign and security challenges. The European continent, as such, has to accept more responsibility, particularly in the area of its defense policy, in order to become a more strategically autonomous security player capable of taking a more independent action, especially in its own neighborhood. We need decision-making structures that can act swiftly in crisis and the necessary civilian and operational capabilities to carry out these decisions. But our healthy future is not only about the economy or crisis management, it is also about information. The Czech Republic, like many other countries, not merely in Europe, has had its own unfortunate experience with cyber attacks against our hospitals. These acts simply make the effects of the pandemic worse. We call on all countries to work together through the United Nations to protect hospitals and other critical civilian infrastructure from future cyber attacks. There is no better time than now to show that the international community will not tolerate aggressive cyber behavior and that it is ready to work in a coordinated manner to become more resilient. The coronavirus pandemic has truly shaken our world. Unfortunately, it is not the only global political problem of today. Wars and fighting are going on. The Czech Republic, together with a majority of member states, has endorsed the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire. This is the time for peace. Promotion of international peace, rule of law, and peaceful settlement of disputes are our key foreign policy objectives. Effective conflict prevention and mediation are the essential tools. We are concerned about the instability in the Sahel region. The international community must continue its joint effort to assist this region. Our main goal is to empower our local partners. The Czech Republic is an active member of the small group in the global coalition against Daesh and also in the emerging coalition for the Sahel. Our security activities focus on the European Union training mission in Mali, where we have the second largest contingent. We have also established a new national program with a local budget of 12 million euro to address root causes of the migration in African countries of origin and transit, as well as to support socio-economic development of its region. The Czech Republic has an extensive and long-term engagement in stabilization assistance to unsteady areas of the Middle East. Currently, we participate, for example, in training missions in Iraq, providing assistance to refugees in the region and their host countries, approximately $6 million in 2020. And most recently, we provided humanitarian assistance to Lebanon following the explosion in the port of Beirut. We therefore welcome the recent agreement to normalize bilateral relations between the State of Israel and the United Arab Emirates. We hope this historic diplomatic achievement will enhance peace and stability in the Middle East. The Czech Republic wishes for more realists to be introduced into the way this issue is perceived within the United Nations. Let me mention one more topic of the concern, Belarus. I strongly believe that every society should be able to decide on its future by free and democratic elections. Independent media and civil society are crucial as they provide real-time information, document elections fraud, and brutality of security forces. And an intra-Belarusian dialogue is the only way of resolving the crisis. Its logical outcome should be new elections. The Czech Republic, as a successful country, has its own experience with the political transformation and democratization. We are sincerely proud of what we have managed to achieve, not only in the context of the current crisis, but also in the first place of the way we have become a prosperous, safe, and innovative society in the 30 years since the Velvet Revolution. Now we belong to the democratic world. We are responsible members of NATO, the European Union, and other international organizations. In every respect, we are the successful country. We have witnessed some very encouraging success stories, even in fighting against the most recent invisible enemy we all need to fight. From the outset, the government of the Czech Republic had the ambition to help our businesses in their struggles while taking swift measures to advise our citizens on how to protect themselves and to repatriate home those stranded abroad. Based on a number of deaths due to the COVID-19 per 1 million people, we belong to the top countries in Europe. We have not won yet. None of our countries has defeated the virus. The development is rather dynamic, and the number of new cases rise every day. The upcoming months will be very hard. Nevertheless, I am sure that we will overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, just like we will overcome other global issues we are facing today. We, the Czech Republic, are ready to work with all of you, the United Nations member states, making our world safer, cleaner, and more prosperous. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you good health, endless energy, and positive motivation for our joint effort. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a great honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded statement on the occasion of the general debate of the 75th session by His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister of Greece.
Secretary General Guterres, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sorry that circumstance dictates that we cannot be together for this, the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. Since we met last, our world has changed beyond all recognition. COVID-19 has raised questions about globalization that up until now were confined to risk management workshops. Questions we never imagined we would face, let alone need to answer. How we live, how we work, how we interact with one another. The cost has been without modern precedent. Lives lost to the disease, lives shattered by the economic consequences, lives upended by the impact of societal change. The pandemic has even given birth to a new norm, where we no longer hug, shake hands, or high-five, where an elbow bump defines the limit of our physical connection, where our faces may be hidden, but our humanity remains intact. I refuse to believe, however, that all these new norms will define a new world. Rather, I look on with respect and awe at how our doctors and nurses, our scientists and our experts have responded, because I believe that their actions demonstrate that there is no problem, no matter how complicated, that we cannot solve. We may be separated by a new invisible threat to our health, our prosperity and our freedom, but as this virtual broadcast demonstrates, we are still very much connected. And we are, I believe, increasingly united. Connected by the power of innovation, united by a newfound determination to work together for the improvement of our global family of nations. If, as now seems possible, we can develop complex vaccines in a matter of a year or perhaps 18 months, why, I would ask, can we not work together to solve some of the other great global challenges of our age? Aristotle wrote that nature has never done anything uselessly. In other words, nature forces us to innovate. Choice doesn't come into it. Aristotle lived in an era where human activity did not have the capacity to massively impact our natural environment. But his words remain prescient. Because if COVID has taught us anything at all, it is that we cannot afford to wait for the next crisis before we take preemptive action. On climate change, on biodiversity, on global health, on tackling the root causes of migration, on development, ultimately the sustainability of humankind. That is why the values and principles at the heart of the United Nations matter as much today as they did when Greece signed the UN Charter in 1945. Those values of peace and security, equality, human rights and self-determination, and those principles of justice and the rule of law are at the core of what it means to be Greek. After all, this year not only marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of the UN, but the 2500th anniversary of Greece's victory at the Battle of Salamis. A victory that helped to pave the way for the foundation of classical Greece and the birth of democracy and the rule of law. And today, it is that democracy and that rule of law that underpin the values and principles at the heart of the United Nations. The challenges we face in 2020 may be different from those of the post-war years, but in many respects, they are just as significant, just as momentous. We face an unprecedented and truly global public health crisis, the first of modern times. The world's major economies are in contraction. Our vital biodiversity system appears on the brink of collapse, with 1 million species on the edge of extinction. Transnational issues threaten our individual, regional and collective security, and malign actors pose an insidious and growing threat to our way of life, to multilateralism and to the proper functioning of international law. And yet, in the 12 months since we last met, the way Greece and the Greek people have responded to these challenges has proved to me that there is a way through this uncertainty. Let me be absolutely clear with you. Years of austerity had left Greece vulnerable to a pandemic. Coronavirus threatened to overwhelm our health service. And yet, we proved that agility, flexibility, and new technology can empower people and achieve results that once seemed impossible. We prioritize competence, utilizing facts and data rather than relying on ideology, harnessing the best in innovation and technology, and putting trusted experts at the center of our decision-making and communication. It worked. Against all odds, Greece was extremely successful in dealing with the first wave of the pandemic. However, now the second wave of the COVID epidemic is ante portas. We need to learn to live with the virus until we have the scientific tools to eradicate it. It will take perseverance, agile policies that protect the most vulnerable, continued trust in the experts, and individual responsibility to succeed. But I'm convinced that we can do it. The other great geopolitical challenge we face concerns Turkey. At the General Assembly last year, I had made a point of extending the hand of friendship and cooperation to President Erdogan. I even talked of my willingness to act as a bridge builder for Turkey in Europe. Sadly, where Greece put trust, dialogue and understanding at the heart of a values-based foreign policy, Turkey responded with escalation, provocation, disinformation and aggression. Where Greece chose the path of dialogue in good faith, Turkey chose the path of intransigence. Be no doubt, Turkey's actions undermine international law and threaten the security and stability of the broader region of the Eastern Mediterranean and of all EU member states. The European Union made it absolutely clear that unilateral actions will not be left unanswered when they threaten sovereign rights of member states. However, in spite of the recent events, I remain an optimist. Everybody understands that this constant escalation of tension cannot continue. And I refuse to believe that partnership between near neighbors is not possible. Look at the recent agreement struck between Israel and the UAE. Both friends of Greece, now friends with each other. Years of suspicion and animosity have been replaced by cooperation and mutual understanding. So let's meet, let's talk, and let's seek a mutually acceptable solution. Let's give diplomacy a chance. If, after all, we still cannot agree, then we should trust the wisdom of the International Court at The Hague. The beginning of exploratory talks between our two sides, which was announced 2 days ago, is a step in the right direction. If President Erdogan really believes the United Nations stands as a beacon of hope and a bastion of global cooperation, then I would urge him to act in accordance with its values. Ladies and gentlemen, what then of the challenges are highlighted at the start of these remarks? Challenges like climate change, biodiversity, sustainable development and migration. Challenges that need action today, not discussion tomorrow. Action that is shifting Greece towards the use of renewable energy as we speak. We're phasing out our use of lignite or brown coal in our power stations. By 2028, it will be a thing of the past. By the time we meet again next year in New York, many of Greece's single-use plastics will have been banned. The terrible fire at the Moria camp on Lesbos earlier this month has highlighted the huge challenge posed by mass migration, in particular on Europe's southern borders. Greece cannot manage this issue alone. We have received invaluable support from the UNHCR and the IOM, but we need to be honest. Whilst our migrant numbers are down, our Coast Guard is still saving thousands of desperate men, women and children in the waters of the Mediterranean every year. This is a collective failure of the international community, and we must all share the blame for that failure. That is why we must do more together to tackle the root causes of migration: poverty, deprivation, economic uncertainty, exploitation, violence, and war. Unless we tackle these inequalities, the problem will never be fully resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, what this last year has proved to me is that competence and values are essential partners. Success is measured not through the delivery of one at the expense of the other, but through the deployment of both. Competence and all that comes with a reliable delivery of results, and values, the framework for how we interact with tolerance and compassion. As a result, we have seen the emergence of a new national self-confidence and a renewed sense of pride in Greece. We are no longer viewed through the prism of bailouts and austerity. Greeks have rejected the empty promises, the exploitation, and the divisiveness of populism. In another 75 years, when our children's children speak here at the United Nations, I for one believe that they will be describing a better world. A world where quantum technology has revolutionized healthcare and our own biology. A world where fossil fuels are just that, a thing of the past. A world where equality, opportunity, and morality guide our leaders. We have the raw ingredients in front of us today. We harness more collective intelligence and knowledge than we ever have in human history. But we must promote the values and the competence to guide that research to deploy for the betterment of the world. After all, we only have one. I, for one, believe we can do just that. Thank you for listening.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic for the statement just made. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is the honor to introduce His Excellency Andrej Plenković, President of the Government of the Republic of Croatia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, all protocol observed. The year 2020 will go in history as the year of crisis and the year of anniversaries. Crises were many, starting with the COVID-19 pandemic and consequent global economic downturn. They showed us clearly that reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism is more relevant than ever. Anniversaries are many as well. We celebrate 75 years of the United Nations, 25 years of Fourth World Conference on Women, but also of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. All these milestones in our collective history remind us how much we can achieve through joint action, how much it takes to make the world a better place. Let me first address the most pressing issue of our time. The COVID-19 crisis represents a major stress test for the functioning of multilateralism, both regional and global, but also for bilateral cooperation among nations. Never in the history of our organization had we had the General Assembly high-level debate like this one. We need no further evidence of the new normal, of pivotal changes in our lives than this one. We are learning how to live with the pandemics and its consequences. Response to this crisis should not lead to increased mistrust and isolationism in the international community. On the contrary, it should forge our readiness to work together in true spirit of solidarity and mutual support. To win the battle against the pandemic requires responsible and inclusive governance, close cooperation and pooling of our resources in order to strengthen our stressed health systems, save lives, jobs and livelihoods. Synergies at regional, international and global levels are essential to cope with the medical and socio-economic effects of the crisis. This is an important lesson, and we need to raise our awareness and preparedness in the coming months until a successful, effective vaccine is developed. The vaccine must be available to as many as possible, and we should spare no effort to make it so. Croatia welcomes the General Assembly resolution on a comprehensive and coordinated response to the COVID-19 pandemic, adopted in this Assembly with an overwhelming support. This resolution clearly demonstrates the need for a global joint approach in addressing the impacts and consequences of the pandemic. Mobilizing the political will and financial resources is the most effective response against the pandemics. The European Union demonstrated this in the best way in July through its European Council conclusions. Croatia recognizes the pivotal role of the World Health Organization. We emphasized in particular the importance to elevate the vaccine against COVID-19 to the status of a global public good. We need to continue the review of WHO performance, as well as inclusive conversation about the strengthening of the WHO and its financing, and potential steps of reform. Mr. President, the economic recovery from the crisis and the strengthening of our healthcare systems was in the focus of the Croatian presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2020. Today, almost 3 months after the end of our presidency, while the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing, the motto of our presidency, a strong Europe in a world of challenges, proved to be well chosen and relevant as ever. Let me add that in addition to the COVID-19 crisis, Croatia is dealing with the consequences of a devastating earthquake that hit Zagreb on 22nd March. I use the opportunity to thank all world leaders who sent us words of solidarity and extended their support. The unprecedented circumstances we live in represent a unique opportunity for us to rethink the global role of multilateralism and strengthen the importance of orderly globalization and a rules-based international order. While protecting the well-being of our citizens at a challenging time like this, we continue to respect and uphold the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as the international law and the rule of law. Croatia recognizes that a human rights-based approach is the only way forward to guarantee a response where no one is left behind. Mr. President, no organization is better placed than the United Nations for global delivery of the goals of international cooperation. Therefore, we must support our organization financially and politically. To deliver on its commitment of solidarity, Croatia participates in the Team Europe, a global response package worth 36 billion euros. This will help support partner countries in their fight against COVID-19. We firmly support the United Nations Global Humanitarian Response Plan and its programs as a coordinated approach to finding multilateral solutions in this crisis. Croatia contributed 400,000 euros to the UN COVID-19 Response and Recovery Multi-Partner Trust Fund. In addition, we are supporting the WHO efforts with a 600,000 euros contribution. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly changed the work and activities of all the governments around the world. Croatia, being a well-known tourist destination, is carefully accomplishing a proper balance between the health of our citizens and the opening of tourist season, in order to preserve jobs and to help the tourist industry and our economy. Our common work on the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Climate Agreement, and internationally agreed biodiversity goals will be crucial to face the inevitable systemic shocks in the future. The EU has already committed to transform its economy and society to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. We see sustainable climate-neutral growth as an essential element of the future, not just for Europe, but of the entire world. We also must preserve multilateralism in trade in order to keep global value chains unobstructed, ensure the effective trade of goods and services, and in particular the medical products. It proved to be one of the backbones of the functioning of our societies during the height of the pandemic, as many businesses and services, including in the public sector, switched predominantly or entirely to the digital sphere. We need a secure digital infrastructure as well as an eco-friendly internet, since the ICT industry uses already over 10% of all electricity, which is more than the energy produced by all world's nuclear power plants together. And this share is growing at an exponential rate. Therefore, to make the digital economy sustainable and avoid that it poses new challenges in the future, we need additional investments in this area, while favoring the use of renewable energies, as well as an adequate legal framework regulating this ever more important field. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has also opened the door for the spread of another insidious but less obvious pandemic: the emergence and convergence of different groups and phenomena that thrive on fake news, trolling, deliberate disinformation, media illiteracy, and general ignorance is a cause for serious concern. Particularly appalling have been the cyber attacks against the health institutions fighting the pandemic. Unfortunately, there is no quick fix. There can be no curative vaccine against fake news. In this respect, we welcome the growing responsible approach by major tech companies and media outlets. Yet, much more needs to be done. And both public and private actors need to cooperate in this endeavor, in order to allow societies to build resilience against hybrid threats and cyber attacks. We must also not forget about the threats and dangers such as terrorism and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, but also corruption and trafficking of illegal drugs. These topics must not escape our attention. Mr. President, another important anniversary we commemorate this year is the field of arms control, and that is the 50th anniversary of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, our valued multilateral instrument for preventing nuclear proliferation and achieving nuclear disarmament. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to postpone the 2020 NPT conference to a later date. Considering that the 2015 review conference failed to reach a consensus on a substantive final declaration, it is of high importance to have a successful conference this time, hopefully no later than April next year. It is also essential not to ignore the threat posed by the illegal trade and misuse of small arms and light weapons. Croatia holds the 2020 plenary chair of the Wassenaar Arrangement, the first worldwide mechanism on export controls and conventional weapons, and sensitive dual-use goods and technologies. We shall continue to advocate the increasing importance of effective multilateral action on tackling illegal arms transfer and buildup. Mr. President, I'm proud for the first time ever, Croatia has a candidate for the judge of the International Court of Justice. In the upcoming elections this fall, our candidate is Mrs. Maja Seršić, Professor of International Law and Vice Dean for International Cooperation of the University of Zagreb's Faculty of Law. Besides her professional qualities, we believe that her election would also be important for achieving a better gender balance and a fairer participation of states within the court's composition. In my speech on Monday, on the occasion of the UN 75th anniversary, I stressed the need for United Nations reform. We need the UN fit for the 21st century. For that, we have to continue with its reforms, and in this endeavor, no stone should be left unturned, including the United Nations Charter. Our organization has to maintain its core values and principles on which it has been founded, but it must also reflect realities and needs of our times. In addition, we are convinced that our shared values will be better preserved and advanced through the close cooperation between the United Nations and other multilateral organizations, such as the Council of Europe and the OSCE, as well as NATO. Changes at a global stage are becoming more rapid and deeper. They affect us all by posing challenges that require a global response. For this, we will have to invest more in solidarity and partnerships. We understand that new geopolitical confrontations will frame the period to come. Against this background, we should invest more in dialogue, while at the same time reaffirming our allegiance towards multilateral solutions, observance of international law, and established norms. In a global world, we need a multilateralism that will be to the benefit of all, and not just to some. The pandemic could exacerbate further existing regional conflicts and global security challenges. Therefore, Croatia fully supports Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire. Mr. President, as I mentioned earlier, some of this year's anniversaries refer to Southeast Europe. 25 years ago, the Dayton-Paris peace agreement was signed. It put an end to the bloodiest war in Europe since the Second World War, the one in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Meanwhile, this part of Europe has profoundly changed for the better, but some problems still prevail and merit our full attention. Croatia, as one of the parties to the agreement, considers that the Dayton-Paris peace agreement anniversary should be used to reflect on its achievements, but also on the contemporary situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, with a view to putting this important country firmly on its European path. Croatia, being a neighbor and a friend of this country, has a keen interest in stability and prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, of all three constituent peoples and all of Bosnia and Herzegovina citizens. Full equality of Croats as one of the three constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina and their well-being remains our high priority, especially their legitimate representation in the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina through adequate electoral law that prevents any electoral engineering. 20 years ago, what was held was the Zagreb summit between the EU and the countries of Southeast Europe. It confirmed the European perspective of Southeast Europe for the first time and opened the way to EU membership of the countries in the region. In May this year, during the Croatian EU Council presidency, we hosted the second Zagreb summit, at which the EU reaffirmed its unequivocal support for the European perspective of the countries of the Western Balkans. This European perspective has been a key driver for political and economic reforms in the region and has significantly contributed to the peace, democracy, prosperity and security in Europe. Looking back, much has been achieved. Much has changed for the better. Looking ahead for the stability of the region, sincere reconciliation is essential. This can only be built on truth and grounded in facts, in conjunction with finding all remaining missing people and rendering justice for all the victims. Mr. President, today, many of our citizens look with anxiousness to the future. Uncertainties are many, from unpredictability of markets to the perils of global climate change, which will be the challenge of this century. In view of the fact that the oceans play a central role in regulating the Earth's climate, we cannot ignore that the past 5 years hold the highest record for global ocean temperatures. As a consequence, while the sea level has not changed over the 2 millennia, it has already risen about 20 centimeters since 1900. and it is accelerating at an alarming rate, threatening many of our coastal areas and cities. Ocean plastic pollution is also unfolding at an alarming rate, between 8 to 14 million tons of plastics end in the world's oceans and seas every year. We can no longer stand by, shrug our shoulders and close our eyes to that grim reality. Yet, this is only one of the many side effects of global warming that ring the alarm bells for our planet, and if we do not act now, the damage will become irreparable. Our citizens are counting on us, the world leaders, to deliver on the promises of a better tomorrow for them and their children. Let us therefore unite as nations and assume our responsibility to create a healthier, equal, and more sustainable world for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia for the statement just made. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency Giuseppe Conte, Prime Minister of Italy. Thank you.
Signor Presidente, signor Segretario Generale, illustri delegati, signore e signori, 75 anni fa, dalle ceneri di un conflitto mondiale che aveva devastato nazioni e popoli, la nascita dell'Organizzazione delle Nazioni Unite segnava un nuovo inizio della storia mondiale, fondato sulla condivisione dei valori di libertà, pace, democrazia. Oggi ci troviamo ad affrontare una situazione altrettanto drammatica, seppur dovuta a mali differenti, inediti. Un nemico invisibile ha sconvolto le nostre esistenze e le nostre abitudini consolidate. Ha provocato vittime, soffocato l'economia mondiale, costringendoci a interrompere le relazioni sociali, a limitare le nostre libertà. La pandemia da Covid-19 ha colpito indiscriminatamente tutte le regioni e i popoli del mondo, mettendo nuovamente a dura prova l'umanità. Questa tragedia ci ha cambiati, ma ci consegna anche l'opportunità di un nuovo inizio, che sta a noi cogliere. Dopo questi mesi di sofferenza, oggi ci guardiamo negli occhi in modo differente, facendo appello ad un nuovo mutualismo, ad un rinnovato spirito solidale. L'Italia è stato il primo paese in Europa e in Occidente che si è trovato a fronteggiare questa emergenza su larga scala. Il nostro paese è divenuto simbolo di uno sforzo collettivo, umano prima ancora che sanitario e politico, portato poi in dote all'intera comunità internazionale. Nelle settimane di profonda emergenza l'Italia ha toccato con mano il sostegno, la vicinanza della comunità mondiale. Tante le manifestazioni di solidarietà, di assistenza e tanti, lo voglio sottolineare, gli attestati che hanno riconosciuto la forza, la resilienza e il coraggio dei miei concittadini, a cui anche in questa sede sento il dovere di dire grazie per il grande senso di responsabilità dimostrato. Il nostro Paese ha superato con determinazione la fase più acuta dell'emergenza sanitaria, facendo tesoro dell'esperienza maturata direttamente sul campo, in prima linea, nelle corsie degli ospedali, nei laboratori di ricerca. Un impegno che oggi sentiamo di condividere in un sistema multilaterale rinvigorito, con le Nazioni Unite al suo centro, per rendere quanto più concreta l'idea di un mondo all'altezza delle sfide poste dalla pandemia. Sin da subito abbiamo proposto la costituzione di un'alleanza internazionale per la lotta al Covid-19. Questa iniziativa ha contribuito a mobilitare in tempi straordinariamente rapidi oltre 40 miliardi di euro per la risposta globale dell'Unione Europea alla crisi, in particolare per garantire l'accesso equo, universale al vaccino, alla diagnostica e alle terapie. L'Italia li considera beni pubblici globali, con l'obiettivo di non lasciare nessuno indietro. Ci siamo adoperati in tutti i principali fora internazionali e di governance globale per una risposta multilaterale, sul piano sia sanitario che economico, articolata in misure eccezionali. L'insegnamento che la nostra comunità nazionale ha tratto da questa difficile esperienza è nella sua complessità molto semplice. La salute è un bene comune, inalienabile, e come tale deve essere garantito ad ogni donna, ogni uomo del pianeta. Oggi sono orgoglioso non solo che l'Italia, con i suoi scienziati, i ricercatori, le sue aziende, sia protagonista in alcuni dei progetti più avanzati per la ricerca del vaccino. Mi rende orgoglioso in particolare poter dire anche che il nostro contributo, la nostra ricerca saranno patrimonio collettivo. Il vaccino verrà messo a disposizione di tutti i popoli. Non possiamo permetterci di guardare al futuro del pianeta, dei nostri figli con egoismo, ignorando il fatto che la tutela della salute rischia, in diverse, troppe parti del mondo, di essere un lusso. La speranza di vincere presto la pandemia, inoltre, non deve coincidere con l'augurio di tornare al più presto alla semplice normalità. Dobbiamo desiderare di più, immaginare e reinventare un mondo diverso, perché la realtà di prima non era la migliore possibile, era perfezionabile. La scommessa per ognuno di noi è dunque quella di essere migliori. È la lezione di vita che la pandemia ha scritto sulle nostre agende. Ignorarla, voltando pagina, sarebbe un errore imperdonabile. L'Unione Europea ha capito la portata della sfida. Ripensare il nostro mondo, renderlo più sostenibile, più verde, più digitale, più inclusivo. Next Generation EU rappresenta, insieme alle misure della Banca Centrale Europea, un'opportunità storica per porre l'Europa come punto di riferimento imprescindibile del partenariato globale verso nuove prospettive. L'annuncio fatto la scorsa settimana dalla Presidente della Commissione Europea, Ursula von der Leyen, di un Global Health Summit nel 2021 in Italia, proprio durante l'anno della presidenza italiana del G20, è la testimonianza di questa volontà fattiva. Sarà un momento di coordinamento e al tempo stesso la dimostrazione tangibile di una rinnovata coesione multilaterale, improntata al perseguimento del benessere collettivo. Un passaggio decisivo di quel protagonismo della comunità internazionale che auspichiamo con grande speranza. È con questo spirito che l'Italia si fa oggi promotrice di una etica della vulnerabilità che spinga tutti i membri della comunità internazionale ad assumere la propria responsabilità collettiva su beni pubblici globali, quali i diritti umani fondamentali, la sanità, l'educazione, la sostenibilità, la resilienza sociale e istituzionale. Signor Presidente, siamo ben consci della responsabilità che con la presidenza del G20 ricadrà sul nostro Paese nel guidare gli sforzi globali. Soprattutto non ignoriamo la particolare fase storica che vive la comunità mondiale, al cui interno si iscriveranno i lavori di questo importante consesso. Crediamo fermamente che il prossimo G20 in Italia possa assumere la valenza di momento di rinascita collettiva, divenendo l'occasione per cementificare quel senso di comunità che ogni nazione ha avuto in gestazione durante il periodo buio della pandemia. Possiamo recuperare la sinergia e la fratellanza necessarie per trasformare la tragicità di quanto accaduto in un'opportunità di riscatto e di rilancio e immaginare insieme un nuovo umanesimo che rimetta al centro il valore dell'uomo. Il nostro Paese sta definendo un'agenda di lavoro incentrata su persone, pianeta, prosperità. Le chiamiamo le 3P. Vogliamo cogliere le opportunità di cambiamento cercando innanzitutto di combattere le ingiustizie e le diseguaglianze, perché una società più equa e inclusiva non è solo più giusta, ma anche più prospera e a livello globale più democratica. Particolare attenzione verrà data all'empowerment delle donne, alle piccole e medie imprese e ai lavoratori precari. La digitalizzazione, che per troppo a lungo è stata fonte di diseguaglianza, dovrà diventare volano di crescita inclusiva, offrendo opportunità a tutti. Questi sforzi si collocheranno nel quadro dei due pilastri dell'Agenda 2030 e dell'Accordo di Parigi. Favoriremo una crescita sostenibile, inclusiva, resiliente. La pandemia ha aperto un nuovo scenario, anche per la strategia di contrasto al cambiamento climatico e di protezione ambientale. Sarà quindi necessario lavorare insieme affinché il rilancio delle ambizioni in materia climatica non vada disgiunto dalla promozione degli investimenti e delle politiche per la ripresa socio-economica. Il Green Deal europeo è oggi ancora più necessario per vincere la sfida della transizione verde. La tutela della biodiversità, la salvaguardia degli oceani, il recupero dei suoli rappresentano variabili essenziali nella lotta al cambiamento climatico. Per questo devono essere ricondotte ad un'unica narrazione condivisa. I significativi appuntamenti dell'evento di alto livello sull'azione climatica e del summit sulla biodiversità ci vedranno impegnati a margine di questa settimana ministeriale per assicurare una ripresa sostenibile. La partnership con il Regno Unito in vista della 26esima conferenza delle parti della Convenzione quadro sui cambiamenti climatici delle Nazioni Unite intende riaffermare il ruolo dell'Italia in quest'ambito. Il nostro impegno mira soprattutto al coinvolgimento dei giovani nel dibattito sul contrasto al cambiamento climatico. Il loro mondo, il mondo di domani, si costruisce oggi ed è per questo che nell'ambito della COP26 organizzeremo in Italia lo Youth for Climate. Vogliamo dare spazio alle proposte dei giovani, capire in profondità le loro esigenze, valorizzare quel grido che si è elevato nell'ultimo anno nelle piazze di tutto il mondo. Non si tratta di una semplice inclusività e giustizia intergenerazionale, principi fra l'altro sanciti dall'Accordo di Parigi. Per noi è un imperativo morale ed è con questo spirito che l'Italia sostiene i Paesi partner, in particolare i più bisognosi, nel realizzare insieme un futuro resiliente ai cambiamenti climatici ed efficiente nell'uso delle risorse. La società che vogliamo ricostruire dopo la pandemia dovrà essere centrata innanzitutto sulla promozione, sulla tutela della dignità umana, in tutte le sue forme, senza distinzioni, senza esclusioni. Per questo l'Italia continuerà a porre al centro della sua azione di politica estera la tutela dei diritti inalienabili dell'uomo in tutte le sedi internazionali, a partire dal mandato che attualmente svolge, quale tangibile testimonianza del proprio impegno in prima linea, in seno al Consiglio diritti umani. Nostra iniziativa distintiva in questo campo è tradizionalmente quella per la fine delle esecuzioni capitali. Quest'anno in Assemblea Generale viene presentata l'8ª risoluzione per una moratoria universale sull'uso della pena di morte. Ricordo che la pena di morte fu abolita per la prima volta nel mondo nel 1786, nel Granducato di Toscana. Questa sensibilità è nella nostra tradizione storica. E la prima bozza di risoluzione per una moratoria universale venne presentata proprio dall'Italia nel 2007. Questa battaglia, dicevo, è nel nostro patrimonio culturale, civile e nazionale. Ci auguriamo che la risoluzione registri un consenso sempre più ampio. Ma non saremo in grado di perseguire l'obiettivo di una società fondata sul rispetto dei diritti umani se non daremo priorità alla promozione dei diritti delle donne. La crisi sanitaria ha esposto ancora di più le vulnerabilità, le discriminazioni, gli abusi e anche le violenze a cui le donne sono ancora soggette nel mondo. Ma la crisi e l'emergenza hanno anche fatto brillare la forza delle donne, il loro ruolo prezioso, insostituibile. Quest'anno celebriamo un importante anniversario, i 25 anni della 4ª conferenza mondiale di Pechino. Deve essere questa un'occasione per riconoscere i successi, ma anche il tanto lavoro necessario per poter dare concretezza agli impegni condivisi per la realizzazione di una piena, effettiva parità di genere. Signor Presidente, in molte aree del mondo la pandemia si è innestata su situazioni di conflitto di crisi anche profonde, con conseguenze potenzialmente drammatiche. Abbiamo pertanto immediatamente sostenuto l'appello lanciato lo scorso marzo dal segretario generale Guterres per un cessate il fuoco globale. L'Italia crede fermamente che le questioni inerenti pace e sicurezza debbano essere affrontate attraverso la prevenzione, la mediazione, il consolidamento della pace. Le situazioni di crisi richiedono un approccio multidimensionale che ricomprenda sviluppo, politica, cultura, giustizia e diritti umani. Dobbiamo ridare alle ragioni della politica con la P maiuscola, della diplomazia, del dialogo e, permettetemi di sottolinearlo da giurista, del diritto internazionale, la primazia sulle opzioni militari. Dobbiamo farlo non solo per una naturale ispirazione alla pace, ma anche perché la storia, e quella recente ancor di più di quella remota, dimostra che il ricorso alle armi non è né sostenibile né duraturo. Siamo e saremo dunque sempre al fianco delle Nazioni Unite per favorire i processi di stabilizzazione, investendo tutto il nostro capitale politico, ma anche fornendo un determinato, concreto sostegno alle iniziative avviate dal segretario generale nell'ambito del peacekeeping, perché questa azione guarda innanzitutto alla diffusa instabilità che continua purtroppo ad interessare tutto l'arco del Mediterraneo allargato, estendendosi a est fino all'Afghanistan e interessando in modo sempre più diretto a sud il Sahel e il Corno d'Africa. In tutta questa grande e complessa regione l'Italia intende continuare a fornire il proprio contributo proattivo e multidimensionale alla pace, alla sicurezza, allo sviluppo. Oggi guardiamo con speranza ai timidi ma incoraggianti avanzamenti del processo di pace in Libia. Le sue possibilità di successo sono legate a due principi: il rispetto della ownership del popolo libico nell'identificazione di una soluzione inclusiva e l'imprescindibile ruolo di mediazione delle Nazioni Unite. Dobbiamo impedire le interferenze, le ingerenze esterne. Il cessate il fuoco, pur con tutta la sua fragilità, ha finalmente riaperto uno spazio al dialogo intralibico, di cui i recenti colloqui di Montreux rappresentano un segnale che dobbiamo saper cogliere e proteggere. E non c'è miglior modo di sostenere la pace che mostrarne i vantaggi alle stesse popolazioni interessate. Per questo, il prossimo passo da compiere in Libia è quello di consentire la ripresa della produzione petrolifera su tutto il territorio, promuovendo un'equa gestione delle risorse a beneficio di tutto il popolo libico. Le iniziative umanitarie, che con l'encomiabile lavoro delle agenzie delle Nazioni Unite, con il forte sostegno italiano, interessano tutte le aree del Paese, devono continuare ad essere sostenute nella consapevolezza che si tratti di strumenti di accompagnamento verso quella soluzione politica che sola può garantire pace e stabilità durature alla Libia. Poco più di 2 settimane fa mi sono recato in Libano per testimoniare personalmente la solidarietà italiana a un popolo che nel mezzo di una profonda crisi economico-finanziaria, politica e sanitaria si è trovato a dover fronteggiare la terribile tragedia che il 4 agosto ha colpito Beirut, ma anche per incoraggiare quelle istituzioni a non lasciar cadere la domanda della popolazione di riforme non più procrastinabili. L'Italia si è subito posta all'avanguardia nello sforzo collettivo guidato dalle Nazioni Unite per superare la fase emergenziale e sostenere quindi la futura ricostruzione. L'Italia continuerà a farlo, contribuendo anche al ruolo di stabilizzazione svolto dalla missione UNIFIL attualmente sotto comando italiano. Tra gli effetti negativi che la pandemia ha avuto nelle aree di crisi vi è l'ulteriore peggioramento delle condizioni di già estrema vulnerabilità dei migranti. I flussi migratori irregolari sono una sfida globale a cui la comunità internazionale non può che fornire risposte a livello multilaterale. Serve un'azione strutturata intorno ai principi di solidarietà e di responsabilità, fondata sul partenariato con i paesi di origine, di transito e di destinazione dei flussi. È quindi necessaria un'azione collettiva di contrasto alle reti di trafficanti di esseri umani. Allo stesso tempo bisogna coltivare una visione di lungo periodo che parta dalle cause profonde di tali movimenti. L'Italia anche in questo caso è in prima linea, quale paese di ingresso nell'Unione Europea per un cambio di prospettiva che conduca ad un governo europeo autenticamente solidale e multilivello e per lo sviluppo di canali sicuri per la migrazione regolare. Signor Presidente, dobbiamo garantire che l'organizzazione possa realizzare al meglio il proprio mandato e attuare così i principi ispiratori della Carta, che costituiscono ancora oggi un punto di riferimento essenziale per la comunità internazionale, facendo convergere i nostri sforzi sul processo di riforma del Consiglio di sicurezza delle Nazioni Unite. Dobbiamo rendere tale processo più democratico, più efficace, più rappresentativo dell'intera membership dell'ONU. Il nemico invisibile dei nostri giorni non è ancora stato sconfitto, continua a seminare vittime, incertezze. La pandemia ha messo in luce le nostre debolezze, ma anche la nostra forza come comunità internazionale. Ci ha insegnato che solo insieme possiamo voltare anche questa pagina buia. E ancora una volta è il momento di mettersi in cammino, è il momento del coraggio, è il momento della visione, come 75 anni fa. Quindi rinnoviamo tutti insieme il nostro impegno a lavorare per costruire il futuro dei nostri figli. Grazie.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the distinct honor to introduce the video statement of His Excellency Mr. Nikol Pashinyan, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, addressed to the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the foundation of the United Nations, which was born out of ashes of the Second World War. We remember the sacrifice of our grandparents, their tribulations for peace and the future of humankind. Today, the first time ever, the UN General Assembly is being held in a virtual format. No matter how uncomfortable and undesirable it is, the meeting in this format proves the determination of humankind to continue cooperation. It shows our dedication and commitment to the UN and multilateral cooperation. Indeed, the pandemic has an unprecedented impact on all aspects of human life. Addressing global challenges requires recommitment of all states to effective multilateralism and international cooperation with the central role of the United Nations. We appreciate the primary role of the UN, in particular the World Health Organization and the UNDP, in the global response to COVID-19. We are grateful to all our partner countries who supported Armenia, and on our part, we extended our share of help to our friends. This collective effort is an important manifestation of international solidarity. In the spirit of our collective pledge to leave no one behind, we share the conviction that equitable access to all essential health technologies and products to combat the virus is a global priority, and no one, including those living in conflict areas, should be denied or be limited in access to remedies to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Likewise, vaccines against COVID-19 are a global public good and should be accessible and affordable to all peoples without any discrimination. I want to once again stress Armenia's unequivocal support to the Secretary General's appeal for a global ceasefire and UN Security Council Resolution 2532 on COVID-19, demanding general and immediate cessation of hostilities in all situations. Ladies and gentlemen, while global efforts were directed at coping with COVID-19, we have been witnessing deplorable attempts to destabilize peace and security in our region. This July, Azerbaijan ventured yet another act of aggression. The armed forces of Azerbaijan initiated a military offensive in the borderline Tavush region of Armenia. As Armenia had called for an immediate de-escalation and agreed to end hostilities of hours after their outbreak, Azerbaijan continued targeting civilian population and infrastructure and attacking Armenia's borderline areas by employing artillery, heavy weaponry, UAVs, and large infantry units. Moreover, the Azerbaijani authorities had also escalated their war threats, which crossed all the imaginable boundaries of a civilized world. Azerbaijan's Minister of Defense even threatened to launch a missile strike at the nuclear power plant in Armenia, which is tantamount to a threat of nuclear terrorism. The July battles shattered the myth of Azerbaijan's military superiority and validated the obvious that there is no military solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. It is long overdue for the Azerbaijani leadership to acknowledge this fact and renounce the use of force and threat of force in the context of the conflict resolution. Armenia reaffirms its commitment to the exclusively peaceful settlement of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. The right of self-determination of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh is the basis for the peace process, which is recognized by the international community and the international mediators, the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs in particular. By virtue of this right, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh should be able to determine their status without limitation. To this end, their elected authorities should be able to take part in the negotiations. The aspirations and needs of people living in the conflict zone should become the priority of the negotiation agenda. Ensuring comprehensive security of the people of Artsakh, who have been exposed to existential physical security threats, is another key priority for Armenia. Freedom, democracy, and respect for basic human rights are integral requisites of an environment conducive to achieving a lasting and comprehensive settlement of the conflict. Only legitimately elected governments can genuinely express the interests of their people and move towards a compromise. The authorities of Azerbaijan have been consistently using the conflict for legitimizing their long grip on power. For decades, Armenia and the Armenians have been useful enemies for the leadership of Azerbaijan to justify low living standards, the absence of democracy, and systematic violations of human rights in their country. The ceasefire must be strengthened by concrete actions on the ground, renouncing bellicose rhetoric and hate speech, expanding OSCE monitors on the line of contact and the borders, establishing an investigative mechanism into ceasefire violations and setting up direct communication lines between commanders on the ground are essential in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, during the July escalation, calls from the international community were mostly about the respect of the ceasefire, dialogue, and restraint. Turkey, however, much in line with its destabilizing policies of power projection in its other neighboring regions, including the East Mediterranean, North Africa, and the Middle East, spared no effort to fuel tension in the South Caucasus. With its unilateral support to Azerbaijan and the expansion of military presence there, Turkey undermines effort to peace and stability in the region, as well as the efforts of the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs to this end. Turkey directly threatens Armenia and puts on show aggressive military posturing by way of provocative joint military drills with Azerbaijan in close vicinity of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. Turkey builds its policies in our region on traditions of kinship, on exploiting conflicts, on the justification of the Armenian genocide, and on the impunity for that crime. Turkey poses a security threat to Armenia and the region. In this context, Armenia will continue to actively engage in regional and international efforts to maintain peace and security through dialogue and cooperation. Excellencies, despite the challenges we have been facing this year, Armenia continues its engagement with international operations of preserving international peace and security. Armenian peacekeepers serving in Lebanon, Mali, Kosovo, and Afghanistan have contributed to the security and stability there. We are ready to expand our participation in peacekeeping operations under the auspices of the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, Armenia prioritizes the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. On July 10, 2020, Armenia presented its second voluntary national review on the Sustainable Development Goals. The theme of this year's high-level political forum, Accelerated Action and Transformative Pathways, perfectly reflects Armenia's national priorities and policies of the past 2 years since the non-violent Velvet Revolution in 2018. Powered with the strong popular mandate, our government is very determined to advance ambitious reforms aimed at building a competitive and inclusive democratic society with strong institutions. The reform agenda embraces every area of public life and puts a strong emphasis on human rights, the rule of law, combating corruption, independent judiciary, and improved public administration. We pursue large-scale economic and social development and rely on technological, environmental, and educational high standards. This week, our government launched the Armenia Transformation Strategy 2050 with 16 mega goals based on a bold vision for modernity and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we are compelled to recognize the many existing challenges to human dignity and human rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council, Armenia will continue to strongly contribute to international cooperation for the protection and promotion of all human rights, both in its domestic policies and the foreign policy agenda, Armenia underlines the important priority of promoting equal rights and active participation of women and youth in political and public life. The protection of women's rights in conflict zones and their participation in all stages of conflict resolution are critical. Practical implementation of the provision of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 is amongst the important priorities of our government. Prevention of genocides has been an unwavering priority of Armenia. As a nation to have endured its horrors, we have a moral responsibility before humanity to preserve the memory of the victims of genocides and to contribute to the efforts of the international community to prevent the recurrence of horrendous crimes. We appreciate the strong international support expressed also in the Human Rights Council to Armenia's efforts to advance an effective international prevention agenda. Armenia promotes platforms for inclusive dialogue among governments, parliaments, international organizations, academia, and civil society on the genocide prevention agenda. The Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide, held in Armenia, has become one such regular platform for dialogue. Excellencies, the 75th anniversary of the United Nations is a fitting occasion to reaffirm the strength of its three interconnected pillars of peace, development, and human rights. The ongoing conflicts, persistence of radicalism and intolerance, transnational and global challenges continuously reveal our collective vulnerabilities and interdependence. As ever, we need effective multilateralism and therefore a strong and reformed United Nations for a better future, peace and security for generations to come. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor and privilege to introduce the pre-recorded address of His Excellency Mr. Imran Khan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, to the 75th session of the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the United Nations General Assembly once again. I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır on his election as the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. We also appreciate the skillful leadership of the outgoing President, His Excellency Tijani Mohammad Bande, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. We commend the leadership of the Secretary General in these extremely turbulent times. Mr. President, since my government assumed office, our consistent effort has been to fundamentally transform Pakistan. We envisage Naya Pakistan to be modeled on the principles of the state of Medina, established by a holy prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. A just and humane society where all government policies are directed at lifting our citizens out of poverty and creating a just and equitable dispensation. To achieve this goal, we need to have peace and stability. Thus, our foreign policy aims to have peace with our neighbors and settle disputes through dialogue. Mr. President, the 75th anniversary of the United Nations is an extremely important milestone, as this is the only body in the world that can help us achieve our goals of peace and stability in our neighborhood. This is also time for us to reflect whether, as the United Nations, we have been able to realize the promise we collectively made to our peoples. Today, the foundations of the world order, non-use of or threat of unilateral force, self-determination of peoples, the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, non-interference in their internal affairs, international cooperation. All these ideals are being systematically eroded. International agreements are being flouted and set aside. Renewed great power rivalries are leading to a new arms race. Conflicts are proliferating and intensifying. Military occupation, illegal annexations are suppressing the rights of human beings to self-determination. According to the respected professor, Noam Chomsky, mankind is at even a greater risk than it was before the First and Second World Wars in the last century. And this is because of the threat, increased threat of nuclear war, climate change, and sadly, the rise of authoritarian regimes. We must come together to prevent such a catastrophe. We believe that the driving force in international relations must be cooperation in accordance with the principles of international law and not confrontation and force. We all must emphatically reaffirm our support for multilateralism. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated the oneness of humanity. In our interconnected world, no one is safe unless everyone is safe. Locking down to control the pandemic has triggered the worst recession since the Great Recession in the last century. This has hit the poorest countries the hardest, as well as the poor in all the countries. In Pakistan, we realized very early on that if we imposed a strict lockdown, the type that several affluent countries had imposed, we would have more people dying of hunger than the virus. Therefore, we adopted a policy of smart lockdown. While concentrating on the hotspots, the virus hotspots, we opened up our agriculture sector immediately, and then followed it up by the construction sector, which employed most of the people. At the same time, and this is despite financial constraints, my government deployed $8 billion, unprecedented amount, for our health services, plus support the poorest and most vulnerable households with direct cash payments through SARS program, and then subsidies to the small businesses. Even though our smart lockdown was heavily criticized in the beginning, but thanks to the Almighty Allah's grace, we have not only managed to control the virus, stabilize our economy, but most importantly, we have been able to protect the poorest segment of the society from the worst fallout of the lockdown. Today, Pakistan's response is cited among the success stories in controlling and responding to the pandemic. However, we are still not out of the woods, like no country is out of the woods today. But Mr. President, it was obvious from the outset that developing countries would need fiscal space to respond to and recover from the COVID crisis. Debt relief is one of the best ways to create that fiscal space for developing countries. Therefore, in early April, I called for a global initiative on debt relief. We appreciate the G20's official debt suspension initiative and the emergency and rapid financing offered by the IMF, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and UN agencies. This, however, is not going to be enough. The IMF has estimated that developing countries will need over $2.5 trillion to respond and recover from the crisis. The official debt suspension will need to be extended and expanded. Additional debt relief measures will also be needed. Development banks should ensure adequate financial inflows. Rich countries have generated over $10 trillion to finance their own response and recovery. They should support the creation of at least $500 billion in new special drawing rights for the developing world. Mr. President, in my address to the General Assembly last year, I had highlighted the tremendous damage that illicit financial flows from developing countries to rich countries and to offshore tax havens cause. This leads to the impoverishment of the developing nations. Money that could be used towards human development is siphoned off by corrupt elites. The loss of foreign exchange causes currency depreciation. That in turn leads to inflation and poverty. The quest for getting back these stolen resources is nearly impossible, given the cumbersome procedures. Moreover, the powerful money launderers have access to the best lawyers. And sadly, because they are the beneficiaries, there is a lack of political will in the rich countries to curb this criminal activity. Mr. President, if this phenomena is unaddressed, it will continue to accentuate the inequality between the rich and the poor nations, and eventually will spark off a bigger global crisis, a far bigger global crisis than the present migration issue poses. The rich states cannot hold forth on human rights and justice when they provide sanctuary to money launderers, to their looted wealth. There are robust anti-money laundering and anti-terror financing regimes. I call upon this Assembly to take the lead in efforts to build a global framework to stem the illicit financial flows and ensure speedy repatriation of stolen wealth. It is important to realize that the aid that flows from rich countries to the developing world is minuscule compared to the massive outflows by our corrupt elites. Mr. President, this year, I must again reiterate the threat posed to mankind due to climate change. Unprecedented fires in Australia, Siberia, California, Brazil. Unprecedented floodings in various parts of the world. Record temperatures, even in the Arctic Circle. This should make all of us worried for our future generations. Commitments made through the Paris agreements must be fulfilled. In particular, the commitment to mobilize $100 billion annually as climate finance. Pakistan's contribution to carbon emissions is minimal, but it is one of those countries most affected by climate change. Yet, we have decided to take the lead as we consider addressing climate change a universal responsibility. We have launched an extremely ambitious program to plant 10 billion trees in the next 3 years as a contribution to mitigating the effects of climate change. Mr. President, the pandemic was an opportunity to bring humanity together. Unfortunately, it has instead fanned nationalism, increased global tensions, and given rise to racial and religious hatred and violence against vulnerable minorities in several places. These trends have also accentuated Islamophobia. Muslims continue to be targeted with impunity in many countries. Our shrines are being destroyed. Our Prophet Muhammad ﷺ insulted the Holy Quran burnt. And all this in the name of freedom of speech. Incidents in Europe, including republication of blasphemous sketches by Charlie Hebdo, are recent examples. We stress that willful provocations and incitement to hate and violence must be universally outlawed. This assembly should declare an international day to combat Islamophobia and build a coalition to fight the scourge that splits humanity. Mr. President, the one country in the world today where I'm sad to say the state sponsors Islamophobia, and that is India. The reason behind this is the RSS ideology that unfortunately rules India today. This extremist ideology was founded in the 1920s. The RSS founding fathers were inspired by the Nazis, and they adopted their concepts of racial purity and supremacy. While the Nazis' hate was directed at the Jews, the RSS directs it towards the Muslims and to a lesser extent, the Christians. They believe that India is exclusively for Hindus and others are not equal citizens. The secularism of Gandhi and Nehru has been replaced by the dream of creating a Hindu Rashtra by subjugating, even cleansing, India's 200 million Muslims and other minorities. In 1992, the RS destroyed the Babri Masjid. In 2002, some 2,000 Muslims were slaughtered in Gujarat, and this was under the watch of Chief Minister Modi. In 2007, over 50 Muslims were burnt alive by RSS arsonists aboard the Samjhauta Express train. In Assam, around 2 million Muslims face the prospects of being arbitrarily stripped of their nationality through the adoption of discriminatory laws. There are reports of large concentration camps being filled by Muslim Indian citizens. Muslims were falsely blamed, vilified, and victimized for spreading the coronavirus. They were denied medical attention on many occasions. Their businesses were boycotted. Cow vigilantes attack and kill Muslims with impunity. Last February, Muslims faced targeted killings with police complicity in New Delhi. Mass registrations in the past have often been a precursor to genocide. For example, the Nuremberg laws in Germany in 1935, and then in 1982 in Myanmar. The Hindutva ideology is set to marginalize almost 300 million human beings, Muslims, Christians, and Sikhs. This is unprecedented in history, and this does not augur well for the future of India. As we all know, that marginalization of human beings leads to their radicalization. Mr. President, for over 72 years, India has illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir against the wishes of the Kashmiri people and in blatant violation of the resolutions of the Security Council and indeed its own commitments to the people of Kashmir. On 5th August last year, India illegally and unilaterally sought to change the status of the occupied territories and deployed additional troops, bringing the total number to 900,000, to impose a military siege on 8 million Kashmiris. All Kashmiri political leaders were incarcerated. About 13,000 Kashmiri youth were abducted and thousands tortured. A complete curfew was imposed, accompanied by a total communications blackout. Indian occupation forces have used brute force, including pellet guns against peaceful protesters, imposed collective punishments, including the destruction of entire neighborhoods, and extrajudicially murdered hundreds of innocent young Kashmiris in fake encounters, refusing even to hand over their bodies for burial. The Kashmiri media and those daring to raise their voice are being systematically harassed and intimidated through the use of draconian laws. All of this is well documented in the reports of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, communications from the Special Rapporteurs of Human Rights Council, statements from human rights and civil society organizations. The international community must investigate these grave violations and prosecute the Indian civil and military personnel involved in state terrorism and serious crimes against humanity being perpetrated, I'm sad to say, with complete impunity. The objective of this brutal campaign is to impose what the RSS-BJP regime has itself called the final solution for Jammu and Kashmir. To this end, the military siege is being followed by moves to change the demographic structure of the occupied territory. This is an attempt to obliterate the distinct Kashmiri identity in order to effect the outcome of a plebiscite envisaged in the UN Security Council resolutions. This action is in violation of the UN Charter, Council resolutions, and international law, particularly the 4th Geneva Convention. Changing demographic structure of occupied territory is a war crime. Mr. President, the brave Kashmiri people will never submit to Indian occupation and oppression. Their struggle is indigenous. They are fighting for a just cause, and generation after generation have laid down their lives to rid themselves of Indian occupation. The government and people of Pakistan are committed to standing by and supporting the Kashmiri brothers and sisters in the legitimate struggle for self-determination. Mr. President, in order to divert attention from its illegal actions and atrocities in Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, India is playing a dangerous game of upping the military ante against Pakistan in a nuclearized environment. Despite constant Indian provocations and ceasefire violations along the line of control and the working boundary, targeting innocent civilians, Pakistan has exercised maximum restraint. We have consistently sensitized the world community about a false flag operation and another ill-conceived misadventure by India. My parents, Mr. President, were born in the colonial India, and I was the first generation that grew up in an independent Pakistan. I want to make it clear that any attempt by the fascist, totalitarian, RSS-led Indian government to aggress against Pakistan will be met by a nation that will fight for its freedom to the end. Mr. President, there will be no durable peace and stability in South Asia until the Jammu and Kashmir dispute is resolved on the basis of international legitimacy. Kashmir has been rightly described as a nuclear flashpoint. The Security Council must prevent a disaster conflict and secure the implementation of its own resolutions, as it did in the case of East Timor. The Council has considered the situation in Jammu and Kashmir 3 times in the past year. It must take appropriate enforcement actions. It must also take steps to protect the Kashmiris from an impending genocide by India. Pakistan has always called for a peaceful solution. To this end, India must rescind. To reach this end, India must rescind the measures it has instituted since 5th August 2019, end its military siege and other gross human rights violation, and agree to resolve the Jammu and Kashmir dispute in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and of course, the wishes of the people of Kashmir. Mr. President, Pakistan's desire for peace in our region is also manifest in our efforts to promote a political solution in Afghanistan. I have consistently maintained over the past 2 decades that there is no military solution to the conflict in Afghanistan. The only way forward was and is a political settlement, which involves the full spectrum of Afghanistan's political actors. Pakistan fully facilitated the process that culminated in the US-Taliban peace agreement on 29 February 2020. Pakistan is deeply gratified that it has fulfilled its part of the responsibility. The Afghan leaders must now seize this historic opportunity to achieve reconciliation and restore peace in the war-torn country. Through the intra-Afghan negotiations that commenced on 12th of September, they must work out an inclusive, broad-based, and comprehensive political settlement. The process must be Afghan-led and Afghan-owned, and without any interference or outside influence. Early return of Afghan refugees must be part of this political solution. After almost 2 decades of war, it is imperative not to allow spoilers within and outside Afghanistan to subvert the peace process. Peace and stability in Afghanistan will open new opportunities for development and regional connectivity. Mr. President, Palestine remains a festering wound. A just and lasting settlement is indispensable for the Middle East and actually the world. Illegal annexations of Palestinian territory, the building of illegal settlements, and the imposition of inhuman living conditions on the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza, cannot bring peace to a troubled region. Pakistan continues to support a 2-state solution in line with the UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions within the international agreed parameters, and they are pre-1967 borders, and Al-Quds, Al-Sharif as the capital of a united, contiguous, and independent Palestinian state. Mr. President, the United Nations remains the best legitimate avenue for collective action in managing international conflicts, fostering peace and security, promoting equitable development, and addressing global problems. I urge the Secretary General to take the lead in preventing global conflicts. He should convene summit-level meetings to address regional hotspots and resolve outstanding disputes. The United Nations should be made fully responsive to the challenges of our times. A comprehensive reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council, is essential to promote greater democracy, accountability, transparency, and efficiency. Pakistan will continue to participate actively in this process and endeavor with other member states to build a world where conflict is outlawed and equitable prosperity for all pursued in conditions of peace and security. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to introduce a recorded statement by His Excellency Sheikh Sabah Khalid Al-Hamid Al-Sabah, the Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait, to the 75th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي السيد فولكان بوزكير رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي أنطونيو غوتيريش أمين عام الأمم المتحدة، أصحاب السمو والفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي بداية أن أتقدم بخالص التهنئة لشخصكم الكريم لانتخابكم رئيسا للدورة 75 للجمعية العامة، مؤكدا لكم دعمنا الكامل لكل ما من شأنه تسهيل مهام أعمالكم وإتمام تنفيذ المسؤوليات الملقاة على عاتقكم. وأود كذلك أن أغتنم هذه المناسبة لأعرب عن خالص التقدير للجهود البارزة التي بذلها سلفكم سعادة تيجاني محمد باندي خلال ترأسه أعمال الدورة السابقة بكل مهنية واقتدار. السيد الرئيس، تنعقد أعمال الدورة 75 لأعمال الجمعية العامة في ظرف قهري غير مسبوق دهمت مخاطره وبلا هواده جميع أوجه الحياة العصرية لعالم اليوم، وطفق يجوب العالم وبلا قيود نذير مدوي نداءه الموت والمرض، غير معترف بحدود جغرافية، محلقا فوق المحددات بشتى صنوفها الأثنية والسياسية والاجتماعية التي صاغتها ووضعت أسسها التجارب التاريخية للإنسان. إن ما أحدثه وباء كوفيد-19 من جراحات على النفس البشرية تعالت معها آهات الفاقدين لأحبتهم واستغاثة المتضررين، مما استوجب علينا تقديم صادق العزاء وخالص المواساة لكل شعوب ودول العالم على هذا المصاب الجلل، سائلين المولى عز وجل الذي أثنى على الصابرين في الشدة والضراء أن يغشى برحمته أرواح المتوفين ويعجل بالشفاء لكل المصابين، وأن يرفع البلاء عن كاهل البشرية جمعاء. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، إنما ألحقته الجائحة من أضرار شديدة الوقع على مختلف المسارات والأصعدة الحيوية والأساسية في حياتنا اليوم جعلها تعد حدثا له ما بعده، فمن الارتفاع المروع بأعداد الضحايا الذي بلغ حوالي 960 ألف متوفي وأكثر من 30 مليون حالة إصابة موثقة، إضافة لما سجل من أعلى موجات الركود التي تعصف بالعالم منذ أعقاب الحرب العالمية الثانية، وما صحبها من أوسع حالات الانهيار في المداخيل منذ العام 1870 ميلادي، وارتفاع مخاطر وقوع أكثر من 100 مليون شخص في براثن الفقر المدقع. كل ذلك قد كشف للعالم مدى أهمية تعزيز النظم الاقتصادية والصحية والاجتماعية والبيئية المعمول بها، وبصورة أضحت معها حتمية العمل المتعدد الأطراف على محك التجربة الحقة بين قابلية الاستدامة والاستمرار أو التوقف والجمود. وفي هذا الصدد نثمن عاليا الأدوار الاستثنائية الكبيرة التي قامت بها الأمم المتحدة وأمينها العام السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش عبر تسخيرها لكافة الوسائل والتدابير من أجل التصدي لهذه الجائحة من خلال تسريع العمل نحو توفير اللقاح وأدوات التشخيص والعلاج لجميع الناس وفي كل مكان، وإلى الفئات الأكثر تضرراً والأكثر ضعفاً كالنساء والأطفال والمسنين الأولوية القصوى. كما لم تغب البلدان والمجتمعات التي تعاني من أزمات إنسانية وأزمات اللاجئين جراء الصراعات المسلحة عن وجدان هذه المنظمة العريقة، وذلك عبر مناشدة أمينها العام لإسكات البنادق وإخماد المدافع في ندائه الذي أطلقه في 23 مارس سنة 2020 لوقف إطلاق النار في جميع أنحاء العالم، بوصفها فرصة سانحة للتغلب على مسببات النزاعات ولإفساح المجال للجهود الدؤوبة لوقف مرض الحروب وتوجيهها لرص الصفوف في سبيل خوض المعركة العالمية لدحر هذا الوباء، وكذلك السعي نحو التركيز على مراحل التعافي من آثاره المدمرة لبناء عالم أكثر مساواة يتحقق في ظله التكامل المنشود بين التعليم والعمالة وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة والحماية الاجتماعية القائمة على تحسين الأنظمة الصحية الشاملة وتعزيز دور المرأة والمساواة بين الجنسين في الحقوق والفرص، بما يعود نحو تعضيد الروافد وإتمام المقاصد الأساسية التي أوجدت من أجلها الأمم المتحدة والهادفة إلى حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين وتجنيب الأجيال القادمة ويلات الحروب. السيد الرئيس، في ظل استمرار حالة المكابدة التي يعيشها العالم أجمع لمواجهة تداعيات كوفيد-19 وطغيان حالة الترقب نحو الإعلان عن الحل المنتظر سواء عبر لقاح موثق أو علاج مصدق، ذلك الحل الكفيل بانتشال العالم من أتون هذه الأزمة الدولية ويوقف موجات التدهور ويعيد للبشرية الأمل نحو استعادة نمط حياتهم المعتاد ويبدد مشاعر الهلع والخوف الذي سيطر عليهم منذ مطلع هذا العام. كل ذلك له مدعاة للتفكير بأحوال مناطق عدة من العالم. لقد أسهم هذا الوباء في توسيع نطاق الأزمات التي تعاني منها وزاد من ثقل التحديات الملقاة على عاتق شعوبها، والتي للأسف حازت منطقة العربية والشرق أوسطية النصيب الأكبر منها. رغم توافر الحلول المكتوبة والطرق العلاجية الموصوفة والمتمثلة في الكم الزاخر للمرجعيات الدولية من قرارات ومخرجات مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة، إلا أن التحدي المزمن الكامل في التنفيذ والتعاطي الجاد مع نصوصها ظل عقبة أمام المضي قدما نحو إحراز التقدم المنشود. في إطار تحمل دولة الكويت لمسؤولياتها في دعم جهود المجتمع الدولي بمحاربة هذا الوباء، فقد ساهمت بمبلغ ما يقارب 290 مليون دولار، مؤكدة على التزامها بالتعاون لدعم كل ما يصب في صالح الجهود الدولية للإسراع في عملية تصنيع اللقاح وإتاحته بشكل عادل للدول الأكثر احتياجاً، إضافة لإعلانها الاستعداد لاستضافة الحالات الحرجة لموظفي الأمم المتحدة المصابين بفيروس كورونا المستجد والعاملين في الميدان في وسط وغرب آسيا لتلقي العلاج في مستشفيات دولة الكويت. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، لا زالت القضية الفلسطينية تحظى بمكانة مركزية تاريخية ومحورية في عالمينا العربي والإسلامي، مؤكدين على موقفنا المبدئي والثابت في دعم خيارات الشعب الفلسطيني لنيل حقوقه المشروعة، وكذلك على أهمية مواصلة بذل الجهود من أجل إعادة إطلاق المفاوضات ضمن جدول زمني محدد للوصول إلى السلام العادل والشامل وفق مرجعيات العملية السلمية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية وإنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وقيام الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود ما قبل 4 يوليو 1967، مقدرين في هذا السياق كافة الجهود الدولية الرامية لحل هذه القضية المحورية. سيد الرئيس، يعد استمرار الأزمة في اليمن الشقيق وما تحمله من تهديدات خطيرة للأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي دلالة بارزة على واقع كيفية التعاطي مع قرارات ومخرجات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، مع أهمية الالتزام بتنفيذ اتفاق ستوكهولم. وفي هذا الصدد نجدد موقفنا الراسخ بأن الحل الوحيد لهذه الأزمة هو الحل السياسي المبني على المرجعيات الثلاث المتفق عليها، وهي المبادرة الخليجية وآليتها التنفيذية ومخرجات مؤتمر الحوار الوطني وقرارات مجلس الأمن، لا سيما القرار 2216، مجددين دعمنا لكافة الجهود التي يبذلها المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام إلى اليمن الرامية لاستئناف العملية السياسية للتوصل إلى حل سياسي يطوي أمد هذه الأزمة، داعين كافة الأطراف إلى التعاطي الإيجابي والموافقة على المقترحات التي تقدم بها، مرحبين بذات الوقت بالأدوار البناءة التي قامت بها المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة من أجل تفعيل تنفيذ اتفاق الرياض. مجددين بالوقت ذاته إدانتنا لكافة الاعتداءات والهجمات التي تعرضت لها الأراضي السعودية، ومؤكدين دعمنا لجميع الإجراءات التي تتخذها المملكة العربية السعودية للحفاظ على أمنها واستقرارها، مشددين كذلك على المطالبة بأهمية التعجيل بمعالجة مسألة ناقلة النفط صافر تفاديا لكارثة بيئية محتملة قد لا تحمد عقباها. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، تقف تطورات الأزمة السورية التي دخلت عامها العاشر بكل ما تحمله من معاناة إنسانية كشاهد حقيقي على فقدان الإجماع الدولي وزيادة التدخلات الخارجية كان سببا رئيسيا في إطالة أمد هذا النزاع الدامي، مقدرين استئناف اللجنة الدستورية المصقرة أعمالها وانعقاد جولتها الثالثة في جنيف أواخر أغسطس الماضي، ومتطلعين إلى أن تواصل عملها تحقيقا لآمال وطموحات الشعب السوري الشقيق بالوصول إلى تسوية سياسية وفقا لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، خاصة القرار 2254 وبيان جنيف الأول لعام 2012، مجددين موقفنا الثابت بأن لا حل عسكري لتلك المأساة إلا عبر طاولة المفاوضات، فهي السبيل الوحيد لإنهاء تلك الكارثة الإنسانية، داعين كافة الأطراف إلى الانخراط بإيجابية في تلك المفاوضات، مثمنين وداعمين الجهود الحثيثة التي يقوم بها مبعوث الأمين العام الخاص إلى سوريا. السيد الرئيس، وفي قضية أخرى تعاني منها منطقتنا العربية، لا زالت ليبيا تشهد حالة انقسام مؤسسي حاد منذ أكثر من 6 سنوات، تفاقمت مؤشراتها الخطيرة على أمن واستقرار البلاد ودول المنطقة، مجددين دعوتنا للأطراف الليبية بضرورة ضبط النفس وبأهمية تغليب الحلول السلمية القائمة على الحوار ونبذ العنف. كما نرحب في هذا السياق بالنتائج الإيجابية التي تحققت خلال جلسات الحوار بين وفدي مجلس النواب والمجلس الأعلى للدولة عبر التفاهمات المتواصلة لرسم خارطة طريق لتوحيد المؤسسات السيادية للدولة وفقا لقرارات مجلس الأمن، ومنها القرار 25/10 ومخرجات المؤتمرات الإقليمية والدولية ذات الصلة، مقدرين استضافة المملكة المغربية الشقيقة الجلسات الأخيرة، معربين عن تطلعنا أن تؤدي تلك الجهود إلى التوصل إلى تسوية سياسية شاملة تضمن أمن واستقرار ووحدة ليبيا وتلبي تطلعات شعبها الشقيق. السيد الرئيس، من المنطلقات المبدئية المتصلة بترسيخ قواعد حسن الجوار والواردة في ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، فإننا نجدد الدعوة للجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية إلى اتخاذ تدابير جادة لبناء الثقة للبدء في حوار مبني على احترام سيادة الدول وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية، وتخفيف حدة التوتر في الخليج بما يسهم في إرساء علاقات قائمة على التعاون والاحترام المتبادل، وبما يعكس التطلعات المستقبلية لجميع دول المنطقة في حياة يسودها الأمن والاستقرار والرخاء والتنمية لشعوبها، كما ندعوهم إلى التعاون مع المجتمع الدولي لنزع فتيل التوتر والتصعيد في المنطقة. سيد الرئيس، تعد ظاهرة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف أحد أشد التحديات وأخطرها التي تهدد النظام العالمي في الصميم، حيث أن ما عانته منطقة الشرق الأوسط بشكل خاص من تنامي العمليات التخريبية للتنظيمات الإرهابية، وعلى رأسها ما يسمى بتنظيم داعش الإرهابي الذي اتخذ الإسلام ستارا لنواياه المدمرة، كان سببا مباشرا يدعو لأهمية تكثيف الجهود لمحاربة هذا الخطر الحقيقي بجميع أشكاله وصوره، والعمل على تجفيف منابعه والقضاء على مصادر تمويله، والعمل على تفعيل الاتفاقيات الدولية والإقليمية المعنية بمكافحة الإرهاب. وفي ظل ما تشهده عدة دول في منطقتنا من استفحال هذا الخطر المدمر في كل من اليمن وليبيا وسوريا والصومال وأفغانستان، سجلت تجربة العراق الشقيق بوصفه من أكثر الدول معاناة من جرائم تنظيم داعش الإرهابي، والذي كان للدور الكبير للمجتمع الدولي ممثلا بمجلس الأمن وبالتعاون مع الحكومة العراقية الأثر الملموس في تطهير الأراضي العراقية من ذلك الكيان الإرهابي، مؤكدين أهمية استمرار دعم جهود الحكومة العراقية في سبيل إعادة الإعمار وفرض الاستقرار على جميع أراضيها. كما نعرب وفي هذا السياق كذلك عن ارتياحنا لنتائج مباحثات السلام الأفغانية التي استضافتها مشكورة دولة قطر الشقيقة، مشيدين بدورها وجهودها المشهودة في هذا الشأن، ومعربين أيضا عن تقديرنا لما تحلت به الأطراف الأفغانية المشاركة من روح مسؤولة وحرص مشترك على تحقيق الأمن والسلام المنشودين. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، جسد اعتماد جدول أعمال أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 والذي دخل عامه الخامس أسمى خطة بشرية ساعية نحو مستقبل أفضل، والتي أتت كجهد استكمالي ممتد للنجاحات المحققة طبقا لأهداف التنمية الإنمائية الألفية، وبصورة كان معها الإنسان المحور الأساسي لصياغة ركائزها ورسم نتائجها المتوخاة. لتأتي كفرصة للتذكير بأن الوفاء بالالتزامات الدولية والتضامن على الصعيد العالمي سيمثل الانطلاقة الحقيقية لبلوغ تلك الأهداف الرامية إلى القضاء على الفقر بصوره المتعددة، وحصول جميع البشر على حقوقهم المتساوية في الكرامة والتعليم والصحة والمشاركة السياسية، وتمكين الشباب والمرأة، والتصدي لآثار تغيير المناخ في إطار اتفاق باريس. ذلك لأن استمرار التدهور البيئي يعد من أكبر العوائق لبلوغ تلك الأهداف، وذلك وفق مبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة، آخذين بعين الاعتبار تباين المسؤوليات وتحمل الأعباء. ورغم إعلان الأمم المتحدة في يناير 2020 أن العقد الراهن سيوجه ليكون عقدا من أجل التعجيل بتنفيذ هذه الخطة، إلا أن ما تلحقه هذه الجائحة من آثار وتداعيات ذات طابع شمولي الأبعاد جعل من هذا التوجه يجابه صعوبات جمة، وبصورة بات معها الحفاظ على التقدم المحرز في مضمار التنمية المستدامة، مرتهنا بحتمية تفعيل العمل الدولي المتعدد الأطراف وإعلان قيم التعاون والتضامن العالمي وفق قاعدة المصير المشترك، بصورة تعيد التوازن إلى النظم المالية والتجارية وتوفير المنافع العامة العالمية الحيوية بشكل فعال، والاسترشاد بمعايير الاستدامة في اتخاذ القرارات بصورة تأخذ بالحسبان ظروف وأوضاع الدول النامية. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أجدد تمسكنا بالنظام الدولي المتعدد الأطراف وبمبادئ وأهداف ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، بما يكفل تطوير وتعزيز الحوكمة الدولية لضمان تحقيق رسالتها السامية في حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين وخدمة البشرية جمعاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tuvalu to introduce an address by the head of government.
Your Excellency, President of the 75th UN General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Kausea Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Tuvalu, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 75th United Nations General Assembly. Tuvalu has full confidence in your leadership. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the President of our 74th session, Professor Mohammed Bandi, for a successful session under his leadership, despite the challenges to the work of the General Assembly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also want to express Tuvalu's solidarity with all countries in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, we acknowledge the international cooperation and solidarity that is underway to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. My country has benefited from these assistance, and I wish to thank our bilateral and multilateral development partners who are continuing to help us through these difficult times. The social and economic impacts of the pandemic will be felt for many years to come. Recovering will be a long and costly process, especially for the most vulnerable. Global solidarity, effective international cooperation, and political commitment are critical to sustain our response to recover and to build back better. We therefore congratulate you for the priority you have given to multilateralism in the theme of our 75th UNGA. The future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting the COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. Mr. President, the advent of COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated our social and economic vulnerabilities and costs of development as a SIDS and an LDC. It came at a time when my country was still trying to recover from the aftermath of Tropical Cyclone Tino in January and Tropical Cyclone Harold in April of this year. While Tuvalu is still COVID-19 free, the ripple effects of the deadliest virus has come at a huge cost to our economy. Unemployment in our fisheries and tourism sectors has soared, and remittances dropped significantly. Food security was affected as supply chains were disrupted. We have to reallocate domestic resources to roll out economic stimulus assistance and limited social protection payments. Mr. President, central to our global recovery is a vaccine to save lives and stop transmission. We acknowledge the important work on developing a vaccine for the COVID-19 and welcome the efforts to ensure that it is available and affordable to the most vulnerable. In this respect, I applaud important work by the COVAX Facility Advanced Market commitment to accelerate the development and manufacture of COVID-19 vaccines and to guarantee fair and equitable access for every country in the world. COVID-19 has significantly disrupted economies and societies right across the world. Indeed, COVID-19 has reshaped the contours of the normal way of things, placing us on a new normal. Therefore, we must not only think outside the box, but we must also work outside the box. The UN members must work collaboratively together to build back better countries and economies that, one, are inclusive and leave no one behind, two, protect the health and well-being of all, three, preserve our natural and marine environments, four, are low emissions and climate smart, and five, build our resilience to future crises. Mr. President, our United Nations has in place systems and processes that should and can place us well to face both health and economic crisis. We have the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. We have the Paris Agreement. We have the Samoa Pathways for SIDS. We have the Istanbul Plan of Action for LDCs. We have the resources and the technology that we need, but it requires strong political commitment and immediate and ambitious action. As we enter the decades of action, the world is off track to achieving the SDGs by 2030. We need to recommit ourselves to these mandates and build a genuine and durable partnership we need to achieve them. The digital economy is essential to support transformation to sustainable development. Many countries are yet to realize the full economic potential of a digital economy, which in many ways will ensure the development and self-sufficiency of people at all levels. At the center of our development is people. Substantial advances in human capacity are needed through improvements of education and healthcare. This should result in productive societies with higher income and better standard of living. Responsible consumption and production will allow us to do more with fewer resources. We need to adopt a circular economy approach and reduce demand on depleting global resources. Mr. President, while COVID-19 is our immediate crisis, climate change remains the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security, and well-being of the Pacific and its peoples in the long run. Pacific Islands Forum leaders last year reaffirmed this commitment in the Kainagi II Declaration for urgent climate change action now. The shared prosperity and security of our Blue Pacific can only safely exist if the international community pursues efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The transformation and investment responses to the COVID-19 pandemic must also serve to build our resilience to the impacts of climate change. If we fail this, then we are putting additional debts into our already exhausted capacities, which can further exacerbate climate crisis going forward. Decarbonization remains central to our effort to combat the impacts of climate change and help build the resilience of small and vulnerable economies and societies. We need clean and affordable energy for all through energy efficiency, more renewables, and electrification. The Paris Agreement 2020 commitment to update NDCs and to develop low-emission development strategies remain critical. They should be synergized with COVID-19 recovery efforts that accelerate transition to decarbonization and build resilience. Investing in building resilience to natural disaster is important for our region. In 2019, our Pacific Islands Forum leaders endorsed the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, whose purpose is to finance small disasters resilience projects in our local communities. The facility will be initially capitalized by donor funding, after which the fund will be self-sustained, providing small grants to fund projects to enhance resilience. The facility replicates a number of successful national trust funds in some of our Pacific Island countries. The facility invites interested development partners to contribute to and to form the basis of development partnership on resilient building with our Pacific region. COVID-19 exposed the vulnerability of our food security systems. For atoll nations like Tuvalu, agriculture is difficult with rising sea levels. For the last few years, with the assistance of our developing partners, we have invested on new agricultural food production systems that are more resilient to climate change and sea level rise. We acknowledge the recent work of the Peace Building Fund in this area and would encourage further assistance to scale up this initiative to develop food security on atoll nations. Access to grant financing and debt relief initiatives are crucial aspects of overcoming poverty and fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. It is critical to provide fiscal space for LDCs and SIDS to recover from the pandemic. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is a global problem that needs a global response. We believe that we need a UN that is networked, inclusive, with effective multilateralism that would aid efforts for a recovery and the continued implementation of the SDGs. It is regrettable, however, that the Republic of China, Taiwan, with its exemplary response to the pandemic, continues to be kept out of the UN system. Taiwan has managed the pandemic well and has reached a level comparable to OECD countries on several SDG indicators. Taiwan is in a much better position than most to help the international community to build back better. Tuvalu strongly supports the ROC's readmission into the UN as a founding member of the UN and its active participation in UN specialized agencies, including WHO and ICAO. It is also regrettable that the people of Cuba continue to face the economic burden of the long unilateral economic embargo. Keeping these measures in place robbed Cuba of the international collaborations and assistance to recover and build back better. It's neglected the human rights and the spirit of cooperation espoused in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, Tuvalu remains committed to multilateralism, working together as a global family with the full respect of human rights. Together we can build a future that is responsive and resilient to health, economic, and environment crises. I thank you, Mr. President. Tuvalu Modetu.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain to introduce an address by the head of government.
Muchas gracias, señor vicepresidente. Tengo el honor de presentar el mensaje grabado del presidente del Gobierno de España, don Pedro Sánchez Castejón, a esta 75ª Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas.
Señor presidente, señor secretario general, señoras y señores jefes del Estado, del Gobierno, embajadoras, embajadores, delegados y delegadas. Benito Pérez Galdós fue un enorme escritor español canario cuyo centenario conmemoramos este mismo año. En una ocasión lamentó que es triste comprobar que solo la desgracia hace los hombres hermanos. Es triste, pero es un hecho frecuente. Los seres humanos solo nos comportamos como una hermandad cuando nos sentimos amenazados por una misma desdicha. Esta desdicha del COVID-19 es la gran crisis de nuestra generación y esta emergencia nos ha hecho cobrar súbitamente conciencia, más que 1000 tratados o discursos, de que formamos parte de un solo mundo. Ya habíamos recibido serios avisos previos. Ya un virus identificado por primera vez en un río de la República Democrática del Congo, el ébola, se extendió por varios países africanos y saltó después a Europa. Ya una variante del influenza virus A sufrió una mutación y dio un salto de un cerdo a un ser humano en el estado de Veracruz, en México, luego bautizado como gripe A, que acabó causando decenas de miles de fallecidos en varios continentes. Ahora, este mismo año, un brote localizado inicialmente en un mercado de Wuhan, en China, ha paralizado al mundo entero durante meses y ha sumido a la humanidad en la peor crisis del último siglo. Las consecuencias sanitarias, económicas y sociales del COVID-19 solo son comparables con la que la humanidad sufrió durante la gripe del 18, la Gran Depresión económica o la Segunda Guerra Mundial. El virus afecta a toda la humanidad sin hacer distinción de ideología, de frontera ni de fortunas. Pero frente al virus sí cuenta la pobreza. La pobreza ha demostrado ser el factor que todo lo agudiza o lo atenúa. La pandemia ha agravado las dificultades y las desigualdades. La pandemia ha ensanchado la brecha de la injusticia y de la vulnerabilidad. En Eswatini, el pequeño país del sur de África, el año pasado se contagiaban al día 1000 mujeres de VIH. Se crearon entonces escuelas, espacios seguros, exclusivos para ellas, para los adolescentes y también para los más jóvenes. Eswatini estaba ganando la batalla contra el SIDA 10 años antes de lo previsto. La pandemia, además de ensanchar brechas, ha detenido súbitamente y bruscamente el progreso. Ha detenido la esperanza de millones y millones de ciudadanos. El virus no entiende tampoco de tecnología, pero cuando las sociedades se han visto obligadas a reaccionar frente a la pandemia, cuando han reducido los contactos personales, incluso cuando han recurrido al confinamiento, cuando han tratado de mantener el pulso del trabajo de su empresa, de su negocio, el pulso de la educación, el ritmo de su ocio, de sus afectos, la digitalización se ha mostrado la alternativa más efectiva para mantener la actividad social. El virus tampoco selecciona los contagios en función del género, pero cuando se ha cebado en grandes proporciones, como estamos viendo, de nuevo han sido las mujeres quienes han asumido el peso esencial de los cuidados y de la atención. El virus, por fin, tampoco entiende de medio ambiente ni de cambio climático, pero esta emergencia sanitaria terrible nos ha hecho cobrar conciencia del verdadero significado de la expresión emergencia climática. Una amenaza frente a la que no existe otra vacuna que la respuesta conjunta y unida de la humanidad. Estos, junto a la emergencia sanitaria más inminente, son los 4 retos a los que hacemos frente. En primer lugar, el desafío de la emergencia climática. En segundo lugar, el desafío del progreso técnico y la revolución industrial que acarrea la digitalización. En tercer lugar, el desafío de la superación de las desigualdades lacerantes y la pobreza. Y en cuarto lugar, el desafío de la plena igualdad entre hombres y mujeres y la extirpación de cualquier forma de discriminación en razón de género, raza o procedencia. El primer reto atañe a la emergencia climática. Y si observamos la fotografía de nuestro mundo, podemos comprobar ilusionados que el agujero de ozono se recupera poco a poco gracias a un protocolo internacional que es el Protocolo de Montreal, que obligó a los gobiernos a reducir drásticamente las emisiones de CFC. Un ejemplo real, palpable, que ha demostrado que cuando el mundo quiere, el mundo puede. Un ejemplo que se suma a otro caso de éxito, por ejemplo, como es el Tratado Antártico, por el cual todo el territorio al sur del paralelo 60 de la Tierra está protegido de cualquier injerencia y solo puede ser utilizado por motivos científicos. Y es que podemos alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que se refieren al clima, a la vida submarina y a los ecosistemas terrestres si nos lo proponemos. Esta asamblea es el espacio adecuado para reflexionar sobre el impacto que la pandemia tiene en los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y en la década de acción. El Foro Político de Alto Nivel de 2021 debería celebrarse excepcionalmente a nivel de jefes de Estado, de jefes de Gobierno, para acordar medidas urgentes que nos permitan cumplir con los objetivos que nos marcamos hace 5 años. No podemos bajar la guardia, ser conformistas, porque aún está todo por hacer. En lo que va de año han ardido 2 millones de hectáreas en el estado de California. Una isla de plástico que triplica el tamaño de Francia flota en el Océano Pacífico y destruye nuestros ecosistemas marítimos. Y la desertificación y la sequía amenazan seriamente los medios de subsistencia de más de 1.200 millones de seres humanos en todo el mundo, produciendo movimientos migratorios insoportables. Y por encima de todo, sabemos que nos queda muy poco tiempo para evitar que la crisis climática sea irreversible. Carece, por eso, de todo sentido que ningún responsable público se permita despreciar el Acuerdo de París y sus compromisos de acción. El segundo reto está, pues, asociado a la cuarta revolución industrial y a la digitalización. Los 2 últimos siglos han visto multiplicarse la renta mundial por más de 20, en contraste con el estancamiento que había seguido la economía mundial en las centurias precedentes. Desde entonces se han sucedido las revoluciones industriales que han desplazado la actividad laboral desde la agricultura hasta la industria, luego a los servicios, han incrementado la productividad, el consumo, con ellos también el bienestar y la esperanza de vida, aunque evidentemente de forma dolorosamente desigual. La cuarta revolución industrial que vivimos tiene un alcance y una velocidad insólitas y puede alterar todas las esferas de la vida para bien o para mal. Puede proporcionar mayor ocio o generar más paro, puede fomentar el conocimiento humano o el control y la manipulación de las personas, puede impulsar el progreso conjunto de la humanidad o ahondar, como desgraciadamente estamos viendo, las desigualdades. Un dato ilustra este contraste tan enorme. Se espera que el 40% del Producto Interior Bruto de la Unión Europea corresponda pronto, muy pronto, a actividades digitales. Mientras, en otros continentes, como por ejemplo el africano, apenas 4 de cada 10 personas tienen acceso a Internet. La digitalización encierra además un potencial enorme para reducir las emisiones y atajar la emergencia climática. La inteligencia artificial, aplicada a datos masivos, el llamado Internet de las cosas, facilitan una logística, un transporte mucho más eficiente, una reducción de las emisiones de CO2, una minería y una agricultura menos agresivas, el uso de las energías renovables y el fomento de la economía circular. El tercer reto está asociado a la reducción de las desigualdades. Represento a un gobierno de orientación progresista que ha hecho bandera de la erradicación de la pobreza infantil y de la reducción de las desigualdades dentro de nuestras fronteras, en España. Pero más allá de la orientación específica de cada gobierno, hay que recordar que incluso quienes justifican ciertos grados de desigualdad distinguen entre lo que llaman la desigualdad útil y la desigualdad opresiva. La pobreza es una desigualdad insoportable, opresiva, que además de constituir una injusticia flagrante, se alza como un obstáculo para el progreso de las sociedades. Y si es así, en el seno de cada país, otro tanto sucede con la desigualdad entre países. Hay estudios que acreditan que la diferencia de la renta per cápita media de los distintos países explica más del 85% de la desigualdad de rentas existentes en el mundo. Así pues, atajar la desigualdad exige hacerlo dentro de cada país, pero también y sobre todo reducir la distancia entre la renta media de los diferentes países. El cuarto gran desafío es la total, absoluta, plena igualdad de derechos de las mujeres. Los avances en estos últimos años son incontables. En educación, en derechos civiles, en derechos laborales. Vemos a jóvenes encabezando los movimientos contra el cambio climático, vemos a otras jóvenes de blanco conquistando las calles en el este y a jóvenes negras liderando manifestaciones en el oeste, inspiradas por otras mujeres que se examinan en el desierto, que regentan pequeños negocios en sus pueblos, que presiden países y que fotografían agujeros negros en el universo. Mujeres que han llegado ahí por el sacrificio que otras hicieron en el pasado, como Rosa Parks, como Maggie Curie, como Marsha P. Johnson o como Domitila Barrios. Pero es imposible ignorar lo lejos que estamos de cumplir el quinto de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, porque cuestiones como la mutilación genital femenina persisten, la violencia machista rebrota y la brecha de género continúa. 75 años después de la firma de la Carta de Naciones Unidas en San Francisco, los líderes de los distintos pueblos del mundo tenemos hoy más motivos que nunca para subir a esta tribuna de paz, de progreso, con respuestas, con acciones. El pasado lunes adoptamos unánimemente una declaración para conmemorar este aniversario de Naciones Unidas. Es un texto de pasado, pero que tiene una profunda carga de futuro. Hagámoslo realidad. Convirtamos las buenas intenciones en medidas concretas. Necesitamos salvar el planeta, que es nuestra única morada. Necesitamos acompasar la digitalización de la economía en todo el mundo. Necesitamos extirpar y erradicar la pobreza, reducir las desigualdades sociales opresivas. Necesitamos acabar también con la desigualdad entre hombres y mujeres y con cualquier otro tipo de desigualdad, de discriminación por razón de creencia, tendencia sexual o identidad de género. Y solo podemos lograrlo si actuamos unidos, unidas. La pandemia que atravesamos, lo sucedido en estos meses, nos recuerda la obligación práctica, yo diría que también moral, de actuar unidos, unidas. Algo que choca frontalmente con las posiciones de quienes desde hace algún tiempo, por desgracia, cuestionan el sistema multilateral y erosionan en consecuencia sus fundamentos. Las preguntas son bien sencillas. ¿Cómo podemos pedirle, por ejemplo, a la Organización Mundial de la Salud que lidere la respuesta frente a la pandemia de forma efectiva si sus recursos se ven cada vez más mermados? ¿Cómo podemos abogar por un mundo abierto, interconectado, donde el conjunto de la ciudadanía tenga libertad y mayor calidad de vida si demonizamos la inmigración y revertimos las reglas del comercio internacional? ¿Cómo podemos avanzar en la defensa de los derechos humanos, en la protección del patrimonio de la humanidad, si damos la espalda a las iniciativas creadas al efecto? Sin duda, el sistema que representa Naciones Unidas necesita reforma, actualizaciones. Lo ha dicho en innumerables ocasiones el secretario general de Naciones Unidas. Pero la única solución aceptable es la del perfeccionamiento, porque sabemos bien a qué conduce el repliegue nacionalista y el proteccionismo, a la desigualdad, al aumento de las tensiones y, en última instancia, al enfrentamiento. Un mundo dividido por la desconfianza, por el conflicto, o un mundo global mucho más justo, más seguro. Esa es la lección a la que nos enfrentamos. La interdependencia de las naciones es un hecho incuestionable, tal y como la pandemia, una vez más, se ha encargado de recordarnos. Pero no basta con invocar la unidad de acción como un principio abstracto o carente de contenido. Hay que creer en la unidad. La unidad permite progresar conjuntamente. La unidad conjura conflictos. La unidad salva vidas. La unidad, y solo la unidad, puede salvar el planeta. Y debemos actuar. Hay que dar nuevos pasos. Y hay que darlos ya, en temas concretos, con decisiones concretas. La urgencia del momento nos enseña que solo hay una forma de fortalecer el multilateralismo, que es la defensa de los bienes públicos globales, desarrollada en 5 grandes ejes que deben guiar la refundación de la arquitectura multilateral. En primer lugar, reforzar el sistema de salud global. Es tiempo de dotar a la Organización Mundial de la Salud de nuevas herramientas en la línea que dictamine la Comisión Independiente de Evaluación, de sellar un pacto global por la salud basado en la Agenda 2030 y de liderar una recuperación socioeconómica que fortalezca las capacidades nacionales frente a nuevas pandemias, alcanzando la cobertura sanitaria universal. Y al mismo tiempo deberemos garantizar el acceso equitativo a las vacunas contra el COVID-19. No se trata solo de una opción que es más eficaz desde el punto de vista médico, sin duda lo es. Es también, yo diría, un imperativo moral, absoluto, innegociable. En segundo lugar, tenemos que revisar al alza nuestros compromisos de ambición climática. Una vez más, no hablamos de una elección entre alternativas. La emergencia climática que vivimos nos obliga a ser audaces para lograr un acuerdo global que blinde la protección de la biodiversidad en 2030, incluyendo la transición energética, también la transición ecológica hacia un modelo productivo sostenible e inclusivo. En tercer lugar, reforzar el sistema multilateral para el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Las guerras anclan a generaciones enteras en la pobreza y en el dolor, y no hay seguridad sin desarrollo, ni desarrollo sin seguridad. Y no podemos mirar a otra parte ante los múltiples conflictos que siguen asolando la vida de millones de personas, esperando soluciones parciales. Su suerte también es nuestra suerte. Debemos impulsar las negociaciones entre palestinos e israelíes para alcanzar un acuerdo de paz justo que preserve la solución de los 2 estados. Debemos apoyar una salida dialogada al conflicto en Libia. Urge devolver al Sahel la paz y la seguridad perdidas. Es necesario alcanzar una solución política justa, duradera, mutuamente aceptable al conflicto del Sáhara Occidental, tal y como establecen las resoluciones del Consejo de Seguridad y en el marco de disposiciones conformes a los principios, a los propósitos de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Queremos seguir apoyando los esfuerzos de Naciones Unidas allí donde está teniendo éxito, como en Sudán, pero también allí donde necesita del respaldo unánime del conjunto de la comunidad internacional, como, por ejemplo, en la lucha contra la proliferación de armas o en la aplicación del Plan de Acción Integral Conjunto. Para España, mi país, tiene especial interés el estatus de Gibraltar tras la salida del Reino Unido de la Unión Europea. En este asunto estamos llamados a cumplir con la doctrina de Naciones Unidas sobre Gibraltar, con la que España se alinea plenamente, y deseamos trabajar por el desarrollo de un área de prosperidad social y económica que abarque todo el espacio de Gibraltar y el campo de Gibraltar. En cuarto lugar, defender más que nunca la democracia y los derechos humanos, promoviendo la protección de personas, de organizaciones, de comunidades, de redes a nivel internacional y local. La democracia es mucho más que una forma de gobierno, es un régimen de vida dotado de valores para la humanidad entera, sin distinción de origen ni condición, que requiere de nuestro esfuerzo y ejemplaridad para combatir con éxito a quienes se oponen a ella. Y por último, y en quinto lugar, apostar por el multilateralismo financiero. Las instituciones financieras internacionales están llamadas a jugar un rol fundamental en la superación de esta crisis mundial, contribuyendo al desarrollo de una tecnología verde, digital, con especial énfasis en el sector sanitario, educativo, también el de las comunicaciones. Algunas regiones como América Latina y el Caribe, con las cuales mi país, España, tiene unos vínculos evidentes, están sumidas en una crisis económica igual de profunda que la que sucedió a la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Por eso, a instancias de España, convocamos en junio una conferencia de alto nivel haciendo un llamamiento a las instituciones financieras internacionales para que presten apoyo a toda la región. Y es que el nivel de renta de un país no puede ser el único criterio para que éste pueda acceder a los instrumentos de financiación internacional. Debemos repensar el sistema y debemos hacerlo de manera que los países más vulnerables clasificados como de renta media, que es el caso de los países a los cuales estoy haciendo referencia, puedan contar también en el apoyo internacional imprescindible para reactivar sus economías. Del mismo modo, es crucial que aceleremos el proceso de reforma de la Organización Mundial del Comercio, revisando las reglas que nos permitan reforzar las cadenas mundiales de producción, de distribución, sin caer en ningún caso en el cierre de fronteras. Querido presidente, querido secretario general, estimados colegas, en cada rincón del mundo ahora mismo hay un joven, una joven, mirando la pantalla de su móvil. En las calles más escondidas de Nápoles, en una subasta de pescado en Estambul, en la plaza del Zócalo de Ciudad de México, en la Amazonía ecuatoriana o en un mercado en la India. Estos jóvenes han visto a sus padres, a sus madres, trabajar sin descanso. Todavía los ven. En la Villa El Salvador, a las afueras de Lima, en Tánger, en Popasna, en todas partes del mundo. Y quizá estos y estas jóvenes se pregunten para qué trabajan sus padres, sus madres sin descanso, si nada a su alrededor cambia, si nada a su alrededor mejora, si no hay nada que transforme y mejore sus vidas, si no divisan en definitiva esperanza, un horizonte. En la mayoría de los lugares del mundo, cuando los jóvenes miran a su alrededor, no ven una oportunidad de vida. Observan que se cierran las puertas del progreso, de la promoción personal, que el deterioro del medio ambiente prosigue, prosigue y prosigue. ¿En qué momento decidimos que la expresión cambiar el mundo había dejado de tener sentido? Me pregunto si alguno de esos millones de jóvenes nos está viendo ahora mismo, a través de su pantalla de móvil. Me pregunto qué pensarán de nosotros y nosotras si nos ven. Porque hay otro virus que recorre el mundo, y es el virus de la decepción, del hastío, del descrédito, incluso de la indiferencia. De esos jóvenes que nos escuchan o que, desgraciadamente, la mayor parte de ellos no nos escuchan en las 4 esquinas del mundo. Ese virus lo hemos estado inoculando con cada nuevo desacuerdo entre nosotros, con cada incumplimiento de lo previamente acordado, con cada deserción de nuestros compromisos, de nuestras responsabilidades hacia el resto de los países. Por inacción o por omisión, hemos permitido que el desafecto y la desconfianza hacia la gobernanza se extiendan por el mundo. Por indiferencia o por cobardía, hemos ignorado amenazas, realidades que hoy afectan seriamente a la salud física, política y moral del conjunto del planeta. Contemplamos el retorno de nacionalismos excluyentes que pensábamos acabados, la xenofobia, de fantasías autárquicas, de autoritarismos impúdicos. Asistimos al auge de liderazgos basados en la demagogia, en la mentira, en el fomento del odio, la confrontación. Y frente a ello, quisiera hacer un llamamiento al conjunto de la comunidad internacional, una invitación, en definitiva, a entender el momento histórico en el que nos encontramos, formulada precisamente desde la urgencia del presente y desde la pasión de las convicciones. En nombre de los jóvenes, tenemos la obligación de actuar, por todos nosotros, pero especialmente por quienes nos escuchan desde la incredulidad o desde la indiferencia. No podemos condenar a la juventud por primera vez en 2 siglos a un mundo peor, más injusto, más desesperanzado, a un futuro de resignación sin alternativas. No podemos entregarla en manos de quienes trabajan por volver a alzar fronteras físicas, ideológicas, que tanto trabajo nos costó derribar. Debemos, en consecuencia, anticiparnos. Hay que entender que muchas de las ideas que han condicionado el orden social, el desarrollo económico de los últimos años, yo diría que de las últimas décadas, han dejado de ser viables. La emergencia sanitaria que hemos vivido, la emergencia climática que estamos atravesando, las sucesivas crisis, recesiones, depresiones, demuestran a las claras el agotamiento y el fracaso de ese modelo. Por tanto, no podemos seguir aspirando a un crecimiento desbocado e irreal. No podemos construir un mundo basado en la destrucción de las garantías de los servicios públicos o del medio en el que vivimos. No podemos seguir alimentando la ficción de un progreso que solo significa mayores cuotas de injusticia y de desigualdad para millones de seres humanos. No podemos seguir diciéndole a los jóvenes que el esfuerzo es condición suficiente para lograr sus sueños si no hacemos realidad la igualdad de oportunidades. Señor presidente, señor secretario general, queridos amigos, hoy los aquí reunidos en este espacio virtual tenemos el deber histórico, moral, urgente, ineludible, de actuar unidos para dar al mundo el nuevo horizonte de crecimiento y de progreso que merece. Hoy tenemos el deber de ofrecer un horizonte de esperanza a los jóvenes. Es, yo diría, que nuestra mayor responsabilidad, especialmente con esa juventud que hoy no nos escucha. Hemos perdido su atención porque consideran que no somos útiles. Y por esa juventud seremos juzgados. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain for the statement just made. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 11th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. Before adjourning the meeting, may I remind members of the mitigation measures, especially the physical distancing requirements in and around the room. The meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. The Secretariat would like to remind members of the following mitigation measures that are in place for this meeting. All delegates are required to wear a face covering at all times while in public spaces and in the General Assembly Hall, except when directly addressing the meeting. All staff are also required to wear face coverings at all times. Disposable face masks are available if needed. All delegates are to refrain from direct contact, including handshakes and other physical contact during greetings in recognition of the physical distancing requirements. All delegates should remain conscious of COVID-19 hand sanitizing and contact precautions. All movement, and if necessary, queuing require 2 meters physical distance, and delegates are requested to minimize activity until seated in the meeting room. Introduction of the pre-recorded statements will be made by delegations from the national seats. Statements delivered by the representatives who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will also be made from the national seats. With the assistance of the occupational safety and health representatives, the President will oversee the implementation of the mitigating measures in the course of the proceedings. If at any moment it appears that the guidelines are not being strictly observed, the President will have no choice but to draw the attention of delegates to these guidelines or even suspend or adjourn the meeting as needed. Thank you, and thank you for your cooperation.
That's good.我宣布，大会第11次全体会议现在开幕。我现在请尊敬的吉里巴斯代表介绍国家元首的致辞。
Thank you, Vice President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. I have the distinct honor and privilege to present to you the President of the Republic of Kiribati, His Excellency Tanis Mamou, with his pre-recorded statement addressing the general debates of this 75th session of the General Assembly. Please welcome His Excellency President Tanis Mamou.
Mr. President, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at the outset allow me to share warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Kiribati. In the name of the Almighty God, I begin by sharing His peace and blessings. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in congratulating you on your election to the presidency of the 75th session of the United Nations. I wish you every success as you guide our deliberations by making the United Nations of family relevant to all members. On this note, I wish to assure you of Kiribati's full support as you discharge your duties for the Assembly, and avail my government's commitment both morally and in kind, in particular for initiatives that seek to make our planet Earth a resilient, healthier, and safer home. This is the core of Kiribati's vision for 20 years, KV20, in line with our efforts to implement our agreed 2030 agenda. Mr. President, the theme for this 75th session reminds us that the effectiveness of our individual national agendas can be greatly enhanced through stronger global cooperation. By reaffirming our collective efforts to enhance links between our governments, our multilateral institutions, we can work together to create a resilient, healthy, and peaceful future for our respective peoples. This is critical, especially with the emergence of unprecedented challenges, such as climate change, natural disasters, and the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, on this note, I would like to express my deepest condolences to our brothers and sisters around the world who are suffering from the impacts of global pandemic. These are difficult and uncertain times, which calls for stronger cooperation and reminds us of the strength we have in unity. It also reminds us of the United Nations we need, one that can step up in difficult and challenging times. A United Nations that undertakes to deliver and coordinate assistance and support, in particular to our almost vulnerable communities and the least developed amongst us, through its agencies, programs, and multilateral systems in a coordinated and timely manner. It also extends to all of us as individual sovereign states, as global corporations, as non-government and civil society organizations, as cities, towns, and villages, as families and individual human beings. From small islands in the Pacific to mega cities and metropolitans in Europe and America, we have a calling as leaders to work together to address our most pressing global challenges. Mr. President, during this difficult time, our remoteness and isolated location has allowed my country to be among the few fortunate nations currently free from the reaches of this virus. But that has been our only advantage. The temporary suspension of flights into Kiribati and strict measures to contain our borders from the virus has also resulted in unprecedented challenges. Many of our nationals are currently stranded in other countries, such as Fiji, New Zealand, and Australia, as well as other parts of the world, due to the containment measures imposed to limit the spread of this deadly virus. I am thankful to this government for the cooperation and support they have given to my people as they await repatriation to their home country. While many countries have already begun to repatriate their nationals, my government remains in crisis due to the absence of adequate infrastructure and capacity to isolate our nationals upon their return. A few months ago, I declared a state of public emergency, calling for assistance from our partners to enhance and strengthen our public health sector and to assist with any other necessary actions required to mitigate the economic and social shocks of COVID-19. Mr. President, I'm optimistic that we can overcome this challenge if we work together as members of the United Nations family. My government remains grateful for the support of our development partners, namely Australia, New Zealand, China, Japan, the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank, contributing 12.5 million Australian dollars towards our preparations and efforts to mitigate the economic and social impacts emerging at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. We also acknowledge the support provided by the United Arab Emirates through its assistance package to the Pacific, and the Government of India through the United Nations India Partnership Fund, the Canadian Fund for Local Initiatives Response to COVID-19, and USAID for the donation of ventilators and the medical supplies and protective equipment delivered through the Pacific Humanitarian Air Service funded by Australia, UN agencies, and the Red Cross and USAID. Mr. President, I remain grateful and optimistic in the strength and partnership of our United Nations family. In challenging times, such partnerships are needed more than ever, and I implore our UN family who are able to do so to increase the support to confront COVID-19. Mr. President, as leaders, we are charged with a noble responsibility to take action today to shape the future of tomorrow. Poverty and inequality remains humanity's biggest dilemma and challenge. The social and economic security of any nation can only be strengthened if the support system begins at home. It is therefore critical that the UN programs targets the family at the household level, from where the fragmentation of values draws a fault line in our societies. Like other governments, our people are our most precious resource. During these difficult times, the protection and welfare of the most vulnerable individuals and groups takes center stage. We are providing COVID-19 relief packages for laid-off workers, state-owned enterprises, and the private sector, together with a food buffer. At the same time, we increase senior citizen support, corporate price, and general unemployment benefits. As part of our policy for the next 4 years, my government will be providing social welfare to certain age groups which are deemed to be the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in our efforts to improve the social and economic well-being of our citizens. As my government undertakes its task for our people, we implore the United Nations to also do its part. Alleviating poverty is a complex undertaking and a challenge feat, which is duly recognized in the 17 goals of our 2030 agenda. However, in times like these, we need accelerated action and coordinated efforts to target assistance to our most disadvantaged groups, marginalized communities, and the least developed amongst us, as they remain most vulnerable, especially during global pandemics. This is the future we want, a future in which development is inclusive and measured by the percentage of the population lifted up across the poverty line to live secure and healthier lives, and congruent with the ever-powerful motto of our 2030 agenda, a future that leaves no one behind. Accordingly, I believe that the real and trust test of the success of multilateralism and that of our United Nations family lie not in the measure of the number of treaties concluded or resolutions adopted, nor number of countries that graduate from the list of least developed countries, but rather on how the most vulnerable, disadvantaged, and least developed peoples can get targeted support to ensure they are less compromised during the onset of global pandemics such as COVID-19. We need a United Nations that embraces these challenges. Mr. President, blessed with a large ocean, Kiribati depends on the sea for livelihood, a common trait we share with our Blue Pacific family. For us, the sea is our identity, and now we define ourselves, and now we trace our roots, cultures, and traditions. It is also the cornerstone of our economies. We have a large EEZ, and hence depend on fishing as our primary source of income, accounting for more than 70% of total annual revenue. Being a volatile resource, we need to affirm our strategic intent of reinvesting more to maximize revenue to buffer the uncertainty posed by COVID-19. COVID-19 has created an unprecedented situation worldwide, resulting in the closure of borders, both airports and seaports. This has presented a complicated situation for maritime transport and commercial activity, particularly for seafarers. Closure of borders have rendered ships unable to change crews, forcing seafarers to stay on board for extended periods of time and thus subjecting them to various health issues. With current border restrictions around the world, our seafarers are effectively stranded both on land and at sea, unable to embark on ships to work and unable to disembark at other ports. In our efforts to address this issue, on the 26th August 2020, my government declared seafarers as key workers in response to the calls made by the IMO and the UN Secretary General. To this effect, I wish to make a call for the support of UN family and partners for assistance in fulfilling our commitment for the safety of all seafarers around the world and their families and the economies who depend on them. Mr. President, of great importance to Kiribati and our Blue Pacific is without question the alarming dilemma of our present time, climate change. To this end, my government continues to implement critical projects to build resilience, including the Peace Building Fund Climate Security Project, which I launched in Kiribati earlier this month. In solidarity with our Pacific Islands Forum family, we also remain committed to securing our marine boundaries amid the impacts of climate change. This is a matter of sovereignty. Equally, we underscore the importance of countries managing their own upper airspace in line with the requirements of ICAO, relating to effective administration, capacity, and safety. My government is committed to invest into our aviation capability and strengthen internet connectivity through fiber optic cable technology and welcome any support from our development partners and the UN family. While COVID-19 is our immediate crisis, we must continue to work on the other challenges that confront us all, in particular climate change, which presents the single greatest threat to the livelihood, security, and well-being of the Pacific and its peoples, as declared by forum leaders in the Kainaki II Declaration in 2019 and the Boe Declaration in 2018. Mr. President, when I'm asked to define the future that my people want, it remains for me to convey that Kiribati wants an uncompromised future, a future that is secure and settled, a future that seeks to make our planet Earth a resilient, healthier, and safer home, a future in which national plans such as the Kiribati Vision for 20 years or the KV20 are enhanced by multilateral policies such as the 2030 Agenda. A future where our United Nations family continue to deliver and coordinate assistance and support, in particular to our most vulnerable communities and the least developed amongst us, in a coordinated and timely manner. A future in which development is inclusive and measured by the percentage of the population lifted up across the poverty line, to live secure and healthier lives, congruent with the ever-powerful motto of our 2030 Agenda, to leave no one behind. Mr. President, the future may be a vision, but it is a vision I believe can come true. And by seeing all the support that Kiribati has received from our UN family in these challenging times, I remain optimistic of this vision. Mr. President, I believe that the transformation called for in our theme is a call for more action and less words. If every nation acts accordingly along this path of alignment with a right heart and soul, then there is a good chance of the whole world moving forward towards inclusive social development for whole by the end of 2030. I conclude by sharing with us all our traditional blessings, the Maori, the Roi, or the Tapemo, meaning health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
我谨代表大会感谢基里巴斯总统刚才所做的发言。我们现在继续进行一般性辩论。我现在请尊敬的葡萄牙代表介绍政府首脑的致辞。
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency the Prime Minister of Portugal, António Costa. I thank you.
Sr. Presidente da Assembleia Geral, Sr. Secretário-Geral, Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Felicito o embaixador Volkan Bozkir pela sua eleição para presidir a Assembleia Geral no ano da celebração do 75º aniversário da ONU. A Organização das Nações Unidas é mais do que nunca indispensável para dar resposta aos desafios que não conhecem fronteiras nem se compadecem com abordagens egoístas. Como todos sabemos, o sistema multilateral encontra-se sob pressão. Em primeiro lugar, num quadro de regresso à competição pelo poder à escala global, verificam-se crescentes limitações na cooperação em resposta a ameaças e a desafios que são comuns. Em segundo lugar, surgem novas áreas que requerem soluções multilaterais na definição de regimes normativos e de cooperação. A chamada Quarta Revolução Industrial é tanto um desafio como uma oportunidade. Quer se trate da inteligência artificial, da robotização, da criação de redes inteligentes e a gestão de infraestruturas e dados de 5G ou de reestruturação de setores da economia. O impacto das novas tecnologias na economia, no trabalho e nas relações entre Estados requer novas regras de conduta internacional. A ONU tem de desempenhar um papel central na sua definição, com soluções de compromisso que defendam o interesse geral. Em terceiro lugar, as próprias organizações internacionais revelam dificuldades, por vezes, em responder a desafios e a ameaças. O caso do Conselho de Segurança é paradigmático. Revela a capacidade limitada de reação a crises e conflitos e a sua composição não espelha as realidades geopolíticas do século XXI. É por isso que Portugal defende o largamento de membros permanentes e não permanentes, designadamente ao continente africano e, pelo menos, ao Brasil e à Índia. Não obstante estes desafios, a ONU mantém-se imprescindível para a preservação da paz e segurança mundiais, o desenvolvimento sustentável e a defesa e promoção dos direitos humanos. E esta Assembleia a que me dirijo continua a ser o Parlamento da humanidade. Não há outro. E Portugal continuará, portanto, a apoiar convictamente o sistema das Nações Unidas, tanto ao nível político como financeiro. Mantemos uma agenda ambiciosa de compromissos para fortalecer a capacidade da ONU e dos seus Estados-membros, na resposta às principais áreas da agenda internacional, incluindo os objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, as alterações climáticas, as migrações, o acolhimento dos refugiados, os assuntos do mar e a sustentabilidade dos oceanos. A liderança e as reformas introduzidas pelo secretário-geral António Guterres têm sido essenciais para tornar a ação desta organização mais eficaz e flexível. Conta, por isso, o secretário-geral com todo o nosso apoio. Sr. Presidente e Sr. Secretário-Geral, o quadro de emergência global que hoje vivemos reforça a necessidade de cooperação entre os Estados e as organizações internacionais na resposta ao desafio sanitário e às suas consequências económicas e sociais. As Nações Unidas são o elemento central desses esforços, incluindo através do Plano Global de Resposta Humanitária à Covid-19, promovido pelo Secretário-Geral. Apoiamos a sua implementação e valorizamos o papel de coordenação da Organização Mundial de Saúde. A pandemia mostrou muitas das nossas vulnerabilidades na área da saúde, da economia e da coesão social. Precisamos de recuperar rapidamente o crescimento e o emprego e incrementar a resiliência das economias, das sociedades e dos Estados. Essa será uma prioridade essencial de Portugal quando exercer no primeiro semestre do próximo ano a presidência do Conselho da União Europeia. É necessário também reforçar a cooperação para o desenvolvimento e a capacidade do sistema das Nações Unidas de agir nesse domínio. Portugal reforçou as suas contribuições para as várias agências das Nações Unidas, com destaque para a Organização Mundial de Saúde, a Organização Internacional das Migrações, o Alto Comissariado para os Refugiados, o Programa Alimentar Mundial e para a Unicef. O combate às desigualdades económicas merece particular destaque pela sua dimensão verdadeiramente transversal. A segurança internacional não é compatível com uma distribuição de recursos tão desigual à escala global, sobretudo em conjugação com os desequilíbrios demográficos e os fenómenos de degradação ambiental que frequentemente lhes estão associados. Precisamos de um novo compromisso global, baseado na dignidade da pessoa humana, equilibrando o acesso concreto às oportunidades e à esperança. A crise provocada por esta pandemia não serve por isso de desculpa para se interromperem as políticas contra a atual emergência climática, que constitui uma ameaça existencial para toda a humanidade. Pelo contrário, tem de ser aprofundada a coordenação entre a Agenda 2030 do Desenvolvimento Sustentável e o Acordo de Paris sobre o Clima, contribuindo para criar sociedades menos vulneráveis aos impactos de eventos climáticos extremos. Mas também é essencial aprofundar a relação entre oceanos e alterações climáticas, com especial atenção aos pequenos estados insulares. Por isso mesmo, Portugal reafirma o seu compromisso em co-organizar com o Quênia a Conferência dos Oceanos das Nações Unidas no próximo ano e conta com a participação de todos os Estados-membros da ONU, ao mais alto nível. Sr. Presidente, Sr. Secretário-Geral, a plena realização dos direitos humanos pressupõe um processo de melhoria constante. Portugal defende que a discussão aberta, num diálogo crítico entre pares, reforça a promoção e o respeito universal pelos direitos humanos. Em conjunto com os nossos parceiros da União Europeia, reafirmamos a defesa de sociedades livres, plurais e tolerantes, que rejeitam o racismo, a xenofobia, a homofobia, o populismo e que trabalham pela inclusão, pela igualdade de género e pela liberdade de expressão. A pandemia colocou novas exigências à promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos. Portugal respondeu imediatamente a essas exigências, estendendo designadamente o acesso ao Serviço Nacional de Saúde a todos os migrantes e refugiados, independentemente do seu estatuto e situação legal, nas mesmas condições previstas para os cidadãos nacionais. Portugal tem desempenhado um papel ativo no acolhimento de migrantes e refugiados, numa expressão inequívoca de solidariedade. Reafirmamos o total apoio ao Pacto Global para as Migrações Ordenadas, Seguras e Regulares e no quadro da Organização Internacional das Migrações. Somos um dos países pilotos na sua implementação. Portugal é um país pioneiro na abolição da pena de morte, opondo-se à sua aplicação em quaisquer circunstâncias. Nesse contexto, apelo à aprovação da resolução bienal sobre a moratória da pena de morte, que será apresentada durante esta sessão da Assembleia Geral. No ano em que celebramos os 25 anos da 4ª Conferência Mundial sobre a Mulher, Portugal reitera também o seu compromisso pela igualdade, pela paridade e a promoção dos direitos das mulheres. É importante dar atenção redobrada à violência baseada no género e aos direitos de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, face aos desafios exacerbados pela pandemia. Sr. Presidente, Sr. Secretário-Geral, apesar da pandemia, persistem muitas guerras e conflitos. Apoiamos, por isso, o recente apelo do Secretário-Geral António Guterres a um cessar-fogo global. Portugal contribui atualmente com contingentes para 7 operações de manutenção de paz e missões políticas especiais. A participação nacional na MINUSCA, na República Centro-Africana, é disso um exemplo, especialmente por assegurar a força de reação rápida, crucial para o cumprimento do mandato da missão. A persistência de elevados níveis de violência no Sahel reforça a necessidade de coordenação internacional, ambição a que Portugal se associa, nomeadamente através da nossa participação na MINUSMA, no Mali. Acompanhamos os esforços da comunidade internacional para encontrar soluções políticas para os conflitos que afligem várias partes do mundo. Entendemos que a solução dos dois Estados é a única capaz de resolver o conflito israelo-palestiniano. Que o acordo nuclear com o Irão deve ser preservado e integralmente cumprido por todas as partes. Que os processos de mediação e compromisso liderados pela ONU é que permitirão superar as crises profundas hoje vividas na Síria, no Iémen ou na Líbia. Apelamos também para uma solução política, pacífica e inclusiva na Venezuela. Os desafios atuais demonstram a importância das parcerias internacionais, em particular a cooperação tripartida entre as Nações Unidas, a União Africana e a União Europeia. Foi sob a liderança portuguesa que se procedeu à institucionalização das reuniões das cimeiras entre a União Europeia e a União Africana ao mais alto nível. E Portugal empenhar-se-á, durante a sua presidência da União Europeia no próximo ano, no aprofundamento da parceria entre a Europa e a África. O papel da União Europeia como ator global, aberto ao mundo, defensor do multilateralismo e de trocas económicas benéficas para todos, será uma prioridade da nossa presidência da União Europeia. Muitas organizações de diversa natureza contribuem positivamente para a ordem internacional fundada em regras e na vontade de cooperação. Sublinho entre elas, naturalmente, a comunidade dos países de língua portuguesa, que reúne nações de 4 continentes. Sob a atual presidência de Cabo Verde e na futura presidência de Angola, a CPLP demonstra a capacidade de estabelecer parcerias e construir pontos entre países e povos unidos pela partilha de uma língua cujo Dia Mundial, a 5 de maio, foi proclamado recentemente pela Unesco. Saúde neste quadro a superação do conflito pós-eleitoral na Guiné-Bissau e esperando que inaugure um novo ciclo de estabilidade e de prosperidade para o país. Exprimo uma profunda solidariedade com Moçambique, vítima de ataques terroristas e de tentativas de desestabilização nas suas regiões a norte. Sr. Presidente, Sr. Secretário-Geral, Portugal é um país aberto ao mundo, que defende o diálogo e um sistema de regras justas, com estabilidade e previsibilidade. Sabemos onde nos levou no passado o caminho do arbítrio, do nacionalismo agressivo e da lei do mais forte. Há 75 anos, os fundadores das Nações Unidas tiveram a coragem de estabelecer as bases de uma nova ordem mundial, baseada no direito internacional, na igualdade entre Estados soberanos, na dignidade da pessoa humana. Foi uma vitória da esperança. Hoje, não podemos sucumbir ao cinismo. Temos o dever de acarinhar e de reforçar as conquistas que juntos alcançamos, garantindo assim um futuro melhor. Uma Organização das Nações Unidas forte é essencial para o bem de todos nós. Muito obrigado e bom trabalho nesta Assembleia Geral.
我谨代表大会感谢葡萄牙总理刚才所做的发言。我现在请尊敬的保加利亚代表介绍政府首脑的致辞。
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Boyko Borisov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria, for the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Thank you.
Господин председател, господин генерален секретар, уважаеми колеги, за мен е чест и привилегия да се обърна към 75-та сесия на Общото събрание на Организацията на Обединените нации. Господин председател, моля приемете моите поздравления за вашия избор и пожеланията ми за успех по време на 75-та сесия на Общото събрание на ООН. Коронавирусът завладя дневен ред на всички институции в целия свят. Но темата на тази виртуална среща ни подсказва и още нещо. 75 години след своето създаване ООН е в дълг към човечеството. Свидетели сме на свиване на пространството, на свободата и на нарушения на правата на човека и международното право. Многостранното сътрудничество и дипломация за мир като основен подход на ООН за колективно и солидарно решаване на глобалните и регионални проблеми бяха поставени на изпитание. В тези условия светът се нуждае повече от всякога от ООН като морален лидер на съвременния свят. Вярвам, че мисията на ООН, начертана преди 75 години, е способна да надживее кризата на самата организация. Така както ООН трябваше да съживи идеите, родени с Лигата на нациите, и да избави идните поколения от бедствията на войната. ООН преминава през структурна криза, която изисква реформа и ревитализиране. Юбилейното 75-то Общо събрание предоставя добра възможност за активизиране на работа по реформата на Съвета за сигурност. България подкрепя започването на преговори между правителствата на държавите членки в тази посока. В началото на 2020 генералният секретар на ООН очерта 4 заплахи за човечеството. Геополитически напрежение и унищожителни конфликти. Климатична криза, растящо глобално недоверие и тъмната страна на дигиталните технологии. Скоро след това новата заплаха, наречена COVID-19, увеличи многократно опасността от глобална катастрофа. Пандемията COVID-19 застраши международния ред, основан на правила. Появи се фалшивото противопоставяне на здравето срещу икономиката. Протекционизмът предизвика прекъсване в веригите за снабдяване. Асиметрично социално-икономически промени засилиха неравенството и опасността от дестабилизиране и конфликти. Инфодемията, вълната от вярна и невярна информация, която се изля върху хората, допълнително засили тревогите. На 25 март тази година генералният секретар на ООН, координаторът на ООН по хуманитарните въпроси, изпълнителният директор на УНИЦЕФ и генералният секретар на Световната здравна организация обявиха глобален план за координиран хуманитарен отговор за борба с COVID-19. На практика цялата система на ООН бе ангажирана с хуманитарния план. ООН отново се доказва и продължава да се доказва като лидер в проучването на нуждите, набирането на средства, организацията, доставката и разпределението на хуманитарната помощ за населението на страните в конфликт или криза. България приветства приемането на резолюция 2532 от 2020 година на Съвета за сигурност и призва на генералния секретар за установяване на глобално примирие с цел защита на най-уязвимите групи от населението. Наред с ООН, ние разчитаме и на работещите механизми, сред които са Световната здравна организация и Световната търговска организация. Тези институции би трябвало да допринесат за глобален, многостранен и координиран отговор за справяне с настоящите и дългосрочните последици от COVID-19, като и при посрещането на бъдещи глобални кризи. Европейския съюз и другите регионални организации се присъединиха към инициативата на ООН за глобален отговор на пандемията, стъпвайки върху механизма за многостранно сътрудничество. Стратегическият отговор от страна на Европейския съюз е многостранно сътрудничество, съчетано с конкурентоспособни и устойчиви икономики и солидарност. Изявите на Алианса за мултилатерализъм, към който България се присъедини на 26 септември 2019 година, са в синхрон с обявените от генералния секретар 4 направления за действия на ООН. Киберсигурност, климат, сигурност и борба с смъртоносните автономни оръжия. Страната ни взе активно участие в срещата на държавите от Алианса, посветена на укрепването на многостранната здравна архитектура. По този начин потвърдихме ангажимента на България в подкрепа на многостранното сътрудничество в борбата с пандемията COVID-19. Господин председател, през тази година България отбелязва 65 години от приемането и за член на Световната организация. Като член на ООН и на Европейския съюз. С готовност поемаме своите отговорности. Подкрепяме водещата роля на ООН в многостранното сътрудничество за справяне с пандемията в глобален мащаб. България активно работи по приоритетите и дейностите на Европейския съюз в отговор на пандемията, като същевременно участване в инициативи за глобален отговор на това предизвикателство. Страната ни е водещ участник и посредник в процесите на интеграция в Югоизточна Европа. Допринасяме в операциите по поддържане на мира и осигуряване на достъп до хуманитарна помощ. България е конструктивен член на Съвета по правата на човека за 2019-2021 година и активен член на Икономическия и социален съвет на ООН за периода 2021-2023. Следваме и Рамковата конвенция на ООН по изменение на климата и споразумението от Париж. България се включи в пакета Екип Европа като част от предприятите от Европейския съюз мерки в подкрепа на трети страни за справяне с заразата. Променихме своевременно Националната програма за развитие и хуманитарна помощ. Малко над 1 милион евро бяха ориентирани за спешна хуманитарна помощ, здравеопазване и подпомагане на социално-икономическото развитие. Целта бе да бъдат подкрепени най-уязвимите групи в Западните Балкани, страните от източното партньорство, Сирия, Ирак, Йемен, Афганистан и чрез Агенцията на ООН за подпомагане на палестинските бежанци. България предостави хуманитарна помощ в натура и финансов принос към дейността на УНИЦЕФ, подкрепа на децата, пострадали при неотдавнашната трагедия в Ливан. За възстановяване от негативните последици от пандемията в региона на Западните Балкани е особено важно да използваме ефективно създадените механизми за сътрудничество. Берлинския процес, на който България тази година е съвместен председател заедно с Република Северна Македония, процеса за сътрудничество в Югоизточна Европа, Съвета за регионално сътрудничество, Централно-европейското споразумение за свободна търговия. Усилията ни са насочени към подобряване на свързаността и сигурността в региона. Изключително важно значение в този контекст имат развитието на добросъседските отношения на Западните Балкани с съседните държави, членки на Европейския съюз. Потвърдихме подкрепата си за инициативата на генералния секретар действия за опазване на мира. Операциите на ООН по поддържане на мира са олицетворение на многостранното сътрудничество и международната солидарност. Не случайно, първата такава операция бе разполагането на контингент сини каски в Близкия изток за наблюдение на примирието между Израел и арабските му съседи. България подкрепя водещата роля на ООН в усилията за преодоляване на конфликтите в региона на Близкия изток и Северна Африка. Приветстваме постигнатата със съдействието на САЩ договореност за нормализиране на отношенията между Израел и Обединените арабски емирства, както и Израел и Бахрейн. Това е голям дипломатически пробив, който може да отвори нова страница в историята на Близкия изток и да промени живота на неговите народи. Суспендирането на плановете за едностранно анексиране на окупираните палестински територии предотвратява хуманитарна катастрофа в условията на продължаваща пандемия. То е и стъпка към избягване на нарушение на правата на човека и на международното право. Приветстваме и подкрепяме усилията на специалния координатор по близкоизточния мирен процес Николай Младенов. Гражданският конфликт в Сирия продължава да бъде сериозен, дестабилизиращ фактор. Осъществяването на политически преход в съответствие с резолюция 2254 на Съвета за сигурност на ООН и Женевското комюнике от 2012 година е единствения начин за преодоляване кризата и облегчаване на положението на нуждаещите се граждани. Бих искал да изразя и подкрепата на България за усилията, положени от Африканския съюз за поддържане мира и сигурността на континента по време на усложнената обстановка заради пандемията. Повод за безпокойство за моята страна е нестихващия конфликт в източна Украйна, където хуманитарната обстановка продължава да се влошава. България потвърждава подкрепата си за суверенитета, единството и териториалната цялост на Украйна в съответствие с резолюция на Общото събрание на ООН 262 от 2014 година. България бе сред са авторите на тази резолюция. Подкрепяме усилията в рамките на нормандския формат за постигане на напредък в изпълнението на договореностите от Минск. По време на първата донорска кампания през май тази година България пренасочи чрез Международния комитет на Червения кръст и Организацията на ООН за координиране на хуманитарната помощ 100 000 евро от средствата за развитие и сътрудничество, както и пакет хуманитарна помощ в натура за борба с COVID-19 към Украйна. Следим с загриженост обстановката в Беларус. България застава зад правото и исканията на беларуския народ за демократично бъдеще, честни и свободни избори. Усилията на международната общност следва да бъдат насочени към подкрепа и съдействие за установяването и провеждането на приобщаващ национален диалог за мирно разрешаване на кризата. Не на последно място, България в рамките на НАТО развива трансатлантическо сътрудничество и солидарност в условията на пандемия. Започналият през януари тази година стратегически диалог между България и САЩ обхваща и практическите измерения за преодоляване на последиците от пандемията. В рамките на глобалната мрежа отговорност за защита на държавите членки на ООН, България подкрепи необходимостта от споделена отговорност за предотвратяване на жестокости по време на пандемията от COVID-19. Припомняме призива на Световната здравна организация за отговорността на всяка държава да защитава здравето и сигурността на своите граждани по време на криза. Господин председател, глобалната пандемия е заплаха и за своевременното изпълнение на дневния ред 2030 на ООН. България, заедно с останалите държави членки на Европейския съюз, е изцяло ангажирана в изпълнението на 17-те цели за устойчиво развитие през десетилетието на действие. Излизането от сегашната криза не означава връщане към предишния начин на живот. Необходимо е да стъпим върху нова парадигма чрез прилагането на дългосрочни икономически мерки. Пълното прилагане на дневния ред 2030 на Парижкото споразумение и на плана за действие от Адис Абеба са критично важни, за да бъде подготвен светът срещу бъдещи системни шокове. ООН няма алтернатива по отношение на развитието на международното право и на многостранното сътрудничество. Като държава членка на Европейския съюз, България ще се бори за силна световна организация на Обединените нации като основен свой партньор и като солидна основа на многостранния ред, основан на правила. В заключение бих искал да се позова на призивите на двама лауреати на Нобелова награда за мир от 1994 година. За да постигнем общите цели, които са ни събрали на този форум, би трябвало да ползваме въображението си повече от паметта си. Необходимо е да надскочим собственото си въображение, за да не допуснем маслинената клонка да падне от ръцете ни. Благодаря, господин председател.
我谨代表大会感谢保加利亚总理刚才所做的发言。我现在请尊敬的埃塞俄比亚代表介绍政府首脑的致辞。
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on the occasion of the general debate of the 75th UN General Assembly, it is my great honor and distinct privilege to introduce the pre-recorded message of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Mr. President, let me join others in congratulating you on assuming this high office during the historic 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I want to assure you of our full support and cooperation in effectively discharging your responsibilities. We also take this opportunity to express our profound appreciation to your predecessor, Professor Tijani Muhammad Bande, who demonstrated able leadership in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted the work of this Assembly. Excellencies, Mr. President, This session is indeed special, not only because we are marking the 75th anniversary of the founding of the UN, but also because we are doing so while addressing a global health crisis. I believe it will allow us to chart the way forward in the post-COVID world. This, of course, can only be achieved if we work together and try to find a collective solution to the countless challenges and threats facing humanity and the planet. We all agree that the immediate priority now is, of course, how to recover from the current crisis and rebuild a better tomorrow. We have no guarantee to prevent a similar crisis in the future without creating sustainable, resilient, and inclusive societies. In this connection, accelerating progress towards the SDGs is not a matter of option, but an absolute imperative. On our part, we are determined to get back on track and build the necessary momentum for its implementation. It is in this context that we are designing our next 10 years perspective plan, which coincides with the UN Decade of Action for the SDGs. Mr. President, no doubt the pandemic has overwhelmed health systems across the world and damaged the global economy. Many African countries, including Ethiopia, also find themselves facing the risk of becoming even more food insecure. The World Food Programme has already warned that the number of food insecure people in our region is likely to increase due to the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. This, coupled with the massive outbreak of desert locusts and climate change-related extreme weather events in our region, threatens to wipe out the livelihoods of millions of our people. Therefore, we fully support the call by Secretary General Antonio Guterres for a large-scale, coordinated, and comprehensive multilateral response amounting to at least 10% of global GDP and a series of measures to give developing countries the financial firepower they need to weather this storm. While we are grateful for the international response in support of the continent, which provided some relief, we believe that much more still needs to be done to soften the medium and long-term impact of the pandemic on our continent. Mr. President, our objective should not only be to recover and to rebuild a better future, but to do so in a green and climate resilient way. There is no stark reminder of the need for urgent action than the devastating impact of climate change that we are witnessing in various parts of the world. Our region is indeed a case in point with climate-induced disaster upending the life of millions of our people. We all must mobilize more than ever to cut global gas emissions over the next decade to meet our targets under the Paris Climate Agreement. On our part, we are fully committed to redoubling our efforts and fulfilling our obligation. Ethiopia is already responding to the call for climate action through the Green Legacy Initiative, which is part of our efforts to build a green and climate-resilient economy. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that our largest national project today, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, built with our own local resources, contributes to the conservation of water resources. These water resources would otherwise have been lost to evaporation in downstream countries. I want to make it abundantly clear that we have no intention to harm these countries. What we are essentially doing is to meet our electricity demands from one of the cleanest sources of energy. We cannot afford to continue keeping more than 65 million of our people in the dark. We have indeed been guided by the internationally accepted principle of equitable utilization and not causing significant harm in building this dam. Our unwavering commitment to this is clearly captured in the Declaration of Principles signed by Ethiopia, Egypt, and Sudan in March 2015. I want to assure that we are firm in our commitment to addressing the concerns of downstream countries and reaching a mutual beneficial outcome in the context of the ongoing African Union-led process. Mr. President, our peace and development is closely interlinked with the peace and security of countries in our sub-region. It is in this relation that we are encouraged by the formation of the revitalized transitional government of national unity in South Sudan. We hope these South Sudanese political stakeholders will continue to work together in a spirit of cooperation to address outstanding issues and improve the plight of the South Sudanese people who have suffered for far too long. We in the region, together with the rest of the international community, will continue to lend our support to accompany South Sudan on a path of sustainable peace. We also follow the developments in the Sudan. The transitional government needs all the support it can get from the international community in easing the serious socio-economic difficulties facing the country and fulfilling the hopes and aspirations of the Sudanese people. On the other hand, we remain deeply concerned by the continued attacks perpetuated by Al-Shabaab in Somalia. That's why we all need to continue supporting Somalia in their security endeavor. On our part, Ethiopia remains committed to the path of the reforms we began 2.5 years ago. In spite of the stiff resistance that comes with trying to shift the status quo in favor of social justice, we will pursue Ethiopia's inevitable track for democratization. Finally, Mr. President, 75 years after the founding of the UN, we find ourselves at a crossroads. Therefore, we have a unique responsibility to mobilize our collective political will and commitment to overcome the unique challenges we face. In line with the declaration on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the UN, we hope the Secretary General will provide us with far-reaching and appropriate recommendations in helping us achieve this objective, and we look forward to receiving his report before the end of this session. I thank you.
我谨代表大会感谢埃塞俄比亚总理刚才所做的发言。我现在请尊敬的丹麦代表介绍政府首脑的致辞。
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce a statement by Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Denmark, Ms. Mette Frederiksen. Thank you.
Mr. President, dear delegates, the world is facing many challenges. 75 years after the establishing of the United Nations, we are more dependent on each other than ever. We need more multilateralism, and we need more cooperation. We are facing a global pandemic, threatening the lives of the most vulnerable people in our countries. We are facing climate change that risks getting out of control. We are facing an economic setback that may rob millions of people of a decent future. We are facing terrorism, instability, and increasing danger of cyber attacks, disinformation, and nuclear weapons. All of these challenges have one thing in common. They can only be solved if we take action and if we work together. Are we doing that today? In some areas we are, but the truth is we can do it much better. Denmark is ready to play its part. So far, we have allocated 1 billion Danish kroner to assist some of the world's poorest and most vulnerable people in the fight against COVID-19. We are committed to a reformed World Health Organization to ensure a stronger and a more resilient global health system, and plan to double our core support to the World Health Organization. We insist on using the pandemic as a wake-up call to build a better, a greener, and a more fair future, to deliver on the Paris Agreement and on the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, we are ready to take the lead on fulfilling SDG 7 as well, because energy transition must be at the heart of our efforts. Green investments not only help the climate, they also create millions of jobs, providing better lives and stronger societies, and a future that we can believe in. Political leadership and high ambitions in the run-up to COP26 is urgently needed to achieve neutrality by 2050. In the years to come, Denmark plans on reducing emissions by 70%. Mr. President, we must solve the global inequality that the virus has so brutally exposed. The inequality of today leads to the conflicts of tomorrow. We need to invest more in conflict prevention. And we therefore strongly support the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire in the face of the COVID-19 crisis, to redouble our efforts to prevent and resolve armed conflicts, to build more peaceful societies. And we need to bring our humanitarian, development, and peace efforts. Denmark continues to work within the framework of international law and conventions regarding migration and refugees. But the asylum system of the past does not fit the challenge of the future. We need an asylum system that is more fair and actually also more human. We must reduce the dangerous journeys and put an end to the cynical business of human smugglers. Countries along the routes of migration need more assistance to manage migration, and countries of origin need more help to create real alternatives. Mr. President, the UN was built on the ideals of human rights, but the current pandemic jeopardizes the progress we've made already on gender equality. Every woman and every girl have the right to decide over their life, their body, and future. And Denmark stands with the Secretary General and the vision behind the call to action on human rights. Rights and dignity must be at the core of all UN efforts. Mr. President, the world of today faces more global challenges than ever. I am hopeful that together we can deliver on the promises made 75 years ago. We, the peoples, we must act together. Current and future generations expect nothing less. Thank you.
代表大会 感谢丹麦首相刚才所的发言。我现在请尊敬的卢森堡代表介绍政府首脑的致辞。
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, pour ce problème technique. Monsieur le Vice-président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'introduire le message préenregistré de Monsieur Xavier Bettel, Premier ministre du Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, nous nous souviendrons de cette année 2020. Quelle année! Nous ne pouvons pas nous réunir comme d'accoutumée dans cette salle qui est une fois par an le centre de notre monde. New York, qui est la ville la plus ouverte qui soit, et celle de toutes les rencontres, ne peut pas nous accueillir. Elle a été pendant de longues semaines un des épicentres de la crise sanitaire mondiale. Et je veux ici la saluer particulièrement. La crise du Covid a un impact sur tout, un chacun et sur tous les aspects, y compris les plus prosaïques et banals de la vie quotidienne. Comment visiter ses proches, sa famille, comment se rendre à son travail, comment suivre l'école à distance, comment faire ses courses, comment faire du sport. Et encore, ce sont ici les préoccupations de ceux qui ont ou avaient un emploi déclaré, une sécurité sociale, un accès aux soins de santé. Comme chef de gouvernement, j'ai eu affaire avec toutes les facettes de cette crise, avec des décisions à prendre dans l'urgence ayant des conséquences énormes sur la vie des citoyens, sur le fonctionnement des services publics, le maintien de l'activité économique, le financement des mesures anti-crise. C'était là, et c'est encore le lot commun de tous les gouvernants de notre planète. Mais au-delà de ça, nous tous, citoyens de cette planète, sommes dans cette crise ensemble. Et ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous en sortirons. Nous sommes confrontés à une situation d'urgence planétaire. La crise, elle a frappé de façon quasi concomitante toutes les régions du monde. Elle a été accompagnée de limitations des libertés publiques, d'un retour des frontières, d'une remise en question même des acquis de la liberté des échanges commerciaux et de l'intégration économique, ainsi qu'une mise à l'épreuve sans précédent des systèmes de soins publics et privés, sans parler des questions éthiques auxquelles nombre d'entre nous n'avaient plus été confrontés depuis si longtemps. En Europe, au début de la crise sanitaire, les réflexes de protection de l'espace national n'ont pas manqué et continuent même encore aujourd'hui. Aussi a-t-on vu une remise en question de la libre circulation des personnes dans l'Union européenne, parfois bien au-delà du raisonnable. Le temps de l'action européenne au niveau sanitaire, social et économique est venu. Des décisions historiques ont été prises pour assurer une sortie de crise et une relance qui tiennent compte de la transition aussi écologique et des défis de notre développement durable. Les mois à venir continueront à nous éprouver durement. Mais j'ai bon espoir qu'au niveau national et européen, nous saurons nous en sortir. À côté de la tentation du repli sur soi, nous avons pu aussi constater au niveau international une coopération parfois extraordinaire entre acteurs étatiques et institutionnels, notamment dans le domaine de la recherche scientifique. Des efforts formidables sont en cours en vue de développer un vaccin Covid-19. Ce n'est qu'en garantissant cependant un accès équitable à un vaccin dans le monde entier que nous mettrons fin à cette pandémie. Nous avons aussi vu de très nombreux exemples concrets de solidarité entre les pays et les peuples. Je pense ici, par exemple, aux évacuations médicales. Les réponses aux défis de la gravité de la crise ont aussi mené à l'amélioration et à l'adaptation sur le champ des dispositifs médicaux et sanitaires et à un renforcement de la résilience des systèmes de réponse rapide. Cela dit, nous savons qu'au niveau global, la situation d'un grand nombre de pays suscite de grandes inquiétudes. La crise du Covid est devenue une crise sanitaire qui va au-delà du seul Covid-19, à travers la charge qu'il fait peser sur les systèmes de soins de santé. Et plus généralement, la remise en cause de stratégies pour lutter contre d'autres maladies, comme la malaria, la tuberculose ou encore le sida. La rupture des chaînes d'approvisionnement et les obstacles à la circulation, notamment de matériel de protection, ont également posé un défi important. À cet égard, je voudrais remercier les États qui nous ont aidés à acquérir des matériels de protection au plus fort de cette crise. Monsieur le Président, chers amis, le cri d'alarme du Programme alimentaire mondial et du Bureau pour les affaires humanitaires est tout simplement effrayant. Il y a un vrai risque de retour de la famine dans des parties importantes du monde, au-delà des zones de conflit ou de pays frappés par des catastrophes naturelles récentes. La crise sociale est vécue encore plus durement par les innombrables personnes qui vivent de l'économie informelle et qui sont privées de moyens à disposition dans les économies développées. La crise économique touche tous les pays, et en particulier les pays en développement. Les pays émergents ne sont pas épargnés. Face à la crise, ces pays n'ont pas la possibilité d'assurer cette résilience de systèmes de sécurité sociale ou de santé. Ils n'ont pas non plus les moyens de financer la sortie de crise en recourant au marché des capitaux. Proportionnellement, la charge de la dette est beaucoup plus importante pour eux que pour les pays développés. Mon pays, le Luxembourg, soutient pleinement les efforts en matière de moratoire et de réduction de la charge de la dette des pays les moins avancés. Les besoins en matière de financement sont de nouveau à la hausse pour les pays en développement qui risquent de faire un saut en arrière de 20 ans. Or, les moyens pour cela pourraient venir à manquer. L'aide publique au développement doit continuer à jouer un rôle déterminant. Dans les circonstances actuelles, plus encore qu'avant la crise du Covid, on ne peut hypothéquer l'assistance avec les aléas d'un financement par le marché de capitaux ou par d'autres instruments financiers, aussi innovants soient-ils. Je dis cela alors même que mon pays est en pointe dans le domaine de la microfinance, en particulier en Afrique. L'aide publique au développement du Luxembourg continuera à se chiffrer à 1% du revenu national brut. Les dépenses internationales climatiques et en matière de migration venant s'y ajouter. L'agenda d'Addis Ababa est là pour assurer le financement des objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030. Il faut saluer l'initiative du secrétaire général, de concert avec les premiers ministres canadiens et jamaïcains, de convoquer une réunion à haut niveau sur le financement du développement durable, dans un contexte post-Covid. Ce sera l'occasion d'avoir un aperçu d'ensemble sur une problématique qui est souvent traitée de façon fragmentaire, dans des enceintes relevant de processus si différents. Cela ne veut pas dire qu'il ne faille pas aussi recourir aux compétences éprouvées, quitte à les élargir d'institutions comme le Club de Paris ou l'OCDE. La place financière du Luxembourg participe pleinement à l'effort de développement de ce financement durable. La bourse verte du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg est l'une des plus importantes et des plus actives sur notre planète. Nous avons lancé la semaine dernière une obligation verte qui a connu un succès remarquable, une demande 10 fois supérieure à l'offre de souscription. Nous efforçons à présent d'élargir le modèle du financement climatique à d'autres objectifs de développement durable. Je viens d'évoquer l'un des rendez-vous à haut niveau de cette session. Il en est d'autres au cours desquels le Luxembourg interviendra, ou est déjà intervenu. La célébration du 75e anniversaire des Nations Unies, le sommet biodiversité, la réunion Beijing +25, retiennent plus particulièrement l'attention. Qu'est-ce que cela démontre? Cela démontre que même dans des circonstances extrêmement difficiles, notre organisation est capable de concertation, de proposition et d'action. Dès le mois de mars et avril, le secrétaire général a soumis une série d'analyses liées au Covid qui ont pavé la voie à des résolutions à l'Assemblée générale. Monsieur le Président, cette Assemblée a su réagir aux défis de la crise, mais aussi prendre les décisions indispensables pour le bon fonctionnement de l'organisation grâce à l'action de votre prédécesseur. En l'absence de réunions physiques et malgré toutes les limitations d'ordre procédural que cela impliquait, cette Assemblée a montré au monde que l'ONU était bien présente dans les réponses aux défis de la crise. Si la gestion de notre Assemblée a été un modèle d'improvisation raisonnée, il faudra, je pense, envisager à l'avenir des dispositions pour pallier aux inconvénients de ce type de prise de décision par consensus dans tous les cas de figure. Notre Assemblée a aussi préparé l'avenir en adoptant une série de résolutions substantielles destinées à apporter la réponse des Nations Unies à la crise. L'adoption de la résolution Omnibus, qui donne de la cohérence à notre approche, doit être particulièrement signalée et saluée. À l'occasion de sa session spéciale prévue en décembre, l'Assemblée générale pourra faire le point sur la réponse du système et sur d'éventuelles initiatives à adopter dans le futur. Le Conseil de sécurité a été un peu long à se prononcer sur l'appel au cessez-le-feu, immédiat partout dans le monde lancé au début du printemps par notre secrétaire général. Grâce à la persistance de certains de ses membres, il a finalement fait. Mais faut-il le dire, les obstacles rencontrés dans ce processus sont hélas emblématiques de la difficulté du Conseil à se mobiliser et à décider, même dans les situations les plus urgentes. Les agences de notre organisation, celles de New York, bien entendu, comme le PNUD ou l'UNICEF, mais aussi celles dans d'autres sièges, ont été promptes à réagir. Je pense aussi à celles basées à Rome, qui ont dû se mobiliser face à l'urgence alimentaire et un nouveau danger de famine. Les expériences récentes en matière de gouvernance sanitaire internationale peuvent et doivent faire l'objet d'une revue à la suite de la pandémie actuelle, et les leçons nécessaires doivent être tirées. L'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'OMS, est le lieu pour faire cette revue. Son rôle dans cette gouvernance doit être renforcé. Nous sommes confiants que cela nous permettra d'affronter, mieux encore, les pandémies du futur. Monsieur le Président, chers amis, j'ai dit auparavant que le monde courait le risque de perdre 20 ans de développement pour une partie importante des membres de notre organisation. Malheureusement, ce ne sont pas les seuls acquis que je vois en péril. La crise du Covid a exacerbé les tentations de réduire les libertés publiques au-delà de ce qui était nécessaire. Dans de nombreuses régions et de nombreux États, l'espace civique se réduit comme une peau de chagrin. La répression des opposants ou des défenseurs des droits de l'homme devient monnaie courante. La société civile, quand elle n'est pas réprimée, n'est souvent pas entendue. Dans le cadre de la 74e session de l'Assemblée générale, la présidence luxembourgeoise de la 3e commission s'est engagée pour que la société civile reçoive la place qui lui revient dans cette enceinte compétente pour les droits de l'homme. Une implication de la société civile dans les enceintes des Nations Unies constituera une des priorités de notre candidature au Conseil des droits de l'homme lors des élections qui auront lieu en octobre 21. Plus généralement, nous sommes inquiets face à la montée de l'autoritarisme dans, hélas, toutes les régions du monde. Parfois de façon plus discrète ou sournoise, parfois de façon ouverte, comme on l'a vu récemment en Biélorussie. Cette montée de l'autoritarisme se conjugue souvent avec la montée des discours populistes, simplistes, voire anti-scientifiques ou irrationnels. La régression de la reconnaissance de certains droits touche hélas aussi la santé sexuelle et reproductive, et c'est là jusque dans les instances de notre organisation. Pour mon pays qui poursuit une politique étrangère féministe, le maintien des acquis de nombreuses années de lutte doit rester une priorité absolue. Nous l'avons montré lors de notre récente présidence de la Commission de la population du développement. Je veux aussi rappeler ici l'engagement de mon pays dans la défense des droits des minorités sexuelles et sa participation active au core groupe LGBTI. Ici aussi, l'Europe est concernée, hélas. Monsieur le Président, l'autoritarisme nourrit les conflits en même temps qu'il en vit. Il n'y a qu'à voir le nombre de régions et de pays qui sont devenus le terrain de jeux de puissance de toute origine et de tout acabit, avec ce que cela comporte de trafic en tout genre et de pression migratoire, notamment dans la Méditerranée. Le Proche-Orient demeure un foyer de tension. Je salue le récent rapprochement entre Israël et les Émirats arabes unis, ainsi que le Bahreïn, qui devrait contribuer à stabiliser la région. Néanmoins, le processus de paix entre Israël et la Palestine est en panne. Un engagement des parties est nécessaire pour négocier une paix juste et durable et aboutir à une solution à deux États vivant côte à côte dans la paix et la sécurité. Si l'action de l'Iran dans la région est de nature à inquiéter, l'abandon de l'accord nucléaire avec l'Iran, quant à lui, n'est pas de nature à améliorer la situation. Cet accord demeure en vigueur et l'on ne peut à la fois le dénoncer et s'en réclamer. Permettez-moi de dire 2 mots sur la situation en Afrique de l'Ouest, au Sahel. Une bonne partie de la coopération de mon pays y est concentrée. Il faut que tous les acteurs de la région se ressaisissent par la mise en œuvre des engagements pris, y compris le rétablissement d'un pouvoir civil au Mali. C'est une condition pour l'efficacité de l'engagement de la communauté internationale. De son côté, le Luxembourg a encore renforcé cet engagement en début d'année, à travers une participation directe à la MINUSMA, ce qui est une première depuis son engagement dans la FORPRONU et dans la FINUL. Je ne souhaite pas ici faire une liste des inquiétudes que mon pays nourrit à l'égard des conflits actifs ou potentiels dans toutes les régions du monde. Elle serait trop longue. Force est de constater que les foyers de tension se multiplient et que l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs sur la scène internationale ne va pas toujours, loin s'en faut, dans le sens de l'apaisement. La remise en cause du multilatéralisme participe à cette montée des périls. Elle est de plus en plus fréquente et n'est pas le fait d'un seul acteur de la communauté internationale, comme on voudrait de temps en temps nous le faire croire. Pour notre part, nous adhérons à un ordre international basé sur la règle de droit et la souveraineté des États. Il n'y a pas de contradiction entre les deux. Je veux réitérer ici le plein soutien de mon pays à la Cour pénale internationale et à ses représentants. Les récentes attaques contre la Cour et les obstacles mis à son action doivent cesser. L'Organisation des Nations Unies est l'enceinte faîtière du système international et comme telle, la garante du multilatéralisme. Dans notre monde globalisé et interdépendant, l'action isolée, non concertée, constitue un risque pour tous, y compris pour ceux qui ne se sentent pas liés par la règle commune. La crise du coronavirus est là pour nous le rappeler, de la façon la plus claire et évidente qui soit. Pour sa part, le Luxembourg maintiendra son engagement international, documenté à travers sa participation aux travaux des enceintes à participation universelle de notre organisation, à travers ses contributions financières volontaires, par sa présence sur le terrain avec les Nations Unies et par ses candidatures aux fonctions électives de certaines enceintes, comme le Conseil des droits de l'homme pour le mandat 2022-2024. Je souhaite de tout cœur pouvoir participer de nouveau plus directement l'année prochaine à cette grande conversation qu'est la semaine à haut niveau et m'adresser à cette occasion de façon plus vivante et interactive à cette Assemblée. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, je vous remercie de votre aimable attention, de m'avoir écouté et j'espère vous revoir très vite et en vrai.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister of Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand to introduce an address by the head of the government.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
ท่านประธานผมขอแสดงความยินดีกับท่านประธานที่รับการเลือกตั้งให้ดำรงตำแหน่งประธานสมัชชาสหประชาชาติสมัยสามัญครั้งที่ 75 ปีนี้นับเป็นปีที่มีความสำคัญยิ่งเพราะเป็นวาระครบรอบ 75 ปีของการก่อตั้งสหประชาชาติซึ่งเปรียบเสมือนองค์กรแห่งความสมานฉันท์ความร่วมมือและเป็นแรงบันดาลใจให้มวลมนุษยชาติเชื่อมั่นในความสามัคคีและความร่วมแรงร่วมใจของทุกประเทศสมาชิกเพื่อสร้างสันติสุขและความกินดีอยู่ดีของประชากรโลกตลอดระยะเวลา 75 ปีสหประชาชาติและรัฐสมาชิกได้ฝ่าฟันความท้าทายต่างๆอย่างไม่ย่อท้อโดยในปีนี้โลกต้องประสบกับวิกฤตด้านสาธารณสุขจากการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ที่ส่งผลกระทบอย่างกว้างขวางต่อชีวิตความเป็นอยู่ของประชาชนระบบเศรษฐกิจและสังคมตลอดจนทำให้วาระพิเศษครบรอบ 75 ปีของสหประชาชาติต้องถูกบดบังไปอย่างไรก็ดีความท้าทายอันใหญ่หลวงครั้งนี้จะเป็นเครื่องพิสูจน์ว่าการยึดมั่นในระบบพหุภาคีและความเป็นหนึ่งเดียวของรัฐสมาชิกคือหนทางที่จะนำไปสู่การหลุดพ้นจากภัยคุกคามที่เกิดขึ้นได้อย่างยั่งยืนทุกประเทศต้องเชื่อมั่นในเรื่องของความร่วมมือระหว่างกันตลอดจนมีความแน่วแน่มั่นคงและไม่หวั่นไหวต่อกระแสชาตินิยมและกระแสการต่อต้านโลกาภิวัตน์ซึ่งจะเป็นแรงผลักดันให้พวกเรามีความเป็นหนึ่งเดียวและสามารถฟันฝ่าภัยพิบัติครั้งนี้ไปได้ในที่สุดเพราะเป็นที่ประจักษ์แล้วว่าไม่มีประเทศใดสามารถเผชิญหน้ากับความท้าทายได้เพียงลำพังและนี่คืออนาคตที่เราต้องการผมขอใช้โอกาสนี้ส่งกำลังใจไปยังทุกประเทศและขอให้ผู้ป่วยทุกรายหายเป็นปกติในเร็ววันรวมทั้งขอให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์และสาธารณสุขตลอดจนอาสาสมัครและภาคส่วนต่างๆที่เกี่ยวข้องทั่วโลกซึ่งถือเป็นทัพหน้าในสงครามการสู้รบกับโรคโควิด -19 ปลอดภัยและประสบความสำเร็จในภารกิจอันท้าทายนี้ท่านประธานรัฐบาลไทยมุ่งมั่นและตั้งใจยับยั้งการแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ในประเทศโดยจัดตั้งศูนย์บริหารสถานการณ์โควิด -19 ที่มีผมเป็นผู้บัญชาการหลักโดยมาตรการต่างๆของไทยล้วนเป็นไปตามหลักของกฎอนามัยระหว่างประเทศคศ. 2005 และแนวทางขององค์การอนามัยโลกที่ให้ความสำคัญกับการรับมือและแก้ปัญหาตั้งแต่ต้นน้ำกลางน้ำและปลายน้ำโดยมีการคัดกรองผู้เดินทางเข้าออกประเทศมีการรณรงค์มาตรการอยู่บ้านหยุดเชื้อเพื่อชาติเพื่อเว้นระยะห่างทางสังคม มีการให้ข้อมูลข่าวสารที่ครบถ้วนรวดเร็วและโปร่งใสและต่อต้านการเผยแพร่ข่าวเท็จรวมถึงสนับสนุนการทำงานของอาสาสมัครสาธารณสุขประจำหมู่บ้านกว่า1 ล้านคนทั่วประเทศอีกทั้งมีการรักษาผู้ป่วยทุกคนโดยไม่แยกแยะว่าเป็นคนไทยหรือคนต่างชาติขณะเดียวกันรัฐบาลยังสนับสนุนแผนพัฒนาวัคซีนโรคโควิด -19 ซึ่งหน่วยงานภาครัฐของไทยได้เริ่มพัฒนาและวิจัยวัคซีนต้นแบบมาระยะหนึ่งแล้วอีกทั้งยังร่วมมือกับหุ้นส่วนในต่างประเทศอีกด้วยทั้งนี้ผมเห็นว่าวัคซีนและยาสำหรับรักษาโรคโควิด -19 ควรต้องเป็นสินค้าสาธารณะระดับโลกที่ทุกประเทศได้รับสิทธิในการเข้าถึงอย่างเท่าเทียมกันโดยสหประชาชาติจำเป็นต้องมีบทบาทนำในเรื่องนี้นอกจากนี้รัฐบาลยังได้ออกมาตรการดูแลและเยียวยาทางเศรษฐกิจเพื่อแบ่งเบาภาระให้แก่ประชาชนและผู้ประกอบการไม่ว่าจะเป็นกลุ่มผู้มีรายได้น้อยกลุ่มผู้ประกอบการสตรีกลุ่มเกษตรกรและกลุ่มเปราะบางให้สามารถเข้าถึงความช่วยเหลืออย่างเท่าเทียมโดยมีการเสริมสภาพคล่องทางการเงินให้แก่ผู้ประกอบการเพื่อให้สามารถพยุงธุรกิจต่อไปได้ในการนี้ผมได้จัดตั้งศูนย์บริหารสถานการณ์เศรษฐกิจเพื่อเป็นกลไกหลักในการกำหนดนโยบายร่วมกันระหว่างภาครัฐกับภาคเอกชนในการฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจและสังคมอย่างรอบด้านประเทศไทยเป็นสังคมประชาธิปไตยที่มีประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางและมีบทบาทสำคัญในการขับเคลื่อนวาระแห่งชาติภายใต้การบูรณาการร่วมกันของทุกภาคส่วนโดยความร่วมมือร่วมใจของคนไทยทั้งชาติตลอดเวลาที่ผ่านมาได้ส่งผลให้การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ในประเทศไทยอยู่ในระดับที่สามารถควบคุมได้ซึ่งผมขอขอบคุณองค์การอนามัยโลกที่ให้การยอมรับว่าไทยเป็นหนึ่งในประเทศที่สามารถรับมือกับเชื้อโควิด -19 ได้ดีที่สุดในโลกอย่างไรก็ดีผมได้ย้ำเตือนประชาชนและทุกภาคส่วนอยู่เสมอถึงความไม่ประมาทเพื่อป้องกันมิให้เกิดการแพร่ระบาดระลอก 2ปัจจัยสำคัญที่ทำให้ไทยสามารถยับยั้งการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 และเป็นประเทศต้นแบบด้านการบริหารระบบสาธารณสุขที่มีประสิทธิภาพก็คือการมีเจตจำนงทางการเมืองที่แน่วแน่ในการพัฒนาระบบสาธารณสุขของไทยให้มีความเข้มแข็งผ่านหลักประกันสุขภาพทั่วหน้าที่ครอบคลุมเพื่อให้ประชาชนมีสุขภาพที่ดีและเป็นพลังในการขับเคลื่อนประเทศให้มีความมั่นคงมั่งคั่งและยั่งยืนซึ่งไทยได้แบ่งปันความรู้และประสบการณ์ให้แก่ประเทศต่างๆนำไปประยุกต์ใช้ในกรอบความร่วมมือ Foreign Policy and Global Health ในช่วงเวลาแห่งความยากลำบากนี้ผมหวังว่าทุกประเทศจะต้องช่วยเหลือแบ่งปันและเกื้อกูลกันทั้งในระดับภูมิภาคและระดับโลกผมขอชื่นชมท่านเลขาธิการสหประชาชาติที่สนับสนุนให้รัฐสมาชิกตระหนักถึงความร่วมมือเพื่อให้ทุกประเทศสามารถก้าวข้ามอุปสรรคนี้ไปด้วยกันอย่างยั่งยืนผ่านการจัดตั้งกองทุนต่างๆโดยไทยได้ร่วมบริจาคเงินให้แก่กองทุนสหประชาชาติเพื่อรับมือและฟื้นฟูจากการแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ขณะที่ระดับภูมิภาคไทยได้เสนอให้จัดตั้งและร่วมบริจาคเงินให้แก่กองทุนอาเซียนเพื่อรับมือโควิด -19 เพื่อรับมือกับวิกฤตฉุกเฉินด้านสาธารณสุขตลอดจนเพื่อการศึกษาวิจัยคิดค้นยาและวัคซีนเพื่อให้อาเซียนสามารถพึ่งพาตนเองได้ในระยะยาวซึ่งผู้นำอาเซียนและประเทศคู่เจรจาต่างสนับสนุนข้อเสนอของไทยโดยอาเซียนที่แข็งแกร่งจะเป็นหุ้นส่วนที่ดีให้แก่สหประชาชาติและประชาคมระหว่างประเทศนอกจากนี้เพื่อเป็นการวางแผนรับมือกับสถานการณ์ภายหลังโควิด -19 และสิ่งท้าทายอื่นในอนาคตไทยมีความพร้อมร่วมมือกับนานาประเทศในมิติอื่นๆเช่นความร่วมมือด้านความมั่นคงทางอาหารและพลังงานและการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนอีกด้วยในด้านการฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจไทยได้ดำเนินนโยบายหยุดโควิดแต่ไม่หยุดเศรษฐกิจไทยพร้อมขับเคลื่อนเศรษฐกิจใหม่ที่เรียกว่า Bio Circular Clean Economy หรือ BCG ซึ่งก็คือการให้ความสำคัญกับเศรษฐกิจชีวภาพเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนและเศรษฐกิจสีเขียวโดยน้อมนำหลักปรัชญาของเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงซึ่งเป็นแนวทางพื้นบ้านมาใช้เป็นแนวทางในการพัฒนาที่มุ่งสู่ความยั่งยืนโดยการสร้างความเข้มแข็งจากภายในเชื่อมไทยสู่โลกโดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังท่านประธานในโอกาสครบรอบ 75 ปีของสหประชาชาติพวกเรา ควรร่วมกันประเมินความสำเร็จและความล้มเหลวที่ผ่านมาแม้สหประชาชาติจะไม่สามารถแก้ปัญหาของโลกในทุกเรื่องแต่ก็เป็นที่ประจักษ์แล้วว่าระบบพหุภาคีที่ทุกคนมีส่วนร่วมสามารถยับยั้งไม่ให้เกิดสงครามขนาดใหญ่หรือการใช้อำนาจตามอำเภอใจได้ดังนั้นเราจึงควรมุ่งมั่นที่จะเสริมสร้างความเข้มแข็งของระบบพหุภาคีนี้ต่อไปโดยกระชับความร่วมมือในกรอบสหประชาชาติให้แน่นแฟ้นยิ่งขึ้นเพื่อให้สามารถตอบสนองต่อสถานการณ์โลกที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปในบริบทของความท้าทายใหม่ๆรวมถึงความคาดหวังของคนรุ่นใหม่ซึ่งนี่ก็คือสหประชาชาติที่เราต้องการตลอดเวลา 75 ปีในฐานะสมาชิกสหประชาชาติไทยได้แสดงบทบาทที่สร้างสรรค์อย่างต่อเนื่องและสม่ำเสมอเรายึดมั่นต่อพันธกรณีระหว่างประเทศและเคารพหลักการพื้นฐานของกฎบัตรสหประชาชาติในด้านสันติภาพและความมั่นคงสหประชาชาติและประชาคมโลกประสบความสำเร็จในการพยายามระงับความขัดแย้งโดยสันติวิธีและการให้ความช่วยเหลือประชาชนหลังจากสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งตลอดระยะเวลา 75 ปีที่ผ่านมาโดยในส่วนของไทยนอกจากการให้ความสำคัญกับการลดอาวุธไทยยังส่งเจ้าหน้าที่ทหารตำรวจและพลเรือนทั้งชายและหญิงกว่า 27,000 คนเข้าร่วมภารกิจเพื่อสันติภาพในกรอบสหประชาชาติในภูมิภาคต่างๆกว่า 20 ภารกิจตั้งแต่ปี 2501 และยังคงบทบาทนี้ไว้ท่ามกลางวิกฤตในปัจจุบันโดยกองกำลังของไทยมีส่วนส่งเสริมสันติภาพที่ยั่งยืนผ่านการประยุกต์ใช้แนวทางการพัฒนาตามหลักปรัชญาของเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงเพื่อแก้ไขความขัดแย้งที่ต้นเหตุและป้องกันไม่ให้เกิดขึ้นอีกซึ่งสอดคล้องกับเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนที่ 16 ก็คือสังคมสงบสุขมีความยุติธรรมและสถาบันต่างๆเข้มแข็งนอกจากนี้ผมขอยืนยันว่าไทยจะร่วมมือกับประเทศต่างๆอย่างเข้มแข็งเพื่ออาเซียนมีบทบาทอย่างสร้างสรรค์ในการทำรงไว้ซึ่งสันติภาพและความมั่นคงในภูมิภาคและในโอกาสนี้ผมขอขอบคุณมิตรประเทศต่างๆที่ให้เสียงสนับสนุนไทยในการเลือกตั้งสมาชิกคณะกรรมาธิการเสริมสร้างสันติภาพวาระปี 2564 ถึง 2565 ซึ่งไทยมุ่งมั่นจะปฏิบัติที่ดังกล่าวเพื่อประโยชน์สุขของประชาชนระหว่างประเทศต่อไปในด้านการพัฒนาพวกเรามีเวลาอีก 10 ปีที่จะเร่งดำเนินการเพื่อบรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนในปีคศ 2030 อย่างไรก็ดีการแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 เป็นปัจจัยหนึ่งที่ทำให้การบรรลุเป้าหมายล่าช้าออกไปดังนั้นพวกเราจะต้องทำงานหนักและส่งเสริมความร่วมมือให้เข้มแข็งยิ่งขึ้นโดยให้ความสำคัญกับการพัฒนาที่มีประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางการมีส่วนร่วมของผู้มีส่วนได้ส่วนเสียโดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังรวมทั้งมุ่งใช้ประโยชน์จากเทคโนโลยีเพื่อการพัฒนาเพื่อจะใช้เวทีระหว่างประเทศต่างๆเช่นงาน Global South Development Expo 2021 ซึ่งไทยจะเป็นเจ้าภาพร่วมกับสำนักงานสหประชาชาติเพื่อความร่วมมือใต้และคณะกรรมาธิการเศรษฐกิจและสังคมแห่งสหประชาชาติสำหรับเอเชียและแปซิฟิกที่กรุงเทพในต้นปีหน้าและสถานการณ์เป็นสมาชิกคณะมนตรีเศรษฐกิจและสังคมแห่งสหประชาชาติในการแบ่งปันแนวปฏิบัติที่เป็นเลิศตามหลักการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนบนพื้นฐานของหลักปรัชญาของเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงในด้านสิทธิมนุษยชนข้อตกลงและกฎหมายระหว่างประเทศได้กำหนดหลักการและพันธกรณีเกี่ยวกับการปกป้องสิทธิมนุษยชนหลักนิติธรรมธรรมาภิบาลและการให้ความสำคัญต่อกลุ่มเปราะบางเช่นเด็กผู้สูงอายุผู้พิการผู้มีรายได้น้อยรวมทั้งแรงงานข้ามชาติดังนั้นจึงเป็นหน้าที่ของรัฐสมาชิกที่จะต้องยึดมั่นในพันธกรณีข้างต้นและพิจารณาว่าจะสร้างความก้าวหน้าเพิ่มเติมได้อย่างไรสำหรับไทยได้จัดทำแผนสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติเป็นฉบับที่ 4และนำมาปฏิบัติแล้วโดยมุ่งให้แผนงานด้านสิทธิมนุษยชนกับธุรกิจส่งผลเป็นรูปธรรมซึ่งผมรู้สึกภูมิใจที่ประเทศไทยเป็นประเทศแรกในเอเชียที่ประกาศใช้แผนปฏิบัติการระดับชาติว่าด้วยธุรกิจกับสิทธิมนุษยชนตั้งแต่ปี 2562 ปีนี้เป็นปีที่ครบรอบ 25 ปีที่ประเทศสมาชิกร่วมรับรองปฏิญญาปักกิ่งและแผนปฏิบัติการเพื่อความก้าวหน้าของสตรีซึ่งไทยขับเคลื่อนการทำงานตามปฏิญญาปักกิ่ง ด้วยการบูรณาการประเด็นต่างๆอย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อบรรลุความเท่าเทียมระหว่างเพศเสริมพลังสตรีและสิทธิมนุษยชนสตรีในทุกวิกฤตย่อมเต็มไปด้วยความเจ็บปวดแต่ขณะเดียวกันก็แฝงไปด้วยข้อคิดที่สามารถจะนำมาถอดบทเรียนและต่อยอดในแผนงานรับมือกับความท้าทายต่างๆได้ในอนาคตข้างหน้าจะเป็นอย่างไรวิถีปกติใหม่จะทำให้พวกเรามีสภาพความเป็นอยู่ที่ดีขึ้นกว่านี้หรือไม่นั้นอยู่ที่ประชาชนทุกคนทั้งรุ่นเราและเยาวชนคนรุ่นใหม่ได้ผนึกกำลังกันเพื่อออกแบบอนาคตที่เหมาะสมสำหรับประเทศไทยต่อไปท้ายที่สุดนี้ผมขอยืนยันความมุ่งมั่นของไทยในการสนับสนุนวาระต่างๆของสหประชาชาติทั้งในด้านสันติภาพความมั่นคงการพัฒนาการจัดการกับความเปลี่ยนแปลงของสภาพภูมิอากาศการยึดมั่นในสิทธิมนุษยชนและการส่งเสริมความเป็นหุ้นส่วนระหว่างภาคส่วนต่างๆเพราะระบบพหุภาคีเป็นหนทางที่จะนำพาพวกเราให้หลุดพ้นจากวิกฤตทั้งนี้ไปได้ร่วมกันดังที่ได้ประจักษ์มาแล้วตลอด 75 ปีทั้งนี้เพื่อสร้างอนาคตที่มีสันติสุขและเพื่อโลกที่น่าอยู่สำหรับพวกเราและชนรุ่นหลังต่อไปขอบคุณครับ
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand for the statement just made. Before proceeding to the next speaker, I wish to remind members that all delegates are required to wear a face covering at all times except when directly addressing the meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada to introduce an address by the head of government.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce to the Assembly my Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, who will be speaking to us by means of a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, my friends, thank you for the opportunity to address this Assembly. Like many of you, I've spoken in this forum before, but never like this, at a time like this. The world is in crisis. And not just because of the last few months, not just because of COVID-19, but because of the last few decades, and because of us. This is our wake-up call, and we cannot ignore it. Time and time again, history has shown us that the price for turning away, for failing to act, is much too high. Our parents and grandparents remember all too well what things were like in the 30s and the 40s. Economies collapsed. Governments and systems of government crumbled. Millions died. That was the world they faced. That was the challenge they had to meet. And this is what they did about it. Nos parents et grands-parents ont choisi de se relever et de rebâtir. Ils ont mis sur pied des institutions multilatérales comme les Nations Unies. Ils ont créé des institutions financières internationales comme la Banque mondiale, le FMI et d'autres institutions de Bretton Woods. Et ils ont jeté les bases d'un ordre international fondé sur des règles grâce auxquelles nous avons connu une période de prospérité commune sans précédent durant la seconde moitié du XXe siècle. We had a system, we had a generation that learned from crisis and set us on a better path. In their era, those systems worked. But that was 50, 60, 70 years ago. Today, all those institutions no longer serve us well enough on what they were designed for, defending multilateralism and international law, protecting human rights and open markets. That is what the crisis of COVID-19 has shown beyond a shadow of a doubt, that things have to change. And not just on the world stage, but at home too. Nous n'en faisons pas assez pour les personnes les plus vulnérables, que ce soit les personnes âgées qui meurent dans des établissements de soins de santé, ou les personnes sans abri pour qui chaque soir est une lutte. Nous n'allons pas assez loin pour éliminer l'injustice systémique, qu'il soit question de racisme envers les Noirs ou les Autochtones, d'homophobie ou de sexisme. Dans les difficultés de nos citoyens, nous pouvons voir les échecs de nos institutions, de notre monde. Après que la pandémie a décimé leur économie et leurs services de base, de nombreux pays sont maintenant au bord du gouffre. C'est ce que j'ai entendu d'un si grand nombre d'entre vous lors de la réunion sur le financement du développement que le Canada a organisée le printemps dernier avec le secrétaire général Antonio Guterres et le premier ministre de la Jamaïque, Andrew Holness. Nous devons en faire plus pour que les enfants du monde entier soient nourris et qu'ils puissent aller à l'école. Si nous ne le faisons pas, les conséquences seront désastreuses. Nous sommes confrontés à une crise humanitaire mondiale. Et le plus préoccupant dans tout ça, c'est que cette pandémie et les crises qu'elle a mises en lumière ne constituent même pas notre plus grande menace. Right now, our world is facing a climate reckoning. We are at this point because of our collective inability over the past decades to make the tough decisions and sacrifices needed to fight climate change and save future generations. The pandemic has not changed that. Our shared failures have continued, and our citizens are paying the price. We need a new way of thinking on climate, on inequality, on health. Because the way we're doing things just isn't working well enough. Too often, concerted action is blocked. The needs of our citizens are denied as a result of gridlock at decision-making bodies. And why? Because there are few consequences for countries that ignore international rules, for regimes that think might makes right. Few consequences for places where opposition figures are being poisoned while cyber tools and disinformation are being used to destabilize democracies. Few consequences when innocent citizens are arbitrarily detained and fundamental freedoms are repressed, when a plane of civilians is shot from the sky, when women's rights are not treated as human rights, when no one has any rights at all. We are in deadlock. The international approach we've relied on since the second half of the 20th century was built on an understanding that countries would work together. But now those same countries are looking inward and are divided. We need to recognize where we are. The system is broken. The world is in crisis. And things are about to get much worse unless we change. Right now, we have a chance, not a big chance, but a chance to shift course, to realize that the only way through this is together. Putting some people ahead of others does not work. A healthier, cleaner, more equal future cannot be the privilege of a lucky few. It must be the right of us all. La seule façon d'arranger les choses, la seule façon de bâtir un avenir meilleur pour nos enfants et nos petits-enfants, c'est de travailler ensemble, en nous défendant les uns les autres, quelles que soient les lignes dessinées sur des cartes. Les Rohingyas au Myanmar, les manifestants au Bélarus, le peuple libanais, les citoyens détenus arbitrairement en Chine, les peuples autochtones au Canada et partout dans le monde. Une collaboration mondiale réelle et constructive est la seule façon de procéder. Mais qui sommes-nous pour demander cela? Le Canada n'est pas un pays qui peut faire bouger bien des choses dans ces grands dossiers internationaux. Comme tant d'autres, nous sommes soumis aux caprices des superpuissances. Mais en tant que Canadiens, nous savons que nous ne sommes pas seuls. As Canadians, a trading nation where we trace our origins to every corner of the planet, we know that we are in this together. And I know other countries, your countries, see this too. Instead of hunkering down and hoping that we come out the other side okay, let's remember that we're all in this together. Instead of crossing our fingers and hoping that the big powers will figure this out, let's look at what we can do to make a difference together. Let's use our shared power not just to get a vaccine, but to get it out to everyone. Let us be inspired by our citizens' call to restore the global economy while we tackle climate change. In other words, let's not wait for someone else to act. Let's do it ourselves. Each one of us here in these United Nations, each one of us uniting around a shared future. Canada has a long history in peacekeeping, and we will continue to step up and continue to move the dial on lasting peace by empowering women. Canada has always supported the work of agencies like UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the UNHCR. Not only will we keep supporting these efforts, we'll keep increasing our international assistance budget every year. There's still so much more to be done. Aux quatre coins du monde, les enfants portent un masque pour aller à l'école ou ne vont pas à l'école du tout. Des personnes âgées meurent. Des manifestants sont tués. Le niveau des mers monte et les forêts brûlent. Les gens qui ne pensent qu'à eux-mêmes continuent d'aggraver les inégalités et les conflits. C'est le moment pour nous, en tant que nation unie, d'unir nos forces et de faire ce pourquoi nous avons été créés, assurer la paix et la sécurité et éviter les crises globales. Ces jours-ci, nous menons un combat pas comme les autres, mais contre un virus invisible. En même temps, nous luttons contre les conséquences de nos propres actions, à cause desquelles le niveau de carbone de l'atmosphère est maintenant insoutenable. Everywhere around the world, people are becoming mindful of this reality. They're refusing to accept inequality. They're refusing to close their eyes to the peril we're facing. Our citizens will no longer shrug off as someone else's problem a failing status quo. And that's a good thing, because there is the path forward. After a wildfire rips through a forest, life adjusts and begins anew. After an earthquake hits a city, people work together and rebuild. As we face these layers of crises, this is what we must do. We must understand our opportunities and our responsibilities to take real action together, to protect each other, to support each other. If we meet this moment, if we rise to this challenge, I know that, like our grandparents did 70 years ago, we will lay the foundations of a better world.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Canada for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor and distinct pleasure to introduce the Honorable Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda to speak in a pre-recorded statement to the General Assembly. Excellencies, the Right Honorable Dr. Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. I thank you.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, happy 75th anniversary. Collectively, the member states of these United Nations are failing in our responsibility to our one planet and in our duty to the peoples of our one world. At each of the past 74 sessions of this General Assembly, many pledges have been made to make the international community less inequitable, and many commitments have been given to lift up the poor and vulnerable, and many declarations have been issued to end the scourge of war. Yet, in the 74 years that have passed since the first session of this General Assembly on January 10th, 1946, the world has experienced only brief efforts to deliver these pledges, commitments, and declarations. Those efforts were vital. They made a difference. With each of them, mankind made some progress on the path to human equality, environmental safety, and global security. But despite them, the benefits of wider inclusive international cooperation are now being sacrificed by the powerful on the altar of attaining their narrow, exclusive national advantage. Never before has the world had such ample technical and financial resources to address the challenges facing all mankind, including the ravages of climate change, pandemics, food security, malnutrition, hunger, and poverty. The problem is that these resources are concentrated in the capitals of a few nations, which have retreated from contributing to meet those challenges and to overcome them for the good of all humanity. As this assembly is held, developing countries, particularly small states, are trapped in a downward spiral of economic decline and environmental degradation, which they did not create and over which they have no control. There are no trends identifiable today, no programs or policies that offer hope of narrowing the gap between the rich and poor, let alone to bridge it. What the world is witnessing is a march by the richest nations away from any obligations to global good. The drums of nationalism are drowning out the cries for global solidarity, without which the world's peace, progress, and prosperity will never be assured, nor will the principles upon which the United Nations organization was founded ever be satisfied. This is not the future we want. That is not the future we deserve. If ever there was a time for the nations of the world to jointly confront threats to all of them, the time is now. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought that realization directly in the face of all of our nations. It is global in its sweep and universal in its dangers. Not only has it visited a public health emergency on each nation, it has wreaked economic havoc in all of them. The perils of the pandemic loom large across the globe, jumping across the divides of national borders and defying the belief that rich nations can survive while poorer nations succumb. The pandemic has added to the dangers of climate change, which is as pernicious as the COVID-19 pandemic in its reach and insidious in its impact. The poor and the vulnerable are already the first to suffer from the economic impact of COVID-19 and climate change. But the rich have not been spared, and they certainly will not be spared. And narrow nationalist policies that undermine international cooperation will make matters worse, not better. Every nation of the world is a marketplace for others. The chain of supply and sales are global. Countries are now inextricably interlinked for tourism and business by air and sea transportation, and also by the goods and services we each buy and supply, including science and technology. No nation, however wealthy, can survive if its markets dwindle and its sources of supply decline. We all are interdependent, however large or small. The unity of human needs requires a functional multilateral system that respects the democratic principles of sovereignty, participation, and consent, rejecting the bullying doctrine of exclusion, imposition, and abuse of economic sanctions. Yet, even though the countries of the Caribbean are among the greatest victims of the profligacy of others in relation to the creation of climate change and its effects, and although our economies are among the worst impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, in whose creation we played no part, we are denied a voice in international decision-making, and we are subjected unfairly to the will of others. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, is forecasting that the gross domestic product, GDP of the Caribbean, will contract by 6.9% in 2020 because of the effects of COVID-19 on our economies. This is eroding the gains by my own country, Antigua and Barbuda, where in January of this year, we were set to achieve over 6.2% growth, in addition to an average annual growth rate of 5% in the previous 6 years. As a country highly dependent on tourism, the closure of borders and the cessation of cruise tourism and the limits on aviation effectively devastated our economy overnight, resulting not only in serious loss of revenues, but also in sudden and significant job losses. Governments have had to expend enormous resources, spending as high as 8% of GDP to mitigate the impact of the public health crisis amid this extraordinary decline in revenues and foreign exchange. In the case of my own small country, we have been denied loans from the international financial institutions, the IFIs, because of the skewed, nonsensical per capita income criterion which has been applied by their policy-making boards. The result has been that apart from a line of credit from the Inter-American Development Bank that is yet to be consummated, Antigua and Barbuda has received not 1 cent from the international financial institutions to help us to meet the enormous challenges that have brought much larger countries to their knees. In our own case, the approach of the Paris Club of official debt holders has been particularly callous, absolutely insensitive during this unprecedented global pandemic. The Paris Club has not found it possible to agree to suspension of debt payments, debt rescheduling, or debt forgiveness to allow countries like mine an opportunity to cope with the extraordinary challenges confronting us, in which we played no part in creating. Amidst the circumstances of dwindled revenues and extraordinary expenses, the Paris Club is demanding repayment of decades-old delinquent loans that simply cannot be repaid at this time. What is worse, with no sympathy for the dire conditions we face, the Paris Club blocked the IMF from considering financial assistance and debt service relief provided to many others, unless we subject ourselves to a program that incidentally would lead to an increased debt service burden and even more austere conditions for our people. That we cannot do, and certainly will not entertain. As our economy weakens, with an insufficient response by the international community for debt rescheduling and access to concessional financing, unemployment and poverty are growing. Nonetheless, the people of my country are moving on with resilience, bravely and resolutely. We affirm our commitment to multilateralism, and we are doing our part in tackling COVID-19 within our boundaries and by contributing to multilateral action. I'm proud that despite all the challenges with which we were confronted, Antigua and Barbuda has successfully managed the COVID-19 pandemic by quickly detecting and treating infected persons and through effective contact tracing to prevent community spread. Antigua and Barbuda has recorded only 3 deaths since the pandemic started. Presently, we have just 1 active laboratory-confirmed case of COVID-19 infection, despite reopening our borders on June 1st to daily commercial flights from North America and Europe in an attempt to earn some revenues from the vital tourism sector to protect livelihoods. My government has also invested in modern medical facilities, including a well-equipped infectious disease center manned by trained, qualified, and experienced personnel. In addition, we have expanded and upgraded our health facilities to 3 beds per 1,000 of population and improved our tertiary healthcare services. All of this has been achieved despite inadequate assistance from the international financial institutions to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on our economy and our people. If this situation continues without appropriate response from the international community, many countries like mine will be unable to pay existing debt and will not qualify for new borrowings. Even if these countries all end up in IMF programs to give them short-term relief, unless there is suspension of debt repayments, debt forgiveness, and debt rescheduling, they will not recover their economies. They will certainly not achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and their debt stock will be enlarged by the compound interest that will result from unpaid debts. Unfortunately, the economic development they have so far achieved will be reversed with little prospect of recovery. This is not the world we want. What we need is proactive financial intervention by the IFIs, and for them to do so now, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's intervention may be too late. As Alicia Bassina, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has pointed out, and I quote, "The leaders of the G20 should be in favor of multilateral organizations, making loans at favorable interest rates and alleviating the debt of countries that are highly indebted, deferring it or forgiving it. If that does not occur, the payments will be impossible and fiscal space will be compromised. Exceptional measures are required to confront an unprecedented crisis. There will be no progress without international cooperation and solidarity." End of quote. This is a statement we endorse in its entirety. The socioeconomic sustainability of the region will be compromised without a proactive debt suspension, restructuring, and ultimately debt relief. Distinguished delegates, the future we should all want requires the establishment of a new era of multilateralism. And multilateralism based on the premise that the life of every human being matters, and that in living their lives, every human being should be given the opportunity to prosper free from intimidation, hunger, malnutrition, disease, and war. Our nations united should affirm their commitment to that goal and work diligently to achieve it. That is the United Nations we need. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and Corporate Governance of Antigua and Barbuda for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, it's my honour to introduce the statement of the Honourable Scott Morrison MP, the Prime Minister of Australia. Thank you.
Mr. President, this is an historic and unusual gathering of our General Assembly. We gather not in the great city of New York, but from among our people, from across the nations of the earth. as together we face the same storm, a global pandemic that has claimed the lives of at least 1 million souls that we know of and has plunged our world into a global economic recession. These events remind us of our shared humanity, our interdependence, and indeed the value of our common hope to get an education, a job, a livelihood, to be safe, healthy and free, to live in a clean and unpolluted environment. In such times of crisis, there is actually an opportunity for our shared humanity to overwhelm the differences that usually beset us and to focus once again on pursuing our common hope, which is why we gather. I speak to you today from Sydney, Australia's largest city and the ancient home of the Gadigal people, one of Australia's many Indigenous peoples who have cared for our continent for more than 60,000 years, the world's oldest continuous living Indigenous culture. And so I acknowledge their elders, past, present and future, as I make these remarks from Sydney today. Australia is contending with this storm of the global COVID-19 pandemic and recession with great determination. Our aim is simple: to deny the virus the destruction it seeks to visit upon us, upon our lives and our livelihoods. Sadly, over 800 Australians have lost their lives to COVID-19. But in comparative terms, we have fared better than most, and we are grateful for that. Our COVID-19 case and fatality rates are a fraction of those across the globe. And while our economy has not been spared the blow of recession, our first in almost 30 years in Australia, the impact has been far less than almost every other developed economy in the world. Almost half the jobs that we had lost to the virus early on have been already recovered. Australia is getting on with the job. Our National COVID Safe Action Plan has been straightforward: secure our borders early and consistently, entrench COVID-safe behaviours in our community and in our economy, social distancing, mask use, sanitation measures, to deny the virus the opportunity to move amongst us, to build and ensure strong testing, tracing and outbreak containment capabilities, shutting the virus down before it can take hold, investing in our hospitals and our medical supplies to ensure that the virus does not overwhelm our health system, and to provide an economic lifeline to millions of Australians, their families and businesses who have lost jobs and livelihoods as a result of the recession, with income and investment supports worth more than 15% of our GDP. Our approach, though we have been tested, has saved lives and livelihoods and has protected, as best as we've been able to, our most vulnerable. And we have done this consistent with our principles as an open, liberal democracy, respecting the dignity of each and every individual, every citizen, every life. In Australia, we have also been mindful of our wonderful Pacific family during this pandemic, our Wontoks, our Vavali, our Whanau, particularly the island nations of the Southwest Pacific. Australia is the single largest development partner for these nations. So we've provided personal protective equipment, testing equipment, medical expertise, and we're maintaining an essential services and humanitarian corridor so experts and supplies can get in and out. In Southeast Asia, we're also providing much needed equipment and expertise, as well as supporting collaboration to develop a vaccine. And we've contributed $80 million to the Gavi COVAX Advanced Market Commitment. When it comes to a vaccine, Australia's view is very clear. Whoever finds the vaccine must share it. This is a global responsibility, and it's a moral responsibility for a vaccine to be shared far and wide. Some might see short-term advantage or even profit, but I assure you, to anyone who may think along those lines, humanity will have a very long memory and be a very, very severe judge. Australia's pledge is clear. If we find the vaccine, we will share it. That's the pledge we all must make. At home, our Australian efforts are about producing and providing a vaccine to our own citizenry, sovereignly produced, once a vaccine is safely available. And we've invested $1.7 billion in that task. And that includes being committed to ensuring our neighbours in the Pacific and other parts of Southeast Asia can also access a safe, effective and affordable vaccine. The World Health Organization has a vital role ensuring that if and when there is a vaccine, people around the world can get access to it. Australia supports the WHO's efforts to develop a global framework so that vaccines and therapeutics are allocated fairly. In facing a global health threat, we have all been reminded about the importance of multilateral cooperation. And I acknowledge the efforts of the WHO in containing the spread of the virus, including in the Indo-Pacific region. I'm pleased that the WHO has established an independent panel to evaluate the global response. There is also a clear mandate to identify the zoonotic source of the COVID-19 virus and how it was transmitted to humans. Australia strongly advocated for this review. This virus has inflicted a calamity on our world and its peoples. We must do all we can to understand what happened for no other purpose than to prevent it from happening again. When the resolution was put to the World Health Assembly in May, a record 145 countries were co-sponsors. And as we try to control the spread of COVID-19, we also need to shine a spotlight on the dangers of disinformation. Disinformation costs lives and creates a climate of fear and division. It goes against Australia's values and beliefs as a free, open society. So we recently worked through the United Nations to co-author a statement countering widespread disinformation, one signed by more than 120 countries. I acknowledge the other UN bodies that are also making vital contributions. The World Food Programme is transporting much-needed medical equipment and humanitarian supplies across the globe. And the UN Development Programme is sending food into nations in dire need. In fact, the UN is fulfilling its high purpose, the purpose that 75 years ago brought the world together in a united hope and in goodwill. Mr. President, 75 years is a remarkable milestone. Of course, much has changed since 1945. When the UN Charter was signed, 51 countries were listed. Australia was proud to be one of them, and we are proud of the role we have played since then, within the UN, to the present day. Today, there are 193 UN member states. That's a good thing. More voices, more ideas, more partners. But with more voices and challenges comes complexity, negotiation, processes, bureaucracy that would test any organisation. At 75, we know that the UN, like the humanity it serves, the nations that form it, are not perfect. So against this backdrop, we should think about what the next 75 years look like for the UN, its structures, its functions, and for multilateralism more generally. We want these multilateral institutions to continue to deliver for us and all nations. So we're committed to ensuring they are fit for purpose, that they are effective, that they are open and transparent, and most importantly, that they are accountable to the sovereign states that form them. The UN is its members, not its committees, processes, institutions or officials. Its authority and efficacy is derived from the free participation, contributions, cooperation and collaboration of the sovereign states that comprise the United Nations in a common purpose to pursue our common hope. We know that sovereignty doesn't mean turning inwards, though. We value rules that protect sovereignty, peace and security and curb the excessive use of power. As Australians, we also prize respect for international law and the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue. This includes ensuring that competing territorial and maritime claims are based on and determined in line with international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. As an outward-looking, sovereign trading nation, Australia also values the rules and institutions that enable international trade. We know that trade creates wealth and brings nations together. It makes us more prosperous, all of us. We won't retreat into the downward spiral of protectionism in Australia. So we're leading efforts to reform the World Trade Organisation. We're advocating for trade rules that are predictable, transparent and non-discriminatory. We're helping to design the first ever set of global digital trade rules so we keep pace with modern realities. And we're working hard to preserve crucial elements of the WTO's dispute settlement system so trade rules can continue to be enforced. Australia also relies heavily on the international standards that UN technical bodies set, especially in areas like aviation, telecommunications and health. These issues are vital to all of our prosperity, and we want to play a bigger role alongside businesses and civil society in setting relevant and efficient standards. We need to make sure these standards serve all countries rather than any single power, and that they are developed in line with the fundamental principles of the global order. Australia is helping to shape the norms for other emerging issues also, like ensuring states abide by agreed rules in cyberspace, maintaining a peaceful outer space, and managing critical minerals resources. Australia is also committed to ongoing counter-proliferation efforts. We played a major role in negotiating the establishment of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organisation in the 1980s and 1990s, and we see it as a critical pillar of international peace and security today. As signatories to the Kyoto and Paris Accords, we are reducing our carbon emissions effectively. Most recently, Australia beat our Kyoto target commitments by 430 million tonnes of CO2 abatement. Between 2017 and mid-2020, more than $30 billion was invested in renewables in Australia. In 2019, we saw investment at more than 3 times in renewables the per capita rate of in countries like Germany, China and France. Across 2019 and 2020, Australia will add more than 12.6 gigawatts of renewable capacity. Now that's over 4 times that of our largest power station in Australia. And nearly 1 in 4 households have rooftop solar systems. As a liberal democracy, we're also committed to promoting universal values like human rights, gender equality and the rule of law. We've always believed in these values. It's what makes us who we are. Australia was one of only 8 countries involved in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We're proud of that role, and today we're serving as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council. We're the first country from the Pacific region to serve on that body. Our term ends this year, and we're pleased to have served, but I'm proud that we've raised our voice and been heard on important issues like the rights of women and girls, the rights of Indigenous peoples, and the global abolition of the death penalty. Australia will continue to bring its influence to bear to make sure it responds to the interests of its members and the needs of our time. Mr. President, 1945 was a defining year in human history. The year the Second World War ended, the year the United Nations was founded. It was a year when humanity found hope amidst despair. This year is one of the hardest since then. So let our resolve now also be undiminished, as it was at the beginning of the United Nations, as we commit again, together, to realising the common hope that binds us all together.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bhutan to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it is my great privilege and pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the Honourable Prime Minister of Bhutan, Linchen Dr. Lote Tsering, at the general debate of the 75th session of the General Assembly.
Mr. President,
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to present warm greetings of His Majesty the King, Her Majesty the Queen, and the people of Bhutan from the land of gross national happiness. To begin with, we express our solidarity with the international community as we cope with COVID-19. We offer our prayers for the lives lost to the pandemic, and we wish strength to the loved ones. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly. I assure you my delegation's full support in the discharge of your important responsibilities. I also commend your predecessors' exemplary leadership in steering the 74th session of the General Assembly. Like never before, at least in our lifetime, we are witnessing a pandemic that has heavy bearing on our lives and livelihood. But it is comforting that the UNGA is happening around this time. It provides us a platform to share and learn from each other in these extraordinary times. And I know all the nations represented here are always ready to lend their ears on the matters of global concern. We are tackling COVID-19 as a single global community. We came this far sharing our knowledge, information, experiences, and evidences on this disease. I thank you all for the support. Bhutan has learned a lot in this exercise. And today, I seek your attention as I share the COVID-19 story of a small Himalayan kingdom. This story revolves around a compassionate, wise, and astute 21st century king, a king we view with divine reverence and yet is so learned about every modern detail. His Majesty the King has always been the symbol that held Bhutan together in its purpose and pursuit. It was always his royal priority to protect the people of Bhutan at all times. And in this pandemic, as the king spearheads the battle to guard the country from the virus, making sure all Bhutanese, home and abroad, are safe and their spirits uplifted. And then we have Her Majesty the Queen so passionately complementing all His Majesty's effort. Under direct supervision of our king, we have meticulous surveillance system in place, which includes close monitoring of our international entry points and timely institution of 21 days quarantine, which is mandatory for everyone entering the country and fully sponsored by the government. And reliable and pre-testing facilities are also set up across the country. We have a professional health minister leading the team to execute every details of the royal guidance. All these are being ensured without any compromise on our routine health services like vaccination, mother and child health packages, NCD programs. And as I share this with much sense of achievement on this forum, I cannot help but thank all our frontline workers. Reciprocating the royal initiatives, all Bhutanese have gladly embraced the new practices of wearing face masks, maintaining physical distance, hand washing, and avoiding unnecessary crowding to complement the efforts of the government. I'm very grateful to all the Bhutanese people for their support. It is through this act of unity that we managed to keep the number of cases low. As of today, we recorded 261 positive cases, of which 192 have already recovered. Mortality from COVID-19 remains zero in Bhutan. On all occasions, His Majesty expresses appreciation to the people for their hard work and solidarity, and in turn, people have their hearts filled with gratitude and devotion for our King. This unconditional unity under His Majesty's leadership is the most distinct winning factor in our fight against COVID-19. For anything to thrive, we need a fertile ground. For Bhutan to display innate qualities of harmony, we have the ambience of gross national happiness. It builds around the intrinsic values of interdependence, humanity, and compassion. As a key component of gross national happiness, our visionary monarchs emphasized on protection and preservation of our environment. We have the constitutional mandate to ensure 60% forest coverage at all times and to maintain intergenerational equity of our natural resources. So today, when the world is dealing with issues of climate change, we are grateful for the wise decisions that kept Bhutan carbon negative. Similarly, our constitutional mandates free healthcare and education for all Bhutanese. Our monarchs have always insisted on strengthening the social sectors, saying it is investment and not expenditure. Despite being a resource-constrained country, access to these social sectors is not an issue for the Bhutanese people, which is why our existing public healthcare system needed only minimum adjustments to cope with the pandemic. I personally feel this pandemic brought out the very essence of gross national happiness, which seeks well-being of the people, not just for oneself, but everyone around us. This disease, being highly contagious, requires us to act responsibly so that our actions do not compromise the safety of those who are more vulnerable. Understanding the pathophysiology of COVID-19 as a medical person, I'm convinced that until we have effective vaccine, the combination of professionally designed and well-implemented physical distancing, which in extreme sense is called lockdown, and easily accessible and reliable testing is the best approach. Our lockdown template elaborates 3 phases that adds to 3 weeks, followed by a 10-day of gradual unlocking phase. Bhutan experienced our first lockdown last month. To break the chain of transmission, Bhutanese people cooperated, staying home all through, allowing the frontline workers to do their job day in and day out. Even before COVID-19 was declared a pandemic, His Majesty expressed concerns that Bhutan will not be spared by this outbreak. He reminded us that if we are not strategic, the health crisis could easily lead to economic problems and subsequently to social crisis, which is why all interventions to look after the livelihood of the people are designed within the magnanimity of our King. The conventional fiscal and monetary measures attend to the affected entities and individuals. Special teams are formed to look after both formal and informal sectors. However, His Majesty's biggest concern is for those who fall into the cracks within the system, which always happens, particularly in times of crisis. Thus, the King's Relief Fund ensures no one is left behind. The royal interventions goes to the extent of taking care of the interest payment of all the loans of the citizens for a year. A special package is designed for the elderly and people with comorbid medical conditions. Besides other social supports, essentials are delivered at their doorsteps. This unique feature is designed particularly to protect the most vulnerable group. His Majesty has always commanded that we should not lose a single person to this disease. Hopefully, with all the interventions, we will be able to live up to our King's expectation. We all know that UN has come a long way and achieved major milestones. When the UN celebrated the 25th anniversary, it was on the theme of peace, justice, and progress. Despite challenges, we have seen so much improvement in these areas. 25 years later, on its 50th anniversary, it committed to the theme of poverty eradication. Had it not been for this pandemic, we were well on track. And the theme for this 75th anniversary on multilateralism could not be more relevant. Like climate change, COVID-19 also knows no borders and similarly affects the developing countries disproportionately. We do not know what is coming next. We also do not know when SARS-CoV-2 will hit us. In that sense, are we not interconnected? Is there a second option to multilateralism? These are the questions we must ask ourselves frequently. Peaceful coexistence among ourselves and with the nature around us is the best vaccine for humanity to thrive on this planet. In this small and intricate world, while fighting a highly infectious disease, it will be a big blunder if you do not help the developing world to have access to all the critical resources, including vaccines, when it actually becomes available. I emphasize on the global message of no one being safe until all of us are safe. This is so true that for a highly contagious disease, you can never be safe until everyone else is safe. Let me touch a bit on the SDGs, the universal goals for our sustainable future. For us, the SDGs resonate well with our developmental plans based on the principles of gross national happiness. For the same reason, Bhutan was on track to become an early achiever of the SDGs, as shown by the voluntary review in 2018. But these were the goals set before the pandemic. Our Planning Commission is closely studying the impact of COVID-19 on our developmental plans. Even otherwise, trends around the world and back home offer evidence enough that we will now be falling short of the targets. All the 17 SDGs are interconnected, and not a single sector will be spared by the consequences of this pandemic. Most obvious ones are the goals on health, education, and on our economy. If individuals or agencies or even governments are realigning with the realities of COVID-19, shouldn't we revisit the SDGs too? I feel it is time to field a special team to work on a new framework of SDGs, which should encapsulate all elements that will help us walk the path of new normal with more prudence. Just as we see the need to review the whole SDG format, this pandemic has also derailed us of the LDC graduation track. Our current plan was designed to help Bhutan graduate from the LDC category in 2023. Now everything is changed, as our focus has shifted to saving lives and livelihood from the challenges posed by this pandemic. We know millions are pushed back into poverty, more have lost their jobs. We would have gone back by decades. Bringing our developmental achievements back on track will not be easy. And for some developing countries, it will be almost irreversible. Therefore, I would like to request the UN to reset this developmental path and help us regain our grip on smooth transition from the LDC category. Mr. President, at a time when the relevance of multilateralism is often questioned, Bhutan's faith in the organization remains unwavering and firm. The challenges we face as a global community are numerous and multifaceted for individual states to tackle on its own. From our perspective, there is no alternative but to work together. At the same time, the UN must also evolve and match the changing realities. In particular, the existing structure and composition of the UN Security Council do not reflect the current realities and circumstances of the world. Bhutan has also long supported the aspirations of the G4 countries to serve as permanent members to an expanded Security Council. Of course, Africa also appropriately represented. As a peaceful country, we have enjoyed the benefits of the UN membership for almost 5 decades. We joined the fraternity of troop and police contributing countries in the year 2014. Since then, our engagement with peacekeeping operations have gradually increased. We stand ready to be deployed at all times. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with health and education being the priority of this government, may I remind you that last year I shared with you all the gratifying news of making our teachers the highest paid civil servants in my country. With such historic initiatives, my government was excited to redefine our educational system that was not just about school enrollment and conventional teaching. We were going all out to engage our children in learning processes that is meaningful and built around relevant skills and innovation. But it is disappointing we have to opt for online and distant learning due to circumstances. This robs our young minds of opportunities to play and eat together with the peers and teachers on the same campus. In the process, they are deprived of all the values of human connection. We all know that have huge psychosocial impact. We may not realize it today, but we'll have to bear the brunt down the line. It could impact an entire generation of our children if we are not mindful of that today. The COVID-19 has revealed a stark fact that our investment in these social sectors are far and lacking. No one can be sure when SARS-CoV-2 might trigger another pandemic. Therefore, we must redesign our developmental path and develop our investments in the social sectors. Going forward, relevantly educated and healthy global citizens will have to be at the heart of our new normal. If we all are convinced that spending more on health and education is an investment, not an expenditure. If we all live by this commitment, it would be a different ball game hereafter. That way, when the UN celebrates the next milestone, the 100th anniversary, we would have achieved 100% literacy rate, which empowers everyone with relevant skills and knowledge for a meaningful life. This would also enable everyone to be 100% digitally competent to help them derive advantages of technology from all corners of the world. And as a medical practitioner, it would be wish-fulfilling if our health system improves so much that our life expectancy touches 100 years when the UN turns a century in the year 2045. Finally, in wishing the 75th session of the UNGA every success, we send prayers for good health and happiness of every living being on this planet. Thank you and Tashidile.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre du Royaume du Bhoutan de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Japon pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Monsieur le vice-président, c'est un grand honneur et plaisir pour moi de vous présenter le discours du Premier ministre du Japon, Son Excellence, Monsieur Suga Yoshihide.
議長、皆様、創設75周年の国連で9月16日の総理就任後、初めての演説ができることを光栄に思います。新型コロナウイルス感染症による未曾有の危機は、ともすれば分断と隔絶に傾きがちな国際社会を連携へと引き戻しました。過去75年間、多国間主義は課題に直面するたび強くなり、進化してきました。今回の危機も協力を深める契機としたく、皆様に連帯を呼びかけたいと思います。議長、日本はウイルスとの戦いにおいて官民の知恵を集め、国内外の人々の健康と安全のために最善を尽くしてまいりました。感染拡大等防止と両立させながら、社会経済活動の回復を進めています。その経験を踏まえて申し上げます。この感染症の拡大は、世界の人々の命、生活、尊厳、すなわち人間の安全保障に対する危機であります。これを乗り越えるには、誰一人取り残されないとの考え方を指導理念として臨むことが極めて重要です。一人一人に着目する人間の安全保障の概念は、ここ国連総会の場で長年議論されてきた考え方であります。議長、今回の危機に際し、人間の安全保障の理念に立脚し、ユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成に向け、誰の健康も取り残さないという目標を掲げることが重要と考えます。まずはこうした目標を皆さんと共有したいと思います。その上で、日本として以下に述べる3つの分野を中心に各国とも協調しながら国際的な取り組みを積極的に主導していきます。第一に、新型コロナウイルス感染症から命を守るために、治療薬、ワクチン、診断の開発と途上国を含めた公平なアクセスの確保を全面的に支援していきます。国際的枠組みが成果を上げるよう、国際機関を後押ししています。特許権プール枠組みも提案しています。とりわけ保険分野では、官民の連携が不可欠であり、日本としてもしっかり進めていきます。第2に、次なる健康危機に備え、これまで以上に途上国での病院建設に力を入れるとともに、機材の整備、人材育成などを通じ、各国の保健医療システム強化を支援していきます。ASEAN では感染症対策センターの設立、アフリカでは 疾病予防管理センターを支援していきます。アフリカにおいては、テカドを通じて長年行ってきた保健分野の人材育成や施設整備などの取り組みが進化を発揮しました。日本が設立を支援し、検査技師の育成に協力してきたガーナの野口英世記念医学研究所は、ガーナの PCR 検査の最大約8割を担うコロナ対策の拠点となっています。第3に、より幅広い分野で健康安全保障のための施策を講じていきます。これからも水、衛生や栄養などの環境整備を含め、協力の手をやめません。日本は今回の危機に際し、1700億円を超える医療・保健分野での対外支援を実施しています。こうした施策と並んで、打撃を受けた経済への対策が不可欠です。日本は途上国の経済活動を支えるため、2年間で最大5000億円の緊急支援円借款を実施しています。経済を再活性化する基盤である安全な人の移動を実現するためにも、ワクチン、治療薬の普及にしっかりと取り組みます。制約が生じる中でも、自由貿易を止めないとの考えから、WTO 改革や各国との経済連携協定を引き続き推進します。困難に直面したときこそ、イノベーションが生まれます。日本自身も喫緊の課題としてデジタル化に取り組んでいく考えです。今、新たな時代の人間の安全保障の考え方に立って、さまざまな危機を乗り越え、SDGs 達成をはじめとした地球規模の課題への取り組みを加速する、そのために私は世界の英知を集め、議論を深めていくことを提案をいたします。議長、今後、コロナからのより良い復興を遂げ、SDGs が達成されたしなやかで強靭な環境と成長の好循環のある社会を実現していく必要があります。未来を担う子ども、若者の教育や女性に大きな影響が出ています。すべての人を包摂する、より良い社会を作るために3点、私の考える重要事項をお話しします。1点目は国連と多国間主義の重要性です。国連は危機への対応にすべての関係者が建設的に関与し、透明性を持って連携する場であるべきと考えます。これまでの国連の活動と尽力に敬意を表しつつ、国連には中立、公正なガバナンスが一層求められていることを申し上げます。感染症対応に鍵となる WHO は、検証、改革によって必要な知見を一層適図適切に活用できます。この信念のもと、日本は検証改革に協力をしてまいります。また、創設75周年の今、21世紀の現実を反映した形での安保理改革を含め、国連改革は待ったなしの課題です。第2に、今回の危機のために、国際の平和と安全が損なわれてはならないと確信します。PKO や平和構築における国連の取り組みは引き続き不可欠です。日本は積極的平和主義のもと、これまでの経験を生かし、制度、能力の構築分野で取り組むなど、平和構築委員会の場を含め、平和の持続に貢献していきます。アフリカやアジアの諸国と協力してきた PKO 要員の能力向上も続けていきます。第3に、不確実性が増す状況において、法の支配への挑戦を許してはなりません。SDGs にも我々自身が明記した法の支配は国内、国際を問わない秩序の基盤であり、国連のよって立つ精神そのものです。来年3月にはオンライン形式も活用し、国連犯罪防止刑事司法会議を京都で開き、法の支配推進を後押しします。 日本は世界的な法の支配に基づく地域の平和と繁栄の礎である自由で開かれたインド太平洋を推進していきます。議長、北朝鮮にある拉致問題は国際社会の重大な関心事項です。私自身もこの問題に長年取り組んできました。今年、拉致被害者のご両親お二人がお亡くなりになりました。必死に救出活動に取り組まれながら、最愛の子どもとの再会を果たすことなく、旅立たれたご家族の思いを想像するだけで、胸を締め付けられる思いです。拉致被害者ご家族がご高齢となる中、拉致問題の解決には一刻の猶予もありません。日本として日朝、平壌宣言に基づき、拉致、核、ミサイルといった諸懸案を包括的に解決、不幸な過去を清算して国交正常化を目指す考えに変わりはありません。日本の新しい総理大臣として、私自身、条件をつけずに、キム・ジャム委員長と会う用意があります。日朝間の実りある関係を許していくことは、日朝双方の利益に合致するとともに、地域の平和と安定にも大きく寄与するでしょう。あらゆるチャンスを逃すことなく、全力で行動していきます。本年は最初の核兵器の使用から75年が経過した年であります。広島、長崎が繰り返されてはならない、この決意を胸に、日本は非核三原則を堅持しつつ、核兵器のない世界の実現に向けて力を尽くします。国際的な核軍縮、不拡散体制の組織であり、今年発効から50年を迎えた核兵器不拡散条約の維持・強化の重要性を改めて強調します。人命を救う軍縮とされる通常兵器の軍備管理、軍縮にも国際社会が一丸となって取り組んでいかねばなりません。議長、来年の夏、人類が疫病に打ち勝った証として、東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会を開催する決意です。安心・安全な大会に皆様をお迎えするために、今後も全力で取り組んでまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre du Japon de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole à la représentante de Malte pour qu'elle introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Mr. President, it is my honor to present the pre-recorded message by my Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Malta, the Honorable Dr. Roberta Bella. Thank you.
President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies. The current global pandemic has taught how truly interconnected and interdependent our world is. It affected our health, our economies, and our societies. However, at a time when multilateralism is threatened, a health crisis brought into focus the need for global cooperation. And 75 years after the setting up of this organization, the United Nations, we find ourselves yet again in a position where we need to work together to overcome another common challenge. It gives us a chance to create a better life, a better future. A future where solidarity is global. A future for which we have the opportunity to prepare and to identify better and more creative ways to deliver on our 2030 agenda. In this regard, whilst the pandemic has dealt a devastating blow to the economic and social development of all countries, especially developing countries, we must not be disheartened. Yes, years will be needed to come back to the stage where we were before the start of the pandemic. But It is also true that the stage has been set to build a healthier, greener, fairer, and more resilient and sustainable world that ensures that no country or person is left behind. I therefore firmly believe that our collective efforts need to be stepped up, as does our coordination to ensure the successful implementation of the goals in their entirety. Achieving the SDGs and harnessing the potential they represent is beyond the reach of any single country. Reaching out to the hardest hit countries, the most fragile economies, and also those populations in vulnerable situations remains crucial. Here, I wish to recall a point that, in my opinion, is very important: food security. This goes hand in hand with agriculture and has also been highlighted in the Global Humanitarian Response Plan and recognized as one of the strategic priorities to mitigate the problems associated with hunger. The agricultural sector is the fulcrum if we want to end hunger. We need to continue working on achieving a more sustainable agriculture through adaptation of sustainable practices. Practices that respect our ecosystem and our environment. Earlier this year, at the height of the pandemic, Malta was facing a crisis in its agricultural exports. Conscious that it is our collective responsibility to promote food security and provide adequate nutrition, under the initiative of Solidarieta Malta, an initiative aimed at addressing food shortage in afflicted countries, we sent food to Namibia. Malta is a small country, and our contribution is an act of solidarity with the people, taking into consideration the effects the severe drought the country had experienced. This initiative fed around 500,000 persons in Namibia, prevented food waste in Malta, and yielded an opportunity for the long-term benefit of both countries. It also puts into practice our belief that we cannot build our future without helping others to build theirs. We need to establish meaningful and effective partnerships through which to combine efforts and programs for more substantial and durable results. This we are currently doing also through our co-chairing of the United Nations Steering Committee on Partnerships for Small Island Developing States. Malta has also contributed a significant percentage of its annual humanitarian budget towards appeals launched by United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, International Committee of the Red Cross, Food and Agricultural Organization, United Nations Children Fund and World Food Programme, in support of the agency's operations to mitigate the effects of the pandemic in vulnerable places. Aside from hunger, COVID-19 also posed another serious obstacle to the well-being of the already vulnerable civilian populations of war-stricken countries. As the Prime Minister of a country that advocates peace and has a neutrality clause in its constitution, I cannot but reiterate the message for all parties involved in such conflicts to desist from ongoing hostilities, to take immediate action to protect civilians within their areas of effective control, and to ensure the depoliticization of the humanitarian infrastructure through the lifting of restrictions imposed on humanitarian workers and life-saving aid deliveries. Against this background, Malta welcomes the announcements made by the Libyan President of the Presidential Council, His Excellency Fayez al-Sarraj, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Aguila Saleh, for a ceasefire in Libya. This is an instrumental and constructive step to overcome the current stalemate and terminate all foreign interference in the country. Now is the time to translate the outcomes of the 5+5 Joint Military Committee into a permanent ceasefire, to enable the resumption of talks with a view to achieve a successful political transition under the auspices of the United Nations. Similarly, the recent announcements made concerning the lifting of the force majeure at 2 oil terminals need to be substantiated and coupled with the implementation of economic reforms. Reforms that enhance the governance of Libya's economic and financial institutions and that enable the fair and transparent distribution of oil proceeds to all of Libya's society. This will enable Libya to address challenges related to its already strained healthcare services, worsened by the ongoing 9-year conflict, to the detriment of Libya and the Libyan people. At the same time, we must also ensure that all actors found violating international humanitarian law and human rights in Libya will be held accountable. This will send a clear message to all involved in the proxy war playing out in Libya, that their impunity will not go unanswered. A political solution to the conflict in Libya remains the only viable solution. The driving force to resolve the conflict needs to be wholeheartedly Libyan-led and Libyan-owned. In this regard, I want to commend the Security Council for endorsing the conclusions of the Berlin Conference on Libya through Resolution 2510 of 2020 and support the request of the Security Council in tasking the Secretary General to implement those aspects ascribed to the United Nations Support Mission in Libya in the operationalization paper of the Berlin process. In the same spirit, I wish to recall and reiterate the importance of the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2532, calling for a global ceasefire to address the pandemic. A pandemic that has affected economies at their core. A pandemic where we needed to act fast to implement tailored responses to aid the recovery when faced with increased poverty and inequality globally, as well as a situation where wealth, progress, and development were hindered. With this in mind, Malta acted swiftly. We put forward initiatives that prevented an even larger economic and financial downturn. Several measures were implemented as part of a financial package to help the Maltese economy during the COVID-19 outbreak, mainly aimed at easing pressures on the liquidity of businesses, protecting jobs, and helping the most vulnerable during this challenging period. These included initiatives to protect employment and targeted assistance to those sectors that have been negatively affected. This through an economic package worth €1.81 billion, equal to 12.9% of Malta's gross domestic product in 2019. We were helped in no small way by the fact that we are a small nation, which brings decision makers in close proximity to those affected by the said decisions, as well as ensuring that they are not insulated from realities on the ground. In all this, in hindsight, if I had to single out one area which was more important than others, this would be the world of work. The pandemic has devastated the world of work, laying bare the extreme vulnerability of millions of workers and enterprises. The virus does not discriminate in medical terms. However, it has brought to the fore major inequalities, which have been further exacerbated through threats to livelihoods. This has brought a dramatic increase in poverty and the warning from the World Food Programme that the next pandemic we face could be one of hunger. Therefore, in this case, more than others, the future of our people is going to be determined by our actions today. Keeping this in mind, Malta implemented a series of social security measures in order to deal with the economic and social impact of the pandemic, ensuring that the economy remains afloat, safeguarding jobs, and assisting workers and vulnerable persons. Social benefits helped to alleviate the financial difficulties. To date, almost €500 million were paid out in contributory benefits, whereas almost €100 million were paid out in non-contributory benefits. As heads of government, we have a strong responsibility to protect our workers. For in protecting livelihoods, we are protecting our social fabric. Malta holds a strong track record in the field of employment. The overall positive labour market outlook is a direct result of an integrated Make Work Pay reform package aimed at investing in human capital through a number of targeted policies and measures to reach those groups identified as being most at risk of labour market alienation. The exponential economic growth which Malta has experienced in the last few years has been connected with sustained employment. And prior to the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, Malta enjoyed the highest employment growth rate in the European Union. To protect our achievements, during Malta's worst period of the COVID-19 pandemic, we encouraged employers to implement, where possible, teleworking, flexible working hours, and to implement temporary short-time working conditions so to avoid redundancies. Despite the urgency of the matter and the necessary short-term measures that needed to be implemented, we always kept in view the long-term repercussions of the pandemic on the world of work and tailored measures to provide protection for both employees and employers alike. This resulted in around 25,500 jobs out of a workforce of around 250,000 being saved, while protecting many businesses from closing their doors. Today, Malta's employment rate has also exceeded both the national and the European Union headline targets for Europe 2020. As we look towards a new normal, Malta continues to work towards taking a human-centered approach to reform related to the world of work. Our priority for the upcoming period is to continue building on what has been achieved so far by enhancing labour market access for all groups through continued upskilling, labour market incentives, and by facilitating the transitions towards labour market participation, as well as working towards promoting long-term employability. It is for this reason that we are seeking to prepare our youths for their future. For if we cannot prepare a future for our youths, we owe it to them to provide them with the skills and tools necessary to succeed. Investment in education and training outlines Malta's long-term strategic outlook for an upskilled society which is able to adapt to a modern, digital, and sustainable labour market. In doing so, we are also adapting to the situation, learning from the opportunities that have surfaced to increase our competitiveness and growth. Looking ahead, prior to the pandemic, there were already discussions taking place at international level regarding the implications of technology on the future of work, the role of digitalization, and the green transition. That future has arrived sooner than anticipated. It is up to us to shape this future. Mr. President, we can all agree that COVID-19 has been a wake-up call. Pandemics know no creed, ethnicity, gender, or social standing. We are all equally susceptible and potential victims. It has been indeed a lesson in humility. It is with this in mind that I look forward towards a future that is all about giving a voice. Economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights are fundamental to the success of the public health response and recovery from the pandemic, which is why it is imperative that these rights are fully respected even in difficult times, such as the present. With this in mind, we made it a must that our integrated approach was disability inclusive, and thus ensured that this equally important section of our society is safeguarded and protected. The outbreak of this pandemic put a spotlight on the resilience of health systems. I hereby quote the United Nations Secretary General when I say, "We are only as strong as the weakest health system." We all have a lot to learn from each other, and this pandemic has shown that international cooperation and collaboration across continents is paramount. It is for this reason that I look towards a future where the global public good is upheld above all. It is with pride to note that throughout this pandemic, Malta has worked in close collaboration with the World Health Organization and European Centre for Disease Control, following guidelines and contributing regularly through the sharing of best practices at ministerial level, in regular European region and global updates, as well as bilaterally at country level. We strongly support the World Health Organization in its work. And for this reason, we advocate for the WHO's important role in ensuring early, equitable, and universal access to a safe, quality, and effective COVID-19 vaccine as a global public good once this becomes available. Only by joining forces can we prevent, contain, and stop transmission in order to bring the pandemic to an end. This is a time for solidarity and for continued collaboration to mitigate the crisis. Each individual's health depends on the health of us all. Mr. President, before concluding, I must say a couple of words about the deep-rooted link between humans and the environment. Whilst the immediate priority of countries around the globe is the restarting of the economy and the protection of people's health, we cannot sideline environmental issues and the need to move closer to carbon neutrality. It is for this reason that I look towards a future where we have a carbon-neutral planet by 2050. Because, if anything, the pandemic has highlighted the value of our quality of life and the protection of human health. This is why, when we announced my country's long-term economic vision for 2050 a few days ago, we made it a point to include carbon neutrality as one of its pillars of our economic policy. As economic growth has very little meaning if people are not living a better life. We must therefore invest all our efforts to address challenges related to pollution, air quality, cleanliness, and emissions. We cannot forget the millions of premature deaths linked to air pollution every year. We have a duty to act without delay. Mr. President, to conclude, and above all, we look forward towards a secure future where victims and people who are most at risk feel protected and safeguarded. In this vein, I cannot but add my voice to that of others to identify a good, humane approach to deal with the global challenges being brought about by illegal migration. In the past 12 months, Malta became a member of the UNHCR Executive Committee and acceded to the 1954 Convention relating to the status of stateless persons. And more recently, it officially joined the UNODC Blue Heart campaign against human trafficking. But, unfortunately, in recent months, we have also seen an exacerbation of the situation with COVID-19, having a major impact on migrants and refugees. Furthermore, the socio-economic impact of the pandemic on migrants and refugees, the loss of livelihoods, and the significant blow to remittances worldwide are expected to create a situation where more people are vulnerable to exploitation by smugglers and human traffickers. On this, Interpol has advised that the COVID-19 pandemic has not blunted the determination of organized crime groups to prey on the vulnerable and to make a profit from these crimes, which all too often costs these victims their life. Malta, as one of the frontline countries at the EU's external border, is faced every day with irregular crossings. These people want a better life, but my country is small, and our capacity to handle such flows is very limited. The European Union has this week launched its migration package, but the United Nations also has a major role in addressing this human and global challenge. It must work with its agencies and partners around the world to help people build a better life so that less people are victims of people smugglers and lives are saved. The United Nations can also support states in the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration and the Global Compact for Refugees adopted in December 2018. Migration is a phenomenon that needs to be managed, not turned into a business commodity, traded at the cost of the most vulnerable. Furthermore, at a time when the international community is still seeking to chart the way forward in an ever uncertain landscape, the role of multilateral institutions, with the United Nations at their core, remains crucial to preserving stability and security, and addressing threats that defy physical or imagined borders. It is for this reason that our future should be one where multilateralism is indispensable. Therefore, Mr. President, Excellencies, my parting message in this first virtual United Nations General Assembly is on the importance of multilateralism. The effect of this health crisis will be felt for much longer than expected, unless we engage in the strategic rebuilding of social and economic systems. And this can only be made possible using a multilateral approach based on the principles of social justice and solidarity that leave no one behind. Going forward, we need a frank discussion on how to ensure resilience in our multilateral institutions. The objective should be that of strengthening and stabilizing our commercial ties and seeking cooperative approaches to address any future crisis that might come with similar implications to the one we are experiencing today. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary since the setting up of the United Nations, if we want to ensure that its legacy lives on, we need to act now. To do this, we cannot shy away from working together. Firm in this belief, Malta is seeking to serve the international community within the highest and most important of bodies. A country whose aspiration is to promote peace and security, equality, social solidarity. Malta is seeking election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the term 2023-2024. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de la République de Malte de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Thank you, Vice President. Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to introduce a pre-recorded video statement to the 75th United Nations General Assembly from the Prime Minister of the independent state of Papua New Guinea, the Honorable Mr. James Marape, MP. Thank you.
His Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government and people of Papua New Guinea, I am pleased to address for the first time this august body in an unprecedented manner via a pre-recorded virtual video. This has emanated courtesy of the COVID-19 pandemic, impacting worldwide and devastatingly on all aspects of our livelihoods. Our sympathies, condolences and prayers are with the many victims of this virus, and we stand in solidarity with all nations and peoples affected by it. Mr. President, I congratulate you and the government of Turkey on your election to lead the important work of the General Assembly over the next year. I pledge Papua New Guinea's support during your tenure under a well-chosen term of strengthened multilateralism that reinforces the collective good of we the peoples of the United Nations, as called for by the Charter of the United Nations. And I also want to thank the outgoing President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Tijani Mohamed Bande, for his outstanding leadership, including over the past 7 months, amid the COVID-19 pandemic challenges. Similarly, we thank Secretary General Guterres for his decisive and robust leadership of our collective work. Mr. President, this year as we reflect on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, the importance and necessity of the United Nations, particularly for small nations like mine, cannot be overstated. Though much work, including strengthening reforms of the United Nations, is needed for a better and fairer world for all, it has also made much progress on global peace and security, human rights, and social issues. We have seen this firsthand in my own country in support of our development priorities, including the Transformative Partnership for Sustainable Development to combat COVID-19, measles, polio, and TB, foster peace and security, in particular in Bougainville and in the Highlands region, supporting our women and girls' equality, empowerment and protection from gender-based violence and environmental protection, and combating climate changes. The onus is on all of us as succeeding generations to work collectively through multilateralism under the United Nations to stop the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, to re-establish the basic conditions for justice and the rule of law, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in the future we want. My government also recognized the important role of the United Nations system in support of the United Nations member state development priorities. In this context, I want to place on record my government's appreciation to the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohamed, for being the first ever female and the highest ranking officer to visit Papua New Guinea in the past 45 years of partnership between Papua New Guinea and the United Nations. This was indeed a landmark UN visit and most welcome by my government to further consolidate the strong, cordial, expanding, and constructive bonds that exist between Papua New Guinea and the United Nations. Mr. President, COVID-19 continues to test our resolve as countries and peoples like never before with its multifaceted impacts. To protect my country and my people, my government took leadership and ownership to set in place the necessary early preventative measures in policies and law, including passage of the National Pandemic Act 2020, to deal with it and such similar outbreaks into the future. This has cushioned, to some extent, the loss of lives to just 6 so far in my country. We are also working closely at the Pacific regional level through the Pacific Islands Forum to tackle COVID-19, and this has been relatively successful with minimal loss of lives. The net effect of COVID-19 has resulted in job losses, export and other revenue declines, and development priorities put on hold, as I outlined last July in our first voluntary national review report on the implementation of our 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development to the high-level political forum. Unless and until effective vaccine is developed and available for use, the health threats of COVID-19 cannot be underestimated. It is important that any COVID-19 vaccine developed should be for public health good and accessible and affordable to everyone. Mr. President, my government is firmly committed and determined not to let COVID-19 overwhelm us. It is in this spirit that my government's Take Back Papua New Guinea vision is framed to build back better, be resilient, be greener, and take us forward as we strive towards achieving our long-term vision 2050. To build back better from COVID-19, my government has adopted a 5-pronged strategic approach. The first response will be Papua New Guinea-owned, led, and driven, which includes a vision for the future, using this crisis as a way to reshape our society into one that is fairer, united, and more inclusive. Secondly, the response will be broad, comprehensive, and inclusive, covering households in both rural and urban areas, and also businesses, both small and big, formal and informal. Thirdly, it will be smart and forward-looking, where focus is on practical projects that build our economic capacity, with public investment programs focused on projects ready to go and procurement arrangements streamlined to allow early commencements of activities. Fourth, we want response to be responsible. This means managing our debts in a way that it does not further burden the country in the medium to long term. Fifthly, leveraging appropriate development partnership. In this regard, we also welcome with interest the financing for development initiative spearheaded by Canada, Jamaica, and the United Nations Secretary General. Mr. President, we have reopened the economy for business to resume operations and invested in an economic stimulus package valued at 5.6 billion kina or US $1.6 billion, by far the largest in our nation's history, to support our local small to medium enterprises, including particularly small farmers in the rural areas and women entrepreneurs, aimed at also strengthening food security and livelihoods. This was done with support of our development partners in country, such as national banks, superannuation funds, and state-owned enterprises, and also from IMF, World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank, as well as bilateral partners, including Australia and Japan. We are grateful to our development partners for their continued support. Mr. President, most recently my government has passed legislative amendments to our resource laws to address imbalances in major resource development projects. These amendments were to the Oil and Gas Act 1998 and the proposed 2020 Organic Law on Hydrocarbon and the Mining Act 1992. By doing that, we can now negotiate fair and equitable returns for all stakeholders, including multinational companies, from the exploitation of renewable and non-renewable resources. Despite the reforms, I place on record that Papua New Guinea is still an attractive investment destination, and I invite foreign direct investments in all sectors, including hydrocarbon, mining, energy, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and tourism. Mr. President, in terms of good governance, I am pleased to inform that Papua New Guinea continues to meet its obligation as a member state party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. It is also anticipated that the Organic Law on our Independent Commission Against Corruption will be passed in this term of Parliament. The draft Organic Law has been debated in Parliament, and an interim office of ICAC is being operated and is being funded by government. In addition to that, a separate Whistleblowers Act has been unanimously passed by the current Parliament to protect and encourage reporting on corruption. Simultaneously, reforms to the judiciary for a separate track on corruption-related offence for speedy proceedings have also been undertaken. My government, through its recently launched Connect PNG policy 2020 to 2040, is aimed at building and rehabilitating and expanding key enabling high-quality economic infrastructure such as roads, airports, and seaports. These are critical enablers to create economic corridors to connect our provinces and provide our micro, small, and medium enterprises access to good markets and export opportunities. Mr. President, my government is now rolling out an extensive rural electrification program to light up 70% of the country, which has been without reliable and affordable electricity by 2025, when we celebrate 50 years of independence. Mr. President, my country recognized the importance of ICT and the recently completed construction of a domestic fiber optic submarine cable nationwide and the launching of the International Coral Sea cable linking our country with Australia and Solomon Islands and the rest of the world. This will enable Papua New Guinea to access reliable and affordable high-speed internet aimed at improving connectivity to all sectors, building e-commerce channels, and enhance government online services. Mr. President, also as a maritime nation, my government is placing high priority on an investment and protection of our fisheries and marine sector. This sector contributes a quarter of our annual budget and also employs 80% women workforce in our tuna canneries. In support of this sector, we launched in July 2020 our first ever National Oceans Policy 2020 to 2030, which will ensure that our oceans and seas and the resources are properly coordinated, managed, protected, governed, and sustainably used. This will also contribute to further strengthening our national efforts to implement our SDG 14 commitments and obligations. It will also support the August 19 decision of the Pacific Islands Forum leaders under the Blue Pacific Continent narrative to ensure that our maritime zones delineated in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea could not be challenged or reduced as a result of high sea level rise and climate changes. We therefore look forward with keen interest to the outcome of the International Law Commission Study Group on sea level rise in relation to international laws. We are also interested to harnessing regional and global efforts, including second United Nations Ocean Conference in 2021 and the launch of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science next year, and for the successful conclusion of the BBNJ Treaty negotiations to further protect our maritime zones, the natural resources, and the sustainable use of them. Mr. President, as we embark on the decade of action to deliver on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, I reaffirm my government's commitment to this important universal agenda. Our voluntary national review report to the high-level political forum last July, which I presented virtually, clearly outlines and articulates the status of our national SDGs and its implementation, the gaps and challenges. The unexpected COVID-19 challenges will compound and undermine many of our development gains. Notwithstanding this, my government is taking leadership and ownership of this under our strategy for responsible sustainable development and the medium-term development plan number 3, as well as our development cooperation framework. We recognize that governments alone cannot achieve the SDGs. We therefore welcome development and multi-stakeholders partners to join us in delivering on the future we want. Mr. President, under SDG 13, Papua New Guinea continues to comply with the Paris Agreement under the UNFCCC and presented our National Determined Contributions Report to the United Nations, which was reviewed recently. On deforestation and forest degradation, I call upon the United Nations to assist finding a balance between cutting out trees and forests for revenue against preserving them to mitigate the adverse impacts of climate change, given that Papua New Guinea has 13% of the world's rainforest and in that 7% of world's biodiversity. This continues to be an ongoing challenge for my government in terms of meeting the people's basic needs to sustain their livelihoods against preservation of the forest in response to global warming. My government has recently approved PNG's National READ Plus strategy and its country report, which is prerequisite for accessing the fund. Mr. President, the Bougainville peace process remains a priority of my government, and we are committed to the peace agreement, which has enabled nearly 2 decades of unbroken peace in Bougainville. I thank the United Nations for its continued support to the peace process on Bougainville. A referendum was conducted on Bougainville. The result of the referendum is non-binding, wherein it does not determine a political future, but rather the responsible rests with the National Parliament on a political future for Bougainville. As I speak, the ABG elections are being conducted for a new government by September 2020, and we are confident of a successful election. Mr. President, my government stands ready to welcome newly elected members of the Bougainville House of Representatives and look forward to a cordial working relationship and a fruitful consultative process before a decision by national government on the future of Bougainville. Mr. President, as we commemorate this year the 25th anniversary of the Beijing's 4th World Women Conference, I would underscore that ensuring gender equality and empowerment cannot be taken for granted. In my country, we have a long way to go yet, but this is work in progress and some level of success has been witnessed thus far. The scourge of gender-based violence is of a serious concern to my government, and we are now not only reviewing its policies and laws to address it effectively, but we are also taking enforcement measures to prevent this unacceptable situation. There is an upswell of support at all levels, both in government, the private sector, and the civil society, to stamp out gender-based violence in my country. An important recent development was the launch of the Spotlight Initiative in March 2020, a joint initiative between my government and the European Union and the United Nations. This is a long-term priority requiring sustainability and partnerships, as the government cannot achieve this alone. Another important development my government is pursuing is to increase the level of women's representation in our parliament, which at present does not have a woman parliamentarian. It is incumbent on us to ensure that half of our country's population, constituting women and girls, have voice in the highest political level, and it is the right thing to do so. Mr. President, finally, we reiterate our call once again for the necessary and urgency and the holistic reforms of the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, whose binding mandate on global peace and security with practices that are inconsistent with today's realities necessitates that reforms must take place to make it more transparent and accountable to the wider United Nations membership. Mr. President, in closing, and speaking of United Nations reforms, Papua New Guinea welcomes the long overdue establishment of the United Nations Multi-Country Office for the North Pacific region and looks forward to its opening and operations soon to support sustainable development efforts of our Pacific sisters and brothers from the Micronesian sub-region. Thank you very much. God bless.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de l'État indépendant de Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de l'Eswatini pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Ambrose Manvulo Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I am honored to address the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I congratulate you, Your Excellency, following your appointment as President of this session. I also express my appreciation to your predecessor for his outstanding work and contribution to the success of the 74th session. Mr. President, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, it is only proper that we reflect on who we are, where we have come from, and where we are going. The United Nations has stood for the lofty ideal of building an international system of collaboration and common purpose. This system allows us to collectively call to account those who choose conflict over peace. It recognizes the dignity and equal worth of all people. It values each and every one of us and the input that we make towards that end. Though we have been faced with multiple challenges, as a collective, we have pressed forward slowly, steadily to forge an agreed system of rules and norms that are better, stronger, transparent, and more consistent than ever before. It has resulted in an international order that has overseen unparalleled advances in human liberty, the attainment of dignity amongst people, giving rise to prosperity and a global economy that has sought to uplift more than 1 billion people from poverty. Yet we come together in reflection here, knowing that our work is far from complete, acknowledging that the spirit of cooperation that has held us bound is faced with its greatest challenge thus far. It is for this reason, therefore, that we welcome this year's theme, the future we want, the United Nations we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism, confronting COVID-19 through effective multilateral action. This year's theme rightly challenges us to critically self-examine. The 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly must be a year when we come together to discuss our priorities as a human family and how we can build a better future for all. It is a reminder to the United Nations to revisit and stick to the ideal that recognizes dignity, prioritizes the value of cooperation and the equal worth of all, leaving no one behind. Mr. President, earlier this year, the United Nations held a commemoration of the signing of the Charter of the United Nations, presenting an opportunity for us all to reflect on the relevance of the Charter today and recommit to those goals and principles laid down therein. The Kingdom of Eswatini welcomed the hosting of the event and joined others in sharing our thoughts related to that initial signing and the developments that have occurred between then and now. Further, we cast our sights forward to imagine the potential challenges that could arise for us to deal with. What remained as an absolute fact for us was that whatever challenges had come before, whatever strife we are facing today, and whatever incidents as may lay in wait for us, we deal with it best when we deal with it together. Mr. President, there is a common acceptance that multilateralism and diplomacy underpin the advancement of the three pillars of the United Nations, namely sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights, which are interlinked and mutually reinforcing while observing respective specific mandates and the Charter of the United Nations. However, we still must recognize the inconsistencies in our collective behavior. Many of our countries continue to live in poverty amid great natural wealth. In many instances, natural interests continue to impede resolution of crises. The challenge of migrant flows requires a collective approach. If we continue to seek solutions in an individual manner, this will result in an impasse. This organization has become more necessary than ever to foster the kind of collective action to today's global challenges. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Eswatini, like the rest of the world, has had to deal with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. For us, this came at a time when the Kingdom was faced with multiple battles against the scourges of HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis, all of which had placed a huge strain on our resources. As a relatively small economy, we did not boast huge reserves with which to finance the fight against the new onslaught. We welcomed the recently held high-level event on financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. Global challenges and crises have a tendency of either pulling us together or pushing us apart. True to form, the COVID-19 crisis has created an unprecedented bond between and among countries. The crisis has taught and reminded us that we belong together, irrespective of location, distance, and time on this planet. This is the time in history where our reflection and focus must be candid and transformational to deeply explore the lessons we have learned and therefore rethink generational to shape the future we want. Therefore, this is the opportune time to ask big questions, make great decisions, and commit and act in solidarity. Mr. President, the intensity of the crisis has demonstrated glaring socio-economic gaps within and between countries. It has better defined and exposed our uniqueness in financial and human resource endowment and our strength, capacity, and ability to cope with challenges. The pandemic underscored that our individual strength is weak without collective but differential commitment and solidarity. It has reiterated and re-emphasized that we are living in a global village and therefore we need each other. We can conclude that without collective commitment to multilateralism, we will never accomplish the ideals of the decade of action and delivery and pinnacle of the 2030 agenda to leave no one behind. Our community of nations must accept the reality that the crisis has forever changed our way of life, and we must resist the temptation of reverting back to what we knew as normal, but our duty is to prepare for a new normal. Opportunity beckons as the pandemic revealed that what we considered as normal has been shown to have lacked the ability to deliver on many socio-economic needs. Therefore, our focus should entail both response to the crisis, but more so shaping our future in the face of other possible crises. The most successful preparedness and response plans must incorporate strategies that strengthen our nations beyond recovery. The United Nations is not only an international body, but it is a family of nations. Therefore, it will always be at the center of and a catalyst to multilateralism and support the future we want, and in extension, the United Nations we need. Mr. President, at this juncture, let me commend the President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, and staff of the United Nations, the international financial institutions, developing partners, and everyone for the quick response and reaction to mitigate the impact of the pandemic in the midst of implementation of the 2030 Agenda and sustainable goals. Many countries have benefited, and this has not gone unnoticed. As the world committed in Rio de Janeiro in 2012, this is the opportune time to reiterate and commit to sustainable development and promotion of an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable future for our planet and for present and future generations. Making the United Nations work for us all calls for the collective commitment at individual, communal, national, regional, and global levels. The pandemic has also demonstrated the weakness in the classification of our development levels, which have jeopardized many countries' opportunities to access development, finance, and debt restructuring, among others. It has further revealed the need to revise and extend countries' success and development beyond traditional measurements of gross national income, but fully consider their vulnerability, particularly in crises such as we are experiencing. Every country's needs must be considered in isolation, but tackled in the multilateral context. This will help us collectively commit to bottom-up multilateralism and help us collectively progress to the future we want and the United Nations we need. As a United Nation, we must dissuade any tensions between nations that have been created by the play out of the pandemic. Every public and private institution must be ready to promote international cooperation, get better prepared to deal with future global threats, and commit to multilateralism. COVID-19 has generated a strong global viewpoint where all people dreaded to think backward and inward, but to think forward and outward with the hope to create the world we want. Achieving effective and all-benefiting multilateralism and building back better together calls for ensuring that no one is left behind. This will entail leveraging of existing innovative partnerships, coordinating responses, refraining from protectionist measures, strengthening inclusion, investing in technologies that will sustain economic and social sectors in the midst of crisis, amongst others. Mr. President, we welcome the mandated events that are scheduled to be held on the margins of the General Assembly this year, namely the 25th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women, the high-level meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons, and the Summit on Biodiversity. We trust that these events shall be a success. Mr. President, as intimated earlier, 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women and the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. This is a significant year for the accelerated realization of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Nonetheless, it is lamentable that though the global community celebrates the 25th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women, no country has achieved full gender equality. Poverty, violence against women and girls, the relentless pushback against women's rights and gender equality remain prevalent across the world. We believe that this anniversary is the appropriate occasion to give new momentum to action. We encourage governments, civil society, and other stakeholders to assess gains, identify gaps and challenges, and critically set priorities for this generation and future generations. With all the challenges the world is facing, it has never been more important to advance the elimination of all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls than it is now. We need renewed political will to deliver on the commitments made. Let us all recommit ourselves to our common goal of achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls and their enjoyment of human rights everywhere. In this regard, it pleases me to note that the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini has adopted numerous pro-gender policies that promote gender equality. Female representation in positions of power and decision-making compare favorably within our region. Mr. President, as we evaluate the current status of our organization, we must reflect on the ongoing process of reforms. This process is in itself a tacit admission on our part that change needs to happen to ensure the continued relevance of the UN and its subsidiary bodies. The time that has elapsed since the discussions began is a cause for concern. However, we believe that this year gives us the moral imperative to push for accelerated progress in those reforms. We support ongoing discussions within the framework of the ad hoc working on the revitalization of the work of the UN General Assembly that seeks to find mechanisms to enhance the role and efficiency of the General Assembly. We recognize the work that has gone into streamlining the work of the Economic and Social Council, in particular, how it relates to the functions of the General Assembly to enhance synergies and reduce overlaps between the two bodies. The reform of the Security Council is a key aspect of the process, and no transformation could be complete without its fundamental reform. To this end, the Kingdom of Eswatini wishes to reiterate Africa's call for permanent membership to the Security Council in accordance with the Eswatini Consensus. Mr. President, as we conclude, among the political issues that have continued to fester for too long is the continued denial of the right of the people of Taiwan to participate in the UN system. Taiwan has shown significant commitment to the ideals of the United Nations and has aligned her priorities with those of the organization. Taiwan has further committed significant resources to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, not only within her own boundaries, but going so far as to assist other countries to do the same. Earlier, we reflected upon those who have assisted the Kingdom of Eswatini in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Taiwan deserves a special mention in that regard. In these uncertain times where resources are dwindling, Taiwan has not only expressed commitment towards collaborative global citizenship, but has shown manifest support to development initiatives undertaken by some of our countries, and in particular, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mr. President, in this globally interdependent world, it is crucial that we work together where we can and constructively counsel each other where appropriate. The United Nations is home to these interactions and in this role retains the unmitigated support of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I thank you and may the Almighty God bless you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre du Royaume d'Eswatini de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant des Tonga pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du chef de gouvernement.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency, Honorable Reverend Dr. Pohiwa Tuanetoa, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I thank you.
Mr. President, it is a distinct honor for me, on behalf of His Majesty's government and the people of the Kingdom of Tonga, to address the United Nations General Assembly for the first time as Prime Minister. I thank the God Almighty for enabling us the opportunity to meet virtually in the midst of this global pandemic. I warmly congratulate Your Excellency on the assumption of your presidency at this historical milestone, where the United Nations commemorate the 75th anniversary of its founding. Tonga pledges our unwavering support towards the success of your term, and we welcome our theme for this session, the future we want, the UN we need, reaffirming our collective commitment to multilateralism. Allow me to also pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Dechani Mohamed Pendi, in successfully spearheading the 74th session of the General Assembly during these unprecedented and most difficult times. I applaud the oversight and dynamic leadership of His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres in safely navigating the operation of the United Nations in coordination with member states on the fight against the pandemic. Mr. President, in the context of the defining health crisis of our time, Tonga stands in solidarity with all member states who have been affected by the impact of the global outbreak, resulting in the loss of precious lives and loved ones. I express our sincere sympathy and heartfelt condolences to the member states. While the virus has not arrived on our shores, Tonga is not immune to the overwhelming global challenges that beset us in this juncture. We have activated emergency measures to that effect while undertaking risk assessment and prioritizing the procurement of medical equipment to strengthen our health system preparedness and response. In that connection, I express gratitude to all of our development partners and the international community for their generous financial and humanitarian assistance, in addition to logistical support, which have aptly facilitated Tonga's response to remain vigilant amidst the global pandemic. The economic impacts are affecting different sectors of our economy. According to Asian Development Bank, Tonga will encounter a zero economic growth in 2020. However, the situation is astutely managed within through activation of financial stimulus, while priority is given to health-related activities. In regard to education, digital divide is made more evident by COVID-19, requiring accelerated solution for the new norm of teaching via internet, radio, and television, considering thousands of students in Tonga that will be affected if education is disrupted by COVID-19 or a similar pandemic in the future. Given the severity of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Pacific Island Forum leaders invoke the Pike Tower and Paul Declaration pronouncing the pandemic and major crisis to our Pacific peoples and economies. The activation of this declaration has expedited assistance and cooperation between member countries and in cooperation with the international community in response to the COVID-19, including facilitating the timely repatriation of our stranded Tongan people abroad. Mr. President, while small island developing states, including Tonga, contribute to no more than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, it is unfortunate that we continue to bear the brunt of this climate injustice. As a result, the Pacific Island countries continue to be imperiled by many tropical cyclones of unprecedented magnitude and destructive in nature. The most recent one was Tropical Cyclone Harold in April of this year, which wreaked havoc on 4 Pacific Island nations, namely Fiji, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and my own country, Tonga. This is while we grapple with the distressing effect of the COVID-19 outbreak. Our Pacific Island Forum leaders have consistently echoed the need for urgent climate action in their communique every year for at least the last 30 years. This year marks the 5th year anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Agreement, and it is only befitting for us to capture this historic moment through reaffirming our commitment to achieving the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Tonga is currently reviewing its nationally determined contribution and its enhanced NDCs. We submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Secretariat this year. The 26th session of the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC that was to be held in Glasgow, United Kingdom, although postponed to 2021, remains committed to prepare its long-term low-emission development strategies, which will be communicated to the Secretariat of the COP26 in 2021. While 2020 is marked as the year of delivery for powering the sustainable development for our kingdom through attainment of 50% renewable energy penetration, the consequential project delays caused by the global pandemic through the sudden stop to the market supply chains introduce a major disruption on Tonga's NDCs in the achievement of this target. However, agreements that have been signed by way of grant funding, public-private partnership, and the fervent support of development partners will continue to drive Tonga's SDC 7 and its objective through the composition of innovative technologies such as solar, wind, battery, energy storage system, coupled with the network rehabilitation and increased accessibility of electricity to the furthest-most islands of Tonga, called the newest. Mr. President, Tonga continues to recognize the importance of the ocean climate nexus and further continues to note with grave concern of the detrimental impacts of climate change on our marine environment. We endeavor to achieve SDC 14 through advancing our commitment to conserve and sustainably use the world's ocean, seas, and marine resources through measures taken to establish Special Management Areas Initiative and the implementation of Tonga Marine Spatial Planning Project. Government has approved the inclusion of a network of 30% marine protected areas for the kingdom. Tonga progresses well in relation to improve fisheries management and the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing to secure ocean's contribution to food security and the well-being of the country's economy. In the fight against plastic pollution, it is worrisome for Tonga to note the alarming figure of 12 million tonnage of plastic waste that are leaked into our ocean annually. We place great interest in addressing this threat by beginning the process of banning single-use plastics. While this is not only a national and a regional problem, it is also a global problem requiring a global action. Mr. President, while countries around the world are enforcing lockdowns and restrictions in varying degrees in the fight against the COVID-19, it may not occur to many that the ocean plays a pivotal role in this context. According to the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, the bacteria used to detect the presence of COVID-19 is found in the depths of the ocean. We cannot overemphasize the urgency for action to protect and sustainably use the world's ocean, seas, and marine resources. However, action can only be meaningful and effective if derived from science-based and innovative information and data. We support the proclamation by the United Nations of the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development from 2021 to 2030, which provides an overarching framework that will allow ocean science to support countries in their sustainable development of the ocean. Mr. President, Tonga maintains that the baselines which presently determine our territorial boundaries once established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea should remain unchanged, despite effects of sea level rise and climate change modification that might ensue. Our sovereignty will not be compromised to that effect. We continue to support the work of the International Law Commission in the 6th Committee, the much anticipated 4th session of the Intergovernmental Conference on the International Legally Binding Instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, has been postponed to March 2021, tentatively due to COVID-19 pandemic. We look forward to engagement in this very important process. Tonga is greatly invested in engaging as a state party to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea in the International Seabed Authority and its continuing work on the draft exploitation regulation with other state parties and stakeholders to ensure agreement on the appropriate balance between the need to conserve, protect, and replenish the environment and to mine the seabed for minerals that will contribute to the sustainable development of Tonga as a small island developing state in the Pacific. Mr. President, Tonga is pleased to have ratified and become a state party to the following convention this year. First, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. Second, the United Nations Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards. And thirdly, the International Labour Organization Convention number 182 on the worst forms of child labour. Tonga has greatly implemented recommendations from the Voluntary National Review presented at the High-Level Political Forum in July 2019. This forum remains an integral platform, even more so as we brace to embark on this much anticipated decade of action from 2021 to 2030, geared for accelerated solution to achieve the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Unfortunately, the intervening devastating impacts of the COVID-19 have impeded progress going forward. It has intensified the vulnerabilities of our country and affects the implementation of some of Tonga's national outcomes under the strategic development framework, which are ultimately linked to the achievement of the priority areas of the Samoa pathway and our SDG targets. We acknowledge with gratitude the positive engagement of our development partners and all United Nations agencies, including the UN Office of the High Representative for Least Developing Countries and Small Island Developing Countries, the World Health Organization, the UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs, the UNDP, the UN ISCAP, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as well as the non-government organization and civil society organization. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming our commitment to a revitalized post-COVID-19 multilateralism in support of the theme of this session. A multilateralism comprised of global solidarity and cooperation, empathy, inclusivity, and resilience, noting the importance of protecting the vulnerable individuals, addressing inequalities, and ensuring universal access to affordable COVID-19 medical vaccine while building back better and leaving no one behind.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre et ministre des Sociétés publiques du Royaume de Tonga de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Tchad pour qu'il introduise l'allocution du ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine et des Tchadiens de l'étranger.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, j'ai l'honneur d'introduire la déclaration préenregistrée de Son Excellence l'ambassadeur Amin Abbasidik, ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine et des Tchadiens de l'étranger, représentant le maréchal du Tchad Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État, à la 75e session ordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames, Messieurs, le maréchal du Tchad Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État, qui aurait bien voulu s'adresser personnellement à cette auguste assemblée, mais empêché, m'a chargé de vous délivrer ce message. Avant tout propos, je voudrais féliciter le président de la 75e session de l'Assemblée générale, Son Excellence l'ambassadeur Volkan Bozkır, dont l'élection intervient dans ce contexte particulièrement difficile de la pandémie du Covid-19 et l'assurer du soutien total de mon pays pour mener à bien ce combat. Par la même occasion, j'adresse mes vifs remerciements à Son Excellence M. Tidjani Mohamed Bandé, président sortant qui a su mener à bien sa mission en dépit de l'irruption inattendue de la pandémie qui a dû impacter sur son agenda de travail. Qu'il me soit permis de rendre un vibrant hommage à Son Excellence M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations unies, pour son leadership avisé et sa gestion de la crise en cette période difficile. Je saisis l'opportunité pour féliciter le directeur général de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, Son Excellence Dr Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus et tous ses collaborateurs pour le travail remarquable qu'ils fournissent pour lutter au quotidien contre cette pandémie. Les leçons tirées de cette pandémie nous donnent l'occasion de repenser nos systèmes sanitaires. Aussi, l'OMS doit-elle s'adapter en termes de moyens de prévention et de lutte contre la survenance de telles pandémies à l'avenir. Je tiens à saluer le leadership de son Excellence Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, président de la République sud-africaine et président de l'Union africaine, et la Commission de l'Union africaine, qui ont su mettre en place une stratégie continentale de riposte contre la pandémie pour la prise à temps des mesures visant, entre autres, l'approvisionnement groupé en fournitures médicales pour les États membres, la sauvegarde de l'économie africaine et la recherche du vaccin contre le Covid-19. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le format révisé du débat général de cette année est la parfaite illustration, s'il en faut, de l'ampleur des bouleversements dans le monde occasionnés par la pandémie du Covid-19 qui continue, hélas, à sévir. Cet ennemi invisible et implacable a non seulement causé d'énormes dégâts humains, il a également profondément impacté tous les aspects de la vie économique et sociale, mettant à rude épreuve nos capacités de réaction à l'échelle nationale et mondiale. Le thème fort pertinent de cette session, l'avenir que nous voulons, l'ONU dont nous avons besoin, réaffirmons notre engagement collectif en faveur du multilatéralisme, faire face au Covid-19 grâce à une action multilatérale efficace, souligne parfaitement l'importance que chacun d'entre nous devra accorder à la coopération internationale et au multilatéralisme en tant que moyen irremplaçable pour relever les grands défis communs tels que les pandémies, le dérèglement climatique, le terrorisme, la pauvreté et les inégalités, pour ne citer que ceux-là. La crise du Covid-19 a montré notre faiblesse commune et en même temps démontré la nécessité que seuls des efforts collectifs renforcés permettront de mieux appréhender et surmonter les défis globaux pour l'intérêt de chacun et de tous. C'est l'occasion pour la grande famille des nations, en ce moment de célébration du 75e anniversaire de notre organisation, et dans le contexte particulier actuel, de réaffirmer la place centrale de l'Organisation des Nations Unies et le rôle primordial du multilatéralisme dans les relations internationales. C'est le lieu également de souligner l'urgence absolue de renforcement du multilatéralisme par la réforme de la gouvernance mondiale rudement mise à l'épreuve pendant cette période en vue de son adaptation au monde d'aujourd'hui pour mieux affronter et résoudre les défis actuels et à venir. Le Tchad souligne l'impérieuse nécessité d'une coopération internationale accrue à travers une solidarité agissante envers les plus vulnérables, les pays les moins avancés, les pays en développement, sans littoral, les petits États insulaires en développement, afin que les promesses de la Charte des Nations Unies soient pleinement réalisées et que le but ultime du programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030, de ne laisser personne de côté, soit une réalité et non encore une énième promesse non tenue. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le monde entier subit en ce moment les dégâts de la pandémie du Covid-19, mais la capacité d'y faire face varie. Les pays en développement, en particulier les pays africains, du fait de leurs multiples fragilités structurelles, sont plus exposés aux conséquences fâcheuses de ce fléau. Le Tchad, pays sahélien enclavé, déjà en butte à une multitude de chocs, subit de plein fouet les multiples répercussions de cette pandémie sur les divers aspects de la vie nationale. Ses priorités nationales s'en trouvent bouleversées et les ressources limitées de l'État ont dû être réorientées pour faire face en premier aux urgences sanitaires, humanitaires et socio-économiques. Comme dans d'autres pays partageant les mêmes conditions, la situation socio-économique est inquiétante au Tchad. La croissance pour l'année en cours a été revue à la baisse, le déficit budgétaire s'est creusé, plusieurs centaines de milliers de travailleurs se sont retrouvés en situation de chômage technique, la vie des ménages s'est retrouvée considérablement affectée, les données macroéconomiques de l'année 2021 ne s'annoncent pas sous les meilleurs auspices. La capacité de l'État à mettre en œuvre les actions de développement découlant du Plan national de développement du Tchad 2017-2021, considéré comme le principal levier de la mise en œuvre des agendas internationaux, en particulier le plan décennal de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine et l'agenda 2030 des Nations unies, se trouve affaibli. Ce plan national de développement du Tchad, qui a été fortement soutenu par les donateurs lors de sa présentation à la table ronde de Paris en 2017, n'a pas reçu les résultats escomptés à cause de la faible mobilisation des ressources attendues. Aussi, pour appuyer le gouvernement dans ses efforts visant à promouvoir son développement durable, la tenue des promesses faites pour son financement est-elle vitale pour le Tchad qui élabore en ce moment le second plan national de développement 2022-2026. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, l'année dernière, à la 74e session de l'Assemblée générale, faut-il le rappeler, nous avions évalué les périodes enregistrées et les énormes lacunes qui subsistaient dans la mise en œuvre de nos engagements pris dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030 en termes d'éradication de l'extrême pauvreté, d'accès à l'éducation de qualité, de lutte contre les changements climatiques, de réduction des inégalités et d'inclusion. En Afrique, le gap en matière de financement du développement durable est énorme. Les promesses contenues dans le programme de développement durable et le programme d'action d'Addis Abeba n'ont pas été réalisées. C'est l'occasion de souligner que sans une action vigoureuse de la part de toutes les parties prenantes, la probabilité est forte que le pari commun des objectifs de développement durable de l'agenda 2030 ne soit pas tenu à terme. C'est pourquoi la décennie d'action est capitale pour passer de la parole à l'action afin de mobiliser les ressources requises et accélérer la mise en œuvre de cet agenda. La communauté internationale et en particulier l'ONU doivent renforcer l'élan et décupler les efforts pour que la question du développement du continent africain, qui renferme le plus grand nombre de pays les moins avancés, soit placée au cœur des préoccupations internationales à travers des actions concrètes traduisant cet engagement. Seule une implication accrue de l'ONU dont le leadership est plus que jamais crucial et un engagement renouvelé de toutes les parties prenantes permettront d'impulser la dynamique décisive requise pour mobiliser les ressources nécessaires à la réalisation des promesses de l'agenda 2030 et accompagner ceux qui sont déjà sur la trajectoire de réaliser les 17 objectifs de développement durable. À cet égard, il convient de rappeler que la dette en constituait déjà un handicap majeur que la pandémie est venue accentuer. Comme l'a noté la Banque africaine de développement, près de 50 millions de personnes supplémentaires risqueraient de basculer dans l'extrême pauvreté en Afrique 2020. En outre, les pertes de l'Afrique résultant de la pandémie atteindront plusieurs centaines de milliards de dollars entre 2020 et 2021. Beaucoup d'États seraient alors amenés à emprunter, aggravant davantage le fardeau de la dette. Au regard de l'ampleur des défis à relever et des besoins multisectoriels présents et à venir, le Tchad appelle une fois de plus à l'annulation pure et simple de la dette extérieure des pays africains pour leur permettre de mener à bien la riposte contre le Covid-19 et d'avoir plus de marge de manœuvre pour s'atteler à la reconstruction socio-économique post-Covid-19 sur des bases plus solides. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, au moment où le monde fait face au coronavirus, le terrorisme continue à sévir sur le terrain en Afrique, notamment dans le bassin du lac Tchad et la région sahélo-saharienne, faisant au quotidien des victimes innocentes et compromettant gravement les efforts de développement des pays de la région. Tel était le cas de la meurtrière attaque perpétrée par Boko Haram le 23 mars 2020 contre les forces de défense et de sécurité du Tchad à Boma, dans la province du Lac. Une riposte vigoureuse a été lancée par nos forces, ayant permis de nettoyer les îles du lac Tchad des éléments terroristes de Boko Haram. Mais nous ne nous faisons pas d'illusions. La menace terroriste ne disparaîtra pas du jour au lendemain. Nous continuerons à rester vigilants et engagés jusqu'au retour définitif de la sécurité dans les zones affectées par l'éradication du péril terroriste. Dans ce contexte, nous soulignons une fois de plus que la responsabilité de la lutte contre le terrorisme au Sahel et au lac Tchad est également mondiale, car le combat que nous menons participe des efforts globaux pour la paix et la sécurité internationale. C'est pourquoi nous renouvelons notre appel à la communauté internationale pour des appuis plus accrus et soutenus à la force multinationale mixte dans le bassin du lac Tchad et la force conjointe du G5 Sahel, mise en place par les pays de la région pour la lutte contre Boko Haram et les groupes djihadistes au Sahel. Si la situation au Sahel ne s'améliore pas, malgré la multiplication des initiatives et des annonces des partenaires, l'une des principales raisons réside dans la non-concrétisation des promesses faites en faveur de la force conjointe du G5 Sahel et du programme d'investissement prioritaire du G5 Sahel. À cela s'ajoute le faible niveau de synergie entre les différentes initiatives et forces présentes au Sahel. C'est pourquoi nous considérons qu'il est temps de passer de la parole aux actes au Sahel pour la matérialisation des contributions promises et la mobilisation des ressources additionnelles pour rendre pleinement opérationnelle la force conjointe et la mise en œuvre des projets de développement du programme d'investissement prioritaire du G5 Sahel. Nos États ont consenti des efforts propres considérables en dépit de leurs maigres ressources. Nous avons certes bénéficié des soutiens multiformes des partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux envers lesquels nous exprimons une fois de plus notre sincère gratitude. Mais au regard de l'ampleur des défis, un appui international constant et conséquent est indispensable. C'est le lieu de réitérer une fois de plus notre appel au Conseil de sécurité en faveur de la mise sous chapitre 7 de la charte de l'ONU de la force conjointe du G5 Sahel afin de lui assurer un financement pérenne et prévisible. Par ailleurs, nous saluons le lancement de la coalition pour le Sahel, convenue entre les pays du G5 Sahel et leurs partenaires, en vue de mutualiser les efforts et mobiliser les ressources pour lutter contre le terrorisme. À cet égard, il importe de continuer à œuvrer au renforcement de la mise en cohérence des objectifs et actions de toutes les initiatives en faveur du G5 Sahel afin de répondre plus efficacement aux défis et de produire des résultats palpables sur le terrain en termes de sécurité et de développement. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, sur la question du changement climatique, le Tchad, pays sahélien soumis aux effets néfastes de cette menace existentielle qui affecte fortement les secteurs qui sont à la base de son économie, demeure attachée à la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris sur le climat. Dans cette perspective, l'urgence dans la mise en œuvre des mesures adoptées dans le cadre du financement de la lutte contre le changement climatique, notamment celles visant la mobilisation des ressources substantielles en faveur des pays en développement, n'est plus à démontrer. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, au plan international, nous nous félicitons du cessez-le-feu en Libye, déclaré simultanément par le président du Conseil présidentiel du gouvernement d'entente nationale et le président de la Chambre des représentants. Le Tchad renouvelle son appel au Conseil de sécurité à prendre toutes ses responsabilités pour mettre un terme aux ingérences extérieures. Il exhorte une fois de plus toutes les parties prenantes libyennes au respect de cessez-le-feu et à s'engager résolument dans un processus de négociation inclusive devant conduire à une véritable réconciliation nationale. Concernant le Soudan, le Tchad salue la signature le 31 août 2020 à Djouba d'un accord de paix entre les parties soudanaises grâce aux efforts de médiation dont le Tchad est partie prenante sous la conduite du président Salva Kiir Mayardit de la République du Soudan du Sud, dont je salue l'implication personnelle. Le Tchad invite les autres mouvements armés à rejoindre le processus afin de parvenir à une paix globale et durable dont le peuple soudanais a grandement besoin. S'agissant de la tension autour du grand barrage de la Renaissance en Éthiopie, le Tchad appelle le gouvernement frère d'Égypte, de l'Éthiopie et du Soudan à continuer à privilégier le dialogue pour parvenir à une solution négociée sous l'égide de l'Union africaine. Pour ce qui est de la situation en Palestine, le Tchad se réjouit de l'accord intervenu entre Israël et les Émirats arabes unis, qui prévoit notamment la suspension de l'annexion de certaines parties de la Cisjordanie. Il se réjouit aussi de l'accord avec l'État de Bahreïn. Le Tchad réaffirme son attachement à la solution à deux États dans leurs frontières d'avant juin 1967, conformément aux résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité et de l'initiative de paix arabe de 2002. Concernant l'embargo imposé sur Cuba, le Tchad réitère son appel pour sa levée définitive. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, l'ONU dont nous avons besoin doit répondre aux aspirations de tous les États membres. L'Afrique doit avoir toute sa place dans cet organe décisionnel des Nations Unies. Les disputes sur la réforme de l'ONU et celle du Conseil de sécurité nous paraissent interminables alors que les défis nous pressent. Il est temps que la justice et l'équité soient rétablies pour l'Afrique. Dans cette perspective, le Tchad reste attaché à la position commune africaine articulée dans le consensus des îles Unis. Je souhaite plein succès à nos travaux. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le ministre des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration africaine et des Tchadiens de l'étranger du Tchad de la déclaration qu'il vient de prononcer. Nous avons entendu la dernière intervention pour cette séance du débat général. Nous poursuivrons le débat général demain à 9 h dans cette salle. Par ailleurs, deux délégations ont demandé à exercer leur droit de réponse. Je rappelle aux membres que les déclarations faites dans l'exercice du droit de réponse sont limitées à 10 minutes pour la première intervention et à 5 minutes pour la seconde, et que les délégations doivent prendre la parole de leur place. À présent, je donne la parole au représentant de l'Inde.
Mr. President, I am exercising India's right of reply to the diatribe that we heard this morning from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Mr. President, this August forum witnessed today a new low on its 75th anniversary. The leader of Pakistan today called for those who incite hate and violence to be outlawed. But, as he went on, we were left wondering, was he referring to himself? This hall heard the incessant rant of someone who had nothing to show for himself, who had no achievements to speak of, and no reasonable suggestion to offer to the world. Instead, we saw lies, misinformation, warmongering, and malice spread through this assembly. The words used today at this great assembly by the leader of Pakistan demean the very essence of the United Nations. For a nation that is deeply buried in medievalism, it is understandable that the tenets of a modern civilized society, such as peace, dialogue, and diplomacy, are far-fetched. Allow me, Mr. President, to jog their minds a little about the stellar record of Pakistan. This is the country that brought genocide to South Asia 39 years back when it killed its own people. This is also the country that is shameless enough not to offer a sincere apology for the horrors it perpetrated even after so many years. This is the same country that provides pensions for dreaded and listed terrorists out of state funds. This is the same country that has the dubious distinction of hosting the largest number of terrorists proscribed by the United Nations. The leader whom we heard today is the same person who referred to the terrorist Osama bin Laden as a martyr in his parliament in July. The same leader who spewed venom today admitted in 2019 in public in the US that his country still has about 30,000 to 40,000 terrorists who have been trained by Pakistan and have fought in Afghanistan and in the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the country that has systematically cleansed its minorities, including Hindus, Christians, Sikhs, and others, through the abuse of its blasphemy laws and through forced religious conversions. For someone who professes to be a champion of Islam, this is also a country that has encouraged killing of fellow Muslims merely because they belong to a different sect or to a different region in Pakistan, and through sponsoring terrorist attacks against its neighbors. The only crowning glory that this country has to show to the world for the last 70 years is terrorism, ethnic cleansing, majoritarian fundamentalism, and clandestine nuclear trade. Mr. President, let me assert here loud and clear. The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is an integral and inalienable part of India. The rules and legislations brought in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir are strictly internal affairs of India. The only dispute left in Kashmir relates to that part of Kashmir that is still under illegal occupation of Pakistan. We call upon Pakistan to vacate all those areas that it is in illegal occupation of. What should rather be on the agenda of the United Nations is Pakistan's deep state and its unrelenting political and financial support to terrorist organizations and mercenaries which are a threat to global peace and security. The only way for Pakistan to become a normal country is to abjure its moral, financial, and material support to terrorism, turn its attention to the problems faced by its own population, including its minorities, and stop misusing UN platforms to further its nefarious agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant de l'Azerbaïdjan pour son intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have asked for the floor to exercise the right of reply to the statement made earlier today at the General Assembly by the Prime Minister of Armenia. As is well known, in early 1990s, Armenia used military force against Azerbaijan to fulfill its long-nurtured plan of seizing the territory of my country. The aggression was well prepared. As a result, a significant part of Azerbaijan's territory, including Nagorno-Karabakh, the 7 adjacent districts, and some exclaves, was seized by Armenia and remained under its occupation until now. The war claimed the lives of tens of thousands of people and caused considerable destruction of civilian infrastructure and property in Azerbaijan. The occupied territories were ethnically cleansed of all Azerbaijanis. More than 1 million people were forced to leave their homes in these territories. Attempts by Armenia to disguise its unlawful claims and actions by speculations with self-determination are fundamentally flawed and have nothing in common with that principle as it is set forth in the Charter of the United Nations, the 1975 CSCE Helsinki Final Act, and other related international documents. In their statements regarding the conflict settlement process, the international mediators specifically refer to the Helsinki Final Act, which inter alia obliges participating states, including Armenia, to, I quote, respect the equal rights of peoples and their right to self-determination, acting at all times in conformity with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and with the relevant norms of international law, including those relating to territorial integrity of states, end quote. Moreover, self-determination claims are unsustainable when they are accompanied by violation of international law, in particular its peremptory norms, jus cogens, such as those prohibiting the threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Armenia's allegation that the so-called authorities of Nagorno-Karabakh should take part in the negotiations does not stand up to criticism. Having succeeded in expelling all Azerbaijanis from the Nagorno-Karabakh region, Armenia spares no effort to introduce the ethnically constructed puppet regime it has established there at the region's authorities. However, in its relevant documents and decisions, the OSCE recognizes that the population of this region of Azerbaijan consists of two equal communities, namely the Azerbaijani and Armenian communities. None of these or any other documents and decisions designates the Armenian community as elected authorities. Over the past 2 years, we have witnessed consistent attempts by the leadership of Armenia to derail the peace process, including by attempting to undermine the format of negotiations. It prompted the co-chairs of the OSCE Minsk Group to issue a statement on 9th March 2019, in which they urged to refrain from demanding unilateral changes to the format. Moreover, the illegality of the puppet regime set up by Armenia in the occupied territories of Azerbaijan has been repeatedly stated at the international level. It is under Armenia's direction and control, and is ultimately nothing other than the product of aggression, ethnic cleansing, and other atrocity crimes committed against Azerbaijanis on racial, ethnic, and religious grounds. In its unanimously adopted resolutions 822, 853, 874, and 884, the United Nations Security Council not only did not mention the existence of the so-called people of Nagorno-Karabakh and its right to self-determination, but condemned the use of force against Azerbaijan and the occupation of its territories, reaffirmed respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and the inviolability of international borders, confirmed that the Nagorno-Karabakh region is part of Azerbaijan, and demanded the immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of the occupying forces from all the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. The numerous documents of other international organizations expressing the unified position of the world community are framed along the same lines. It is no surprise that the Armenian authorities refrain from mentioning the resolutions of the Security Council and other relevant international documents which constitute the legal and political frameworks for the conflict settlement. Evidently, the public pronouncements by the Armenian authorities expressing commitment to the exclusively peaceful settlement and are nothing other than a hollow rhetoric and smokescreen to camouflage the clear-cut annexationist objectives. Actually, having used military force to occupy the territories of Azerbaijan, Armenia has demonstrated its firm conviction in the existence of an alternative to peace. In July 2020, armed forces of Armenia, in blatant violation of international law, launched cross-border attacks against Azerbaijan with the use of artillery and mortars, directly targeting the densely populated areas. As a result, a 76-year-old civilian and 12 officers and soldiers of the armed forces of Azerbaijan were killed, and many were wounded. Serious damage was inflicted upon the civilian facilities in the area. Even the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has not prevented Armenia from its armed provocation. It is apparent that Armenia's statements on its support for and adherence to the appeal of the United Nations Secretary General for a global ceasefire is nothing other than utter falsehood. Armenia's insinuations about the alleged threat of nuclear terrorism are particularly astonishing, given its own solid track record of attacks on civilians and bombardment of inhabited areas in Azerbaijan, and its persistent threats to use force against civilian infrastructure in my country. Azerbaijan has clearly stated at the appropriate level that our armed forces have never had plans to attack civilian objects and strictly comply with international humanitarian law. Unlike Armenia, Azerbaijan acts exclusively within the purview of its rights of self-defense in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and customary international law. With regard to human rights and democracy, the Armenian authorities should first look closely at themselves rather than blame other countries. Indeed, all successive governments in Armenia, including the current one, have come to power violently and have resorted to the cruelest possible methods of dealing with political opponents. The crackdown on the opposition, politically motivated killings, limited freedom of media, interference in the judiciary, and the undisguised promotion of the odious ideas of ethnic incompatibility and hatred towards Azerbaijan and other neighboring nations are bitter realities in today's Armenia. Armenia continues to pose a serious threat to regional and international peace, security, and stability, thus necessitating the urgent action by the international community. The foundation and objective of durable peace is to ensure the immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of the Armenian occupying forces from the Nagorno-Karabakh region and other occupied territories of Azerbaijan, the restoration of the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan within its internationally recognized borders, and the return of the forcibly displaced persons to their homes and properties. The achievement of that objective is a must, not compromise. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je donne maintenant la parole au représentant du Pakistan qui a également demandé à intervenir.
Before I start, I hope the distinguished Indian delegate is present and listening and not running away from the truth like his colleague did in the morning. Mr. President, the Nazis are often credited with perfecting the art of concocting lies and peddling false propaganda. But listening to the Indian representative today, even the Nazis would acknowledge that the mantle has now shifted to their BJP RSS acolytes. The Indian right of reply was another shameful attempt to deflect attention from the real issues. India, however, will not be able to escape accountability for its crimes. In his statement today, the Prime Minister of Pakistan shed a spotlight on Mr. Modi's India, which is defined by its oppressive and brutal occupation of the land and resources of Jammu and Kashmir, the egregious human rights violations of the Kashmiri people, the deliberate promotion of the supremacist Hindutva ideology to suppress and marginalize India's minority communities, including millions of Muslims, the expansionist Indian designs against Pakistan and all other neighbors of India, and the avowed aim of New Delhi to act as a regional bully. These are all objective realities, Mr. President, not partisan facts. As India's descent into a fascist state accelerates, the projections which my Prime Minister made last year of the imminent disaster being fueled by the BJP RSS policies are being confirmed now by their brutal actions. We need to look no further than Shaheen Bagh, a Muslim-majority neighborhood of Delhi. As peaceful protesters, mainly Muslim women, took to the streets in February against the discriminatory anti-citizenship laws enacted by the BJP RSS regime, Hindu zealots perpetrated a well-organized and orchestrated pogrom of Muslims in order to teach the traitors a lesson. Countless Muslims were killed, their homes burned, their properties looted, their places of worship desecrated, all with connivance and complicity of the Indian state. The charged streets, Mr. President, of Delhi not only exposed the Hindutva ideology in all its intolerant glory, they also manifested the trusted method that the Hindu extremists have resorted to from Gujarat in 2002 to Delhi in 2020 to address the Muslim menace, just like a certain Mr. Golwalkar, one of the ideologues of the RSS and the revered Guruji of Mr. Modi had instructed. Mr. President, it's no secret that the architects of the Gujarat massacre were also the masterminds of the Delhi pogrom. Just like the victims of Gujarat, the victims of Delhi will no doubt search in vain for justice in this new bastion of fascism. Meanwhile, the perpetrators of these crimes will continue to enjoy impunity and will be encouraged to spill more Muslim blood to further consolidate their hold on power and to eliminate all vestiges of India's Islamic heritage by destroying its grand mosques and monuments, just like they did with the Babri Masjid, and an attempt to change India's history by obliterating the 1,000 years of Muslim civilization and culture. It's a tragedy, Mr. President, that state institutions in India have also become the willing agents of this ominous Hindutva agenda. A former Chief Justice, whose last act before retirement was to hand over the site of the destroyed Babri Mosque to the Hindu extremists to construct a Hindu temple in its place, was immediately rewarded with membership of the Indian Parliament. Mr. President, in Jammu and Kashmir, India has no other claim than that of a military occupier. India is compelled to use naked force to impose its occupation on an unwilling and oppressed people. Ask the people of Jammu and Kashmir and they will tell you emphatically, Jammu and Kashmir is not a part of India. It never was and it never will be. The state of Jammu and Kashmir is an internationally recognized disputed territory. As decreed by the Security Council, the final disposition of the state will be made in accordance with the will of the people, expressed through democratic methods of a free and impartial plebiscite under the auspices of the United Nations. The indigenous Kashmiri freedom struggle, Mr. President, seeks to realize the implementation of the resolutions of the Security Council in exercise of their inalienable right to self-determination. The Kashmiris have a legitimate right to resist Indian occupation by all means at their disposal. This just struggle cannot be denigrated or described as terrorism. It is the occupying state which is guilty of terrorism against the occupied people. Like all oppressors, India continues to believe that it can subdue the legitimate Kashmiri resistance through brute force. In its playbook, the alternative to suppression is even more suppression. But like all colonial oppressors of the past, India will fail in its strategy of occupation and oppression. Kashmir will be free one day. This is not only a lesson of history, it is also an imperative of justice, Mr. President. As Martin Luther King famously said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The Kashmiris are not alone in their just struggle. The people of Pakistan, people of the Islamic world, and indeed all freedom-loving people of the world are with the valiant people of Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. President, we do concede that India knows a lot about terrorism. It is, to use a popular expression, the mothership of terrorism, which holds a patent over state sponsorship of terror. India has used terrorism against each of its neighbors, against its own people, and against the innocent people of Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. India is actively involved in orchestrating, financing, and providing logistical support to terrorist organizations like TTP and JUA to target Pakistan from across borders. It has hired and organized criminal groups located across our western border to conduct terrorist attacks in Pakistan, especially to disrupt the development of the western and southern regions of my country. Commander Kulbhushan Yadav, an Indian intelligence agent captured by Pakistan, has confessed that he was organizing and supporting these criminal groups to perpetrate terrorism in Pakistan. Pakistan and our entire region faces Hindutva terrorism as well, Mr. President. The BJP RSS extremists continue to espouse the fiction of Akhand Bharat, or Greater India, which represents their desire for a unified subcontinent dominated by the Hindu religion, where minorities either convert to Hinduism or become second-class citizens. And Mr. President, the Indian government is also responsible for the worst form of state terrorism against the oppressed people of illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Over 100,000 Kashmiris have lost their lives under the brutal Indian occupation spanning over 7 decades. Not one Indian soldier has been punished for crimes against humanity and these atrocities. Despite India's wishes, the international community can clearly see through the Indian hoax of presenting itself as a victim of terrorism. Mr. President, we must confront and defeat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. This goal cannot be accomplished without confronting the terrorism of hate and ambition which currently emanates from fascist ideologies, including Hindutva extremists in India. Instead of tilting at windmills, India would be better served to put its own house in order and to strive for regional peace based on equality and mutual respect and a peaceful settlement of disputes. I thank you, Mr. President.
Nous venons d'écouter le dernier intervenant au titre des droits de réponse. Avant de lever la séance, je voudrais appeler l'attention des membres de l'Assemblée sur la lettre du 21 septembre 2020, dans laquelle ils trouveront des informations sur le plan relatif à la sécurité et à la santé au travail établi pour la présente séance et notamment sur le protocole qui serait suivi dans l'éventualité fâcheuse et, espérons-le, peu probable où un cas de Covid-19 serait détecté. Comme cela a été fait lors des récentes séances, le secrétariat procédera à l'évacuation de la salle organisée en invitant chaque rangée à quitter la salle l'une après l'autre. Les membres sont donc priés de rester assis après la levée de la séance. La séance est levée.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now kindly request delegates to please remain seated, and I will call delegates in a staggered manner. And this evening we'll start from the back of the J Hall. So we would begin first with the State of Palestine and the European Union to leave one by one. Thank you.